According to the Phalonian calendar, January 31st, 512, the beautiful and prosperous capital of Senca, and also the day that was remembered in history, and the main character fell into eternal sleep, the lady was deprived of life by a strong and beautiful witch named Bella. But she also became part of her family and was always kind to her, so the main character thinks why she did it. But the girl still thought that at that moment it was not Bella, when the main character was already all wounded. Then Bella apologized and claimed that it was all her fault, but now it was too late to ask for forgiveness, and she would give her her heart so that the lady would survive. The main character could not speak, but in her thoughts she asked Bella not to do this and also asked her to live. Her last memory was of a lady with a smile on her face claiming that she couldn't tell she had a child. So let her protect Rihai. 20 years later, a lot of time has passed since the capital was destroyed. The girl thought that she had fallen into eternal sleep, but when she woke up, she had white hair. She also thought about Bella Rihai and also realized that her family was gone. That day the lady lost everything. However, there was still one person who remained alive, and the lady understood that she had to keep his existence a secret from Reha. The girl also thinks that this time she will definitely be able to protect him because Bella's last words must be fulfilled necessarily. Therefore, the lady asserts that she gives him her fidelity, and she also swears by the name of God. The lady understands that she will protect the boy and find Bella even if she has to risk her life. One day the woman turns to the baby and claims that she will soon return with her father. She also says that all a lady has to do is sit and wait and she can do it. The main character is silent for a while after that, but still answers that yes. An hour passed and then 2 hours. The girl waited for half a day, but the stepmother never returned, and so she was left alone. A year later, the lady turned 9 years old. The lady looks at the bread in the window, but at the same moment, a woman comes out of the shop, and he asks if Elaine really wants to eat. The main character replies that she doesn't, and that she doesn't even have any money. The lady also claims that she ate some raspberries, and will then buy bread with the money she earned. But then the woman turns around and looks into the store and says that this is dangerous. She also brings out some pieces of bread for the lady and tells her not to worry because they are having a sale. And besides, there are rumors that there are monsters in the forest, so the lady should not go too far. She also says that if the girl gets hungry, she can come there at any time. And the woman asks if the lady can go somewhere further away because they sell bread there, to which the lady replies that she understood and then leaves. As she walks down the street, she looks at the bread, which are not very fresh, but she understands that this is enough to eat. Her aunt can't do anything because she is dirty. She is lucky with food today. A year ago, when the lady left stepmother, she did not even have money for a carriage, and therefore she could not return home. All the people passed by her as if they didn't notice her, and as an aristocrat, it was difficult for her to survive on the street. There she was tormented by cold and hunger, and also the bullying of street children and inexplicable violence, so those times were very cruel for her. A little while later, the lady heard a familiar name and looked at the notice board. The girl then hopefully wondered if her family was looking for her. She also understood that her stepmother would hardly look for her. But the father is a different matter because even if her mother has fallen into eternal sleep, she is still his child, and also his family. When the girl approached the notice board, she began to look for her last name. Her hopes were heard, and there was an announcement from the Crystal family, but it was not what she wanted to see. It only described the celebration of the birth of a son in the Crystal family. However, thanks to this news, the girl adapted to such a life. She also realized that if you think about it, she was a very greedy stepmother and abandoned her out of fear that she might take her place child. The lady also thinks what would happen if she had someone who could protect her when the girl enters the alley. Then she sees an empty space and wonders if the owner is really there, and does this mean that she can sleep peacefully today? But she still has their bread, so this is her happiest day. Well, then the lady feels that someone is behind her, and when she turns around, she sees some man attacking her. A little while later, the lady finds herself in the forest, missing one shoe and breathing heavily. But at that very moment, she hears someone screaming where she went, and how dare she bite his hand and run away. A man with a dagger in his hands screams that he will teach her manners. But the main characters do not think why everything is like this. The stranger screams for her to come out, and the lady understands that if this man catches her, then she can plunge into eternal sleep, after which the baby starts thinking about what she did wrong that her life turned out like this. Well, at that very moment, she understands that she needs to calm down and run away from there. The girl waited until it became quiet. She understood that the stranger seemed to have left, so she needed to run before he returned. You just have to be careful, but at that very moment the lady goes behind the tree and sees a huge monster. The main character looks into his eyes and is shocked. Elaine knew she couldn't run away. And most likely she will have to plunge into eternal sleep at the hands of the monster. The lady also thinks whether she will be able to survive, after which she began to laugh completely and thought that in her next life she would like to be born into a loving family. But at that very moment, someone behind her uses magic and destroys the monster, leaving only a wet spot behind. The woman asked if the lady was okay, and she realized that it was the monster she was afraid of. Destroyed by this woman named Bella, it was their first meeting, but at that moment the girl lost consciousness. A short time later, the main character writhes in her sleep. She dreams of a woman who claims that the very existence of a lady is terrible to her. Someone else screams that he will put her into eternal sleep, after which Elaine sees a monster. The girl thinks it's terrible and asks for help. At that moment, she opens her eyes and screams. Looking around, the girl realizes that this is a dream. But then she thinks that some of this definitely wasn't with the new one, because she remembers seeing a monster in the forest, after which the lady wonders where she is. Elaine realizes that there is a wooden room around her, but it has such a calming scent. The girl asks if she has already been there. However, then he hears someone say that it seems the lady has not yet woken up and wonders if someone is coming, after which the lady lies back down and closes her eyes, thinking who it is. Two people enter the room, and one of them says that the girl actually used her abilities right in front of this lady. The witch claims that the monster almost ate the child, so she could not do anything. And she was also very scared then. The man then asks what she will do with the child, to which she replies that she will think when the lady wakes up. The guy replies that there is nothing to think about because the little girl saw how she used her power and she knows what happens after that. The woman replies that yes, she claims that this lady is a person and not all people are bad. The guy then just turns around and claims that he can't accept a human child anyway, just so she knows the door as soon as he leaves, but quietly, after which she turns to the baby and says that she will wipe it now her with a wet towel. Well then, she also notices how the main character opens her eyes, and the witch says that after all she didn't have to wake the lady up because she woke up herself. Bella claims that she is glad that the temperature has gone down, but wonders if the girl is in any pain. Elaine realizes that this man's true identity is the blue flame, and many tales have been told about them, and these tales for hundreds of thousand years. Some say that she existed long before the founding of Filion, and this girl is a witch. The main character asks if she is a witch, to which the woman replies, which means the baby knows who she is. Bella says that's fine, and if people call her a witch, then so be it. Well, the main character asks what her real name is. The woman claims that this is the first time she has been asked such a question about the main character, and wonders if she shouldn't have asked. Her interlocutor replies that no, and she was simply surprised, and also claims that her name is Bella, and asks if the lady will tell her name. The main character says to call her Elaine, and the woman asks if there are any girls where to go. Elaine replies no, and the woman asks if this is true, and then asks if she wants to live with them. Elaine thinks that she has nowhere to return to and what to do, but it is unlikely that the witch saved her for some suspicious purposes. That's why she's so happy. A little while later, the main character looks at herself in the reflection, and she realizes that her eyes are swollen. She ended up staying there with Bella, and since the lady had nowhere to go back to, she agreed to stay with her. Well, there is something that worries her that day. The main character asked the witch if she could really stay. After all, it seems to her that her husband does not like her. The woman asked if she was talking about her husband, after which she claimed that he was her friend. Elaine knew she could probably get along with him. Esmel was a demon, and demons were said to hate humans by nature, so the lady wonders if he hates her too. However, when she goes further, she suddenly trips over a stone and closes her eyes, expecting to fall. But at that very moment, this guy picks her up, and the main character wonders if he really saved her. After which the girl thanks him, but when the guy is silent, she only apologizes. Esmel turns around and leaves, but the lady asks him to wait a minute. She also asks if Esmel is the plant. And the man turns around and says that it seems Bella told the lady about him. Elaine replies that she did. Then the guy with the blonde hair claims that the lady most likely knows that he is against her being there. The girl replies that she knows, and then the demon states that there is no point in them talking further. He will say directly that the lady must leave this place. Elaine asks if this is all because she is a human, and the guy replies that she knows that too. Bella told her a lot. It would have been like that before, but not now. Esmel asks how much Bella has told, and he simply has no desire to live under the same roof with her. Elaine thinks that this is true because if he hated people, he would hardly have saved her. But if that's not the case, then Bella didn't tell her everything. The main character then asks why he doesn't want to live with her. And the guy claims that the lady doesn't know anything about them, and isn't it too suspicious to stay there with them? And besides, she already noticed how friendly Bella was towards her. She lived alone for a very long time and knew the taste of loneliness, so he thinks that is why the lady invited her to stay there. Moreover, she accepted the person, although she never let them near her, and of course some people are bad. But one day, her only one betrayed her. The main character asks what does hid mean? And the couple replies that she was deceived by someone she trusted, and he planted poison on her, after which Bella began to cough up red liquid, and the man asks if the lady can imagine this terrible pain in her throat. But Elaine asks why he betrayed Bella, to which the guy replies that it was all because of eternal life. If you drink the witch's red liquid, you can gain eternal life. At that time, these damn people believed in all this nonsense. This guy wounded a witch to drink her red liquid, and despite his terrible past, Bella brought the lady there, but he doesn't want to see her suffer anymore. That's the real reason for his dislike. So let her understand him and leave this place. Elaine thinks that it is understandable why Esmel does not trust her, and he must care about Bella very much, and also the only way out is to leave them. But nevertheless, the main character claims that she is sorry, but she wants to stay with Bella. The demon then says what greedy creatures people are, to which the girl replies that yes, and she knows that she is greedy. But Bella saved her in the most difficult moment of her life, so she is the only one who extended her hand. She has never received such warmth from anyone. Bella showed her these feelings for the first time, and it made her live again. Lady says the word family, and she claims that finding a family is such happiness. Bella saved her from falling into eternal sleep and sincerely worried about her condition. And she also smiled at her so sweetly that the lady decided that she would also thank her so that she would smile too. The witch is behind the tree at this time and almost cries when she hears this, when the demon turns around. Then he sees a piece of her dress, after which he turns to the lady and says, "Okay, and he will also turn a blind eye to this." He knew the girl would be stubborn, so there was no other choice, but let her keep in mind that if the lady harmed Bella, then he will immediately get rid of it. The guy squeezes the leaf in his hands, after which only small parts remain. Well, the main character is not scared by this, after which she enthusiastically claims that she understood. The guy says that the lady is so strange, and the main character asks if this is true, but she says that he got so close to him when she fell. The witch at this time comes out from behind the tree, and he wonders what they are talking about. The main character at this time turns to Bella, and happily claims that Esmel allowed her to live with her. Having received permission, she immediately felt better. The witch says that it is nice to hear. A little while later, they are heading back to the hut, and the woman asks if Esmel is angry, to which he replies that of course he is. The protagonist thinks that they have reached new levels of relationship. After that, Bella taught her fencing. The witch asked if the lady had any natural talent, and she was sure that Elaine would soon become a master. Esmel said that of course, because she had a teacher like Bella. They also traveled around the country in her 5th year of life with Bella. They met a man. It was the crown prince of the kingdom of Fillion, Lloyd Fillion. Bella and Lloyd fell in love with each other, and a little while later the witch had a child. The woman then approached Elaine and claimed that the child's name was Rehai Fillion. The main character asked if she could touch his hand, to which her interlocutor replied, "Of course." When the girl did this, she smiled. She understood that every day was like a fairy tale. She prayed that these days would never end, but unfortunately her dream was not destined to come true. Several years later, in the kingdom of Fillion, someone approaches Lloyd. It turns out to be Bella. Rekka's birthday is in a month and asks if he has already thought of what to give him. The blonde asks if she's talking about the gift, and then asks if he didn't, that he had already finished preparing for the holiday. Bella wonders why he didn't tell her this beforehand and kept everything a secret, and she wanted to help with the preparation, after which the guy apologizes and claims that it was her birthday. He also wanted to surprise her. The man also wonders what kind of necklace Bella is wearing, and did she really buy it? To which the woman replies that it was a gift from His Majesty the Emperor. He said that it was hard for him that his son was so far from home and gave her a pendant, after which she asked if he was beautiful. After this, the guy says that yes, and it is clear, but his wife asks what it is. And also, why does he have such a reaction? Surely something is wrong, to which the guy replies that everything is fine. And he is simply surprised that her father gave her something like that. At that very moment, someone turns to His Majesty and says that it is time for them to go. After all, the council will soon begin, to which the man replies that yes, and claims that he will come now. He also turns to the butler, and Bella tells him to go because she will stay with Rihai in the room. The blonde man claims that he will be back closer to lunchtime and offers to have dinner with Rihai, to which the woman replies that it is fine and adds that she will wait. A little while later, the blacksmith cries out that this cannot be. He also says that these are precious materials, and this is the first time he has seen someone catch saliva. The main character smiles and says that it wasn't that hard. She also claims that it's a gift for Reha. The girl is now 20 years old. The blacksmith claims that if you think about it, the crown prince will already be 3 years old. Time flies so quickly, it seems to him that he was born only yesterday, to which the main character replies that he is right. Well, the man says he has to work anyway, and the lady brought such good ingredients. Elaine says she will be waiting impatiently, after which she turns to the blacksmith and asks when he will finish, to which he replies that he thinks in a month. The main character thinks that this is great because she will make it just in time. The girl also says that she will wait, after which she even claims that she is leaving. The man asks if the lady will go to the capital for something and replies that yes, she was not at home for 10 whole days while she was fishing for saliva. The blacksmith claims that this is true and tells the lady to be careful, to which she agrees and says goodbye. The lady heads home with a smile on her face and wonders if Reki will be happy to see her. A little while ago, a guy was wondering if a lady asks what gift he wants. The main character replied that yes and claimed that his sister would give him everything he asked for. The guy asked if it was true, and then after thinking for a bit, he pointed to her sword and also claimed that he wanted it. Elaine asked if he wanted a sword, to which the young man replied that he did, and the main character insisted that it was good. But she claimed that now she cannot give hers as Reki he's still little, and he understands what he answered yes, after which he thanked his sister. Now the girl clutches her chest and understands that she can't wait for this day. Son at this time, but she thinks it's strange because Lloyd is late. At this time, one of the maids knocks on the door of the room and asks if the mistress can see her for a minute. The woman tells her to come in, after which the maid asks for farewell, and her mistress asks if Lloyd has returned. The maid claims that for some reason there was no council today. She also questioned the other maids, and all present saw them being led to the central building to the altar. It is said that among them was also the Crown Prince Lloyd. The woman wonders if they are talking about the altar, and this place is used mainly only on holidays, after which she says that it is clear and asks if the maid could sit with the Reki for a bit, to which she agrees, and the boy asks his mother where she is going. The woman tells him not to worry. After all, she will go and find their dad and will also return soon, to which he agrees. A little while later, the woman is heading somewhere and thinks she feels dark energy. The further she goes, the stronger it feels, but then the woman notices another corridor. She understands that this is a secret place and does not understand where this energy comes from, after which she heads towards the ominous aura and wonders where it comes from. But when the lady approaches the source, she is shocked and wonders what is going on there. But then she sees Lloyd in a red liquid. The main character is heading out on a horse at this time. She also realizes that the crows are noisy today and wonders if something has happened, after which she thinks that maybe she should hurry. At this time, Bella runs up to her husband and wonders what this is and why he is lying down. The woman immediately approaches Lloyd and extends her hand to him and asks him to wake up. Well, at that very moment, someone else turns to her and says, "What a pity." The woman asks if it is really the Emperor, after which she even sees a heart in his hands. And when she looks at her husband, she realizes that he has a hole where his heart should be. After this, the witch cries out, "Did he really put his son into eternal sleep?" She also asks how he could do this, after which the man just snaps his fingers. At that moment, Bella begins to feel terrible pain and hear a voice in her head. He tells the one who ripped out the heart to open his eyes. The brunette looks at the necklace and then realizes that she has seen something like this before. If you offer a sacrifice, you can curse a person, and this is the dragon's eye, after which she understands that she needs to remove it. But the emperor claims that it is useless because she will not be able to remove the necklace after the curse has already been cast. Now her body will be controlled by him. It is a powerful curse created by the red liquid of Lloyd, so for the sake of her husband, let her submit to it. The woman then says that he is a man who needs to be torn to pieces, but at that very moment, she realizes that the necklace is clouding her mind and telling her to put someone into eternal sleep. The main character at this time approaches the castle, but realizes that it has become very cold, after which she keeps wondering what kind of light is emanating from it. The girl wonders if something is really happening there or if she is imagining it, but at that very moment she sees people running away. Elaine asks what is going on there and also sees magic and realizes that it is Bella's flame. The main character is shocked and wonders how this happened and whether Bella's flame is really coming from the palace. The girl screams and asks where Bella is, but at that moment something explodes in front of her. When the main character looks closely, she sees a witch, but she only turns around and attacks her. Elaine defends herself with her sword and wonders why she attacked her. However, when the lady looks at Bella's eyes, she wonders if she has lost control. The girl tells Bella to calm down and asks what happened. But the witch immediately throws her into the wall. The main character with wounds understands that it is dangerous. She also wonders if the witch has lost her composure and what she should do, because now she is in a very disadvantageous position, and she needs to come up with something quickly. But at that very moment, the witch appears in front of her and wounds the girl's shoulder. At that moment, the main character notices the pendant, and then they jump back and think about what kind of necklace is on her neck. Elaine realizes that maybe the necklace made Bella like this, and then she approaches the witch. Then he grabs the necklace on her neck and tears it off. The woman immediately comes to her senses, and the main character falls to the floor. Bella is shocked and wonders what she did, after which he starts screaming at Elaine. The main character thinks that she will fall into eternal sleep, after which she apologizes to Bella because she came too late. On January 32, 512, the inhabitants of the capital, which was called the Blessing of the Empire, committed a terrible sin. Now the main character is thinking about what is happening and also why Bella is giving her her heart. She is asking her in her thoughts not to do it. At that moment, the lady wakes up and screams, but hears someone apologizing to her and also claiming that it is all her fault. Well, it's too late to regret, so she'll give her her heart. The girl immediately screams that she shouldn't do that. The woman claims that she has no right to say this, but asks to protect her Rihai. Now the main character gets up and in shock thinks if she is really alive, and the lady also puts her hand on her heart. And she understands that Bella did pierce him, but at the same moment she notices that the wound has healed and remembers how Bella said that she would give her her heart. Elaine realizes that the witch has truly given her her heart. Tears well up in her eyes and the lady clenches her teeth. He wonders why Bella did this. The girl cries desperately and understands that the witch has always been kind to everyone, but she is not the person she was supposed to save, after which the main character thinks about the necklace. She also understands that she broke it then, and Bella came to her senses, but when she wore it, there were no problems. The lady also remembers the magic circle drawn on the necklace and her magic, but she thinks that the same thing came when she approached the palace. The girl spreads out the paper and bites her finger, after which she draws something on paper with red liquid and realizes that she doesn't remember exactly, but all of this is pointless now because she doesn't know who made Bella like this. However, even at the cost of her life, she will definitely find the one who did this to her. The main character wonders if someone really led Bella into a trap and needed the witch's heart for eternal life. But if the target was the heart, it would be easier to neutralize. Bella Elaine thinks she only went a short distance. But there is no seal, and the girl wonders what happened to Espel, Lloyd, and Lichty. The lady realizes that there is no trace left of the imperial palace and everything is in ruins, but then she sees monsters. The lady thinks that it is strange because there were not so many monsters in the Empire, and did they really appear there because of what happened? In any case, the girl understands that she needs to move unnoticed, but when she raises her head, she sees a monster in the air and realizes that this place is very disturbing to her. A little while later, the main character advances, cutting down monsters. The girl understands that her job is so easy, and moreover, she does not understand why she feels so strange. She has completely different feelings because sword fighting requires a lot of strength, but now she is not tired. When the lady was little, she asked Bella where she got so much mana from. The woman asked why the lady had taken this into account, and she simply replied that she was interested because Bella trained every day and her breathing was still just as even. The woman replies that it is not infinite mana, and she simply uses the minimum of her memory, after which the main character asks if this is even possible. Bella says that she is a witch and a creature that combines human feelings and mana, the desire of a person to live a long and beautiful life, and the heart of a witch, which consists of energy. A witch lives forever because there is such a heart in her body, and she initially has strong mana. The main character says that this is how it is, and Bella claims that this is why it seems to her that mana is endless. Then the lady said so, and now she has inherited the power of the witch. The girl also thinks whether she will learn anything if she goes to the village located nearby. A little while later, the main character enters the restaurant and greets the worker. But when the woman sees the state of the lady, she is shocked, and the main character is only interested in whether she can ask something. The worker asks with a shaking voice what is going on, and the main character asks what day it is today. The woman replies that it was February 5th, and Elaine asks if she was unconscious for 5 days. The girl also asks what happened to the survivors and if anyone escaped the city. The worker asks which survivors she is talking about. Elaine replies that she is talking about the survivors of the Philian disaster 5 years ago and wonders if there were no survivors. But the woman asks what the miss is talking about. After all, the disaster in Philian happened 20 years ago. The main character wonders what she is talking about. The woman wonders if the lady really came there to find survivors from 20 years ago, and she doesn't seem to drink alcohol, and she says a lot of strange things. At this time, the main character looks at the sign behind the woman and is shocked. She understands that it should be the year 512 now, but the sign says that today is February 5th, 532, according to the Philian calendar. In one of the rooms there is a plate of food with a blackened silver spoon inside. The maid coughs up red liquid and says that she needs to put this guy into eternal sleep, and also states how mean it is. Someone else tells her to shut up, after which they notice that this maid has also fallen into an eternal sleep with her own powers. Another knight turns to the master and asks whether it is worth continuing to look for the assassin. And another colleague says that the gentleman needs at least a little rest from this work. The guy says that it's not surprising and nothing can be done because it's always been like this. He is the Duke of Rehi de Pelion Killiard, son of the former Prince Lloyd Filiana. This guy has reached the level of master at 16 years old. He is called the Miracle Worker Lord. Resurrected the drooping land of Philae. The Knights of Philae, led by him, they had a high reputation among warriors, but the guy could not hide the fact that he was the son of a witch. A little while later, the guy puts his sword to the maid's neck and says that she is the only one left. The guy also claims that if she tells him what they are planning, he will not put her into eternal sleep. But after this, the maid only smiles and says that despite everything, he is very merciful. Considering that his mother is a witch, one of the knights immediately screams. How rude it is, but the commander stops him, after which the maid says that how many people were plunged into eternal sleep at the hands of his mother. So many people took up swords wanting to plunge him into eternal sleep and let the Duke just know it. Now the guy remembers how the girl's last words were that he is the son of a cursed witch, and she hates him. Now one of the knights claims that she can bring fresh vegetables, but the man refuses and says that he has lost his appetite. At this time, the main character comes out of the bath. She realizes that 20 years have passed since then, and Rehi was a child. Then if Esmel or Lloyd were there, that means they were plunged into eternal sleep by Bella's hands, and the main character thinks about what to do and why to live. After which the girl goes down the stairs, and the owner of the hotel asks if the lady can't sleep. Elaine replies that she just wanted some water, and the woman says that everything is fine and she will bring it right away, after which she asks if the lady needs anything else. Elaine replies that no, she just needs water. Well, at that very moment, the woman remembers something and asks if the lady is hungry. She also claims that she made soup and asks if she wants to try it, but the girl replies that she doesn't and that she has no appetite. The owner of the hotel immediately runs away and says that she will bring soup, so let the lady wait her there. But the main character says that she only needs water. A little while later, the woman places a bowl of soup in front of the lady and asks if it doesn't look appetizing. She also turns to the lady and asks if she is a traveler, since she has not seen her there before. Elaine replies that she seems to be Togo, and the woman says that she is so pleased to see a new face, and since the forest around Filion was teeming with monsters, few people came to this place. Elaine understands that this means that she is the only person in the inn. The owner says she is so lonely working there and it would be nice if her son came back. The girl asks if she really has a son, to which the woman replies that yes, she is interested in whether the lady has heard about the Knights of Files. Her son left there a month ago. The main character asks if she is talking about knights and realizes that they did not exist 20 years ago. The owner asks where the girl is from, since she doesn't even know about their knights. After which she says that this is an order of knights led by Duke Filion. The main character immediately drops her spoon and the woman screams in fright, and also wonders why the lady is not eating. Elaine asks if she is talking about the witch's son. Well, the woman replies that yes, and this is the Duke of Rehigh Filion. Elaine, with shaking hands, realizes that he is alive, after which he all starts to cry with joy. The woman asks if Miss is really crying, and she also claims that the more she communicates with her, the more strange the lady seems to her. The girl immediately gets up from the table and asks where the Duke is now. The innkeeper claims that he must be in Killiard. At this time, one of the knights yawns and says how boring it is there. But another says that right in front of the fortress wall there is a monster's nest and asks if the guy isn't afraid. After all, you never know when the monsters will attack, but he asks if his colleague really thinks so, and even if these monsters attack, the Knights of Files will deal with them. Well, his interlocutor tells the guy not to get stupid because most of the knights went on a mission and now there are not many knights there. Well, the young man wonders if the wall doesn't have a barrier since monsters won't be able to get through there anyway. But at that very moment they hear some sound, and the guy asks if his colleague heard anything. He just asks if Ciol really thinks that the monsters have already appeared. Well, the guy screams that no, behind the wall, so how could the monsters get closer? But at the same moment they hear some sound again. One of the knights screams after this, but the other replies that something is definitely happening there. But when he looks behind the wall, he asks if it's not a person. The main character at this time apologizes, but asks if they could open the door. A little while later, she is already in the second knight's headquarters, and he asks in a puzzled tone, "Did the lady go through the monster's nest?" This guy is a subordinate of a commander named Yeonju. The main character replies that yes, and the guy screams in shock, "How can you say yes so easily?" After all, the place where she came from is a monster's nest, and the lady was also alone and no one helped her. Solvay Mountains are no less dangerous, but the Ramses Mountains are called the Monster's Nest. Elaine says that in order to get there in a week, she had no choice but to take this road. The guy sits back down and asks what does "in a week" mean, and what is the urgency of her arrival there. The lady replies that this is an entrance exam. The knighthood of Killiard will be completed in 2 days. That's why she hurried there so as not to be late and had to pass the selection for the Knights of Files. Yeonju asks if the lady only came there because of the entrance exam and if it isn't held every year. Elaine understands that she can't tell them the truth and 20 years have passed, and she woke up only now, so it's unlikely that anyone will believe it. And even if Reiki is believed, what will she tell him, and will she really tell him that his mother fell into eternal sleep because of her? So she needs to apologize to him properly, or the girl claims that she urgently needs money, and the Knights of Files are paid a lot. The guy then just sighs and claims that he has seen a huge number of people who applied solely for the money. Such people are eliminated at the first stage, and self-interested people are not accepted there. Elaine screams that she is not going to go just for the money, and she has someone to protect. The guy asks who the main character is, and she replies that it's her family, after which the young man claims that in any case, it seems she has skills since the lady managed to cross this mountain range, and the Knights of Files are very different from the usual ones. They are an elite force, and their work involves frequent travel. They go to places where strong monsters live and receive generous rewards for eliminating them. That's why they have such a high salary and higher than other knights, so the guy asks if the lady understands what he means. The girl replies that yes, and Yeonju claims that anyone can apply to join the order, but let the lady think carefully. After all, if she plunges into eternal sleep protecting her family, then what will happen to them? Even if they pay less there, it is better for her to choose a less risky profession, and this is for the good of her family. Well, the main character replies that no, and she will protect them and also will not fall into eternal sleep because she does not want to relive the loss of the only member of the family. At this time, the guy is wondering if she has lost someone before, after which he says that it's good. He will just give her advice and the choice is hers. Yeonju states that he will prepare the room, so let the lady get herself ready. Tomorrow, she will be taken to submit an application, and the main character thanks him, after which the guy wishes her a good rest. When he gets out, he realizes that he is unsure, but it is impossible to cross the mountain range alone, so something is wrong there. He doesn't know whether it's luck or skill, but he says he'll have to report to the commander tomorrow. That same night, the main character falls asleep. She dreams of little Reiki touching her hair. The girl asks if he likes her hair, to which the guy replies that yes, and it is beautiful. Elaine asks if this is true and wonders who he likes more, his mother or his sister. But the guy immediately replies that it's mom, after which the main character becomes depressed. Bella is happy that her baby gave such an answer, as Mel tells Elaine not to be so disappointed. But then someone else comes up to them and asks what they are doing there. The main character realizes that it is Lloyd, but when she turns around, she sees that the guy is covered in red liquid, after which the floor underneath her begins to collapse. Bella turns to Elaine with concern, but the girl only sees a man with a dagger behind her and screams, trying to communicate this. But at that very moment, this man begins to act, after which the main character sees a terrible scene. The girl wakes up at that very moment and asks where Bella is, but then she sees that she is in bed. Elaine realizes that she had a dream, but the lady still understands that she should not worry, because Rihai's still alive, and she will never leave him again, and will protect him at the cost of her life. At this time, the knights come to the exam. One of the workers sends the participant and tells the next one to come in. At that moment, someone enters the tent and asks if this is the tent for accepting applications for the Knights of Phyllis. The guy replies that this is true, but when he sees a beautiful girl, he gets a little embarrassed. And he asks if she really wants to apply, to which the lady replies that yes, after which the girl hands over her form. The worker says that it is good, but the lady asks not to forget to add her to the list of students. When she goes out, she thinks whether she will see Reiki tomorrow. The girl also thinks that he will see his sister very soon. At this time, someone enters the commander's office and claims that he came there to tell him something, and also asks if he has time. Rihai tells him to report, to which the knight agrees and states that 2 days ago came to them through the pass. The commander asks if there are people there, to which the knight replies that he couldn't believe it either, and when he was told about it, he came down from the tower, came to them. He was lucky enough to get out of the mountainous area, but the guy wonders if this is the kind of place from which one can get out only thanks to luck. Yeonju claims that at first he thought it was a demon, but it is definitely a human because it does not look like a demon at all. Reiki remains silent after this, and then asks the guy if he was interested in what the man was doing there, to which he replies that he didn't quite understand. But this man said that he wanted to take the entrance exam to become a Knight of Phyllis. Reiki is surprised by this, and his interlocutor claims that this is not a lie. This morning he was on the training field, and it seems that the second test is already over. The Duke asks what documents the applicant has, after which he hands them over. But when Reiki looks at them, he starts laughing, and then asks if there are more reports, to which he replies that no. The Duke says that it is good, and then he can go, to which he agrees and wishes him a good job. When the servant leaves, the guy looks at the participant's name and realizes that he hasn't heard it for a long time. At this time, the main character is sitting in the dining room and understands that there were no first and second qualifying tests for Reika, so she wonders if she will see him at the last test. At this time, someone else approaches the lady and asks for forgiveness. Well, she asks if it's okay if he sits next to her, to which the main character replies that yes, he can sit too. The guy thanks her and also says that it is hard for him to eat alone. Then he also notices the bandage on the lady's hand and asks if she is a candidate for the knighthood of Phyllis. The lady replies that yes, and the young man claims that in fact he is also taking the exam to become a Knight of Phalis. But at that very moment, he hears someone interrupting him and screaming, whether his colleagues saw him punch his opponent in the face. One of them says that Magaf is cool, and if someone meets us on his way, Magaf he will lie at his feet, to which the man replies that they are right. The guy with yellow hair says that they really are that annoying and asks if they know that they are not alone there. At this time, the man shows his colleagues a blue belt and asks if they see it because it is proof of passing the morning test to become a Knight of Phalis. One of them says that besides Magafu is suited to the role of a knight, but then another turns to Mr. Magafu and asks if the woman sitting next to him also has a blue belt. The man then looks at the girl and asks how such a girl could pass the exam and whether she really stole him. His colleagues say that it is true and that it is simply impossible, but another one thinks that this idiot really has an inferiority complex. The main character thinks that they talk so much while eating, and the blonde suggests just ignoring their words. After all, such people are not worth her attention. The girl replies that everything is fine because she doesn't care about people like them. The man then gets angry and slams his glass on the table. He also says how low Phileas's level can be that even a woman can pass. He came there because of the salary, so he wonders if everyone there is really that weak. Yes, and besides, this duke is a half-blood with the red liquid of the witch. He asks if this is true, to which the other guys answer that it is true, and one of them asks if this girl has also bewitched him. Magaf laughs and says that this is true, and also asks if their noble lord is really such a weakling. He also says that it is obvious because the video of all these knights, and also knowing that the witch's child is a half-breed, then this only makes him laugh. But at that very moment, the main character appears behind him and tells him to take his words back. The man turns around and asks what she's talking about, and the lady tells him to take back what he just said. The man rises from his seat and asks what words exactly, and also whether his words somehow hurt her pride. Elaine claims that she doesn't care what he says about her, but insulting the Duke is unforgivable. Magaf says what nonsense this is, and asks what difference it makes to her that he says about the Duke, and also does she really protect the witch's son, after which the people in the hall begin to whisper and the girl realizes that they all hate Rihai. On the day of the acceptance of the application for knighthood, the girl realized that it was time for her to return to her room. Well then, someone came by and claimed that it was impossible to look at these Knights of Phalis, and also wondered if they really respected the Sons of Darkness so much that they were ready to follow him. Else suggested that the lady not to say that, because even though he is the son of a witch, he is the head of Philion, and if the Duke had been there. But the woman screamed at him not to say what he doesn't know because she's a damned witch. Her relatives into eternal sleep and burned the entire village in an instant. She also says that he is a descendant of a witch and wonders if he is ready to serve him. The girl also screams, how does she know that he won't do the same as his mother? The main character understands that all this is because of that incident, because Bella's direct descendant, while she slept for 20 years, experienced a lot. At this time, the blonde asks if they are not ashamed, and claims that if they have time to insult others, then how about taking care of themselves? He also asks if the man looks too pathetic with his arrogance, but he immediately grabs a knife from the table and cries out, does the guy really want to plunge into eternal sleep? But at that very moment, the main character grabs his hand and tells him to wait. After all, using a knife in the dining room is not wise. Magaf wonders what kind of power this girl has, after which he turns to her and asks if the lady even knows who he is since he is Magaf himself, Iledom. Elaine claims that she doesn't care who he is, and the man then becomes furious. At this time, people at the table ask who Magaf is, and he is self-proclaimed, after which he even swings his arm and screams, are they really going to laugh at him? Well, when the guy is about to strike, the main character deflects his hand and then hits him in the stomach. The man immediately falls to the floor from this, and the main character tells him to get out of there if he doesn't want to get hurt. The blonde claps his hands and says that the lady is a good girl, knocking such a giant off his feet deserves praise. The guy also extends his hand and says that his name is Cezanne. It was fate that they met. That's why he wants them to continue studying together. The main character smiles and says that she wants that too. A little while later, the lady is already at the third exam. One of the presenters asks to choose only those who defeated all the monsters. At this time, the blonde turns to Elaine and claims that he knew she would pass, and the lady replies that she is also glad that Cézanne passed. But the lady understands that she does not see Reki anywhere and wonders whether he will not cross. At this time, one of the knights asks for attention and states that before proceeding with the test, he will explain the rules to them. The order will be random and the battle will be against examiners in a circle drawn on the floor. The rules are simple because they need to hold out for 1 minute, and if someone leaves the circle or steps on the line, or he will lose the fight and will be disqualified and will not pass the test, after which he asks if there are any questions. The main character raises her hand, and Yeonju says that if they have any, then let them ask them now. Elaine says she wonders if the Duke will come to watch the exam. The guy then prepares to answer. But at that very moment, someone turns to him and asks if all the participants have gathered. The main character looking at him understands that it is Reki, and he claims that it is the Duke who will be the examiner of the test, so he is there. Elaine at this time is wondering if this man is really Reki, and she didn't think that he would grow so much. The girl wonders why Reki has become so big. The Duke at this time asks if everyone agrees to take this test, to which the knight replies that they do and states that now they can begin. The Duke addresses the examinees and states that the leader of the Knights of Philes, Rehi Philin, is there, and they will fight against him. He also claims that he came there as an examiner, so they should not worry too much, and they will also show him all their capabilities, after which they will scream, yes. The knight tells all contestants to wait their turn in the waiting area, and the first contestant is Heather Tage, so let him come forward. After which, the guy enters the circle and says that he is looking forward to the fight. At that moment, the duel begins, and the guy with the sword jumps on the Duke, after which he approaches his shoulder with the blade. But at that very moment, the man cuts the weapon, and his opponent ends up on the floor. All the knights are shocked by this, and the Duke tells the next participant to come forward, after which he is defeated, knocks out several more of these, and each time tells the next one to go. The blonde asks if he is really that strong and if it is even possible to last a minute in a circle with him. The Duke at this time defeats another participant, and Yeonju says that Elaine is next, so he invites her to step forward. The main character agrees and then enters the circle. The Duke realizes that she has crossed the monster's lair, and it is definitely Elaine. At this point, the knight states that both sides are ready, so let them begin the duel. At this time, the guy remembers how one day he fell on the floor. The main character turned to him and asked if he could see. After all, she told him that it was still too early, but the young man got angry and insisted that he definitely could. Elaine claimed that he was only 3 years old and asked if he wanted to wait until he was a little older, but the boy told his sister that no, and he wanted to become like her as soon as possible. Then the main character suggested making a promise that he would learn to fence, but he will never draw his sword against his family, and then sister will take responsibility and also teach him how to fence. The guy asked if it was true and wondered if she would keep her promise, to which the lady replied that yes, and she would protect him just as he would protect his family. Now the lady looks at the guy and understands that she couldn't keep her promise, and he also grew up alone while she was not around. At that moment, the girl's sword begins to break, and the Duke claims that he thinks her sword will not hold up, after which he completely knocks it away. The main character, trying to fight back, thinks about what she is doing and that there is a limit to everything. The guy claims that with such a weak sword, the lady will not last long, and neglecting her weapon is a big mistake. At that moment, the sword splits into 2 parts, and the Duke almost wounds the main character. But at the same time, the girl holds his attack and also thinks whether this guy uses fencing skill. The Duke at this time lowers his sword and says that this is not bad and that she also has talent. Therefore, the lady is knighted, and also she is a fine fellow. The main character then, with a smile on her face, cries out with gratitude, and when she leaves, she rejoices and thinks that she has passed after all. The Duke only watches her go. A short time later, the knights are already standing preparing for the initiation. Someone claims that the ceremony of the Knights of Philes is about to begin, and the knights understand that this moment has finally come, after which someone asks to go up to the podium in the order of the queue from left to right. The main character is the first. The girl approaches Reki and kneels. The guy claims that she will have to give her life for Filian, and according to her oath, he will be with her both in life and after it. Therefore, the Duke asks if the lady swears allegiance to him. The girl understands that she will keep her last promise. After all, the witch asked her to protect Rihai, but now she can't tell the whole truth because it will hurt the guy to realize the fact that Bella's heart belongs to her. The lady decides to keep this secret in her heart because her life will belong to the one and only Bella, as well as the precious Rihai. So the lady says that she swears. A little while later, all the knights gather and Cézanne says that all these people are knights. The main character says that yes, and she knows. Then Yeonju interrupts them and claims that it will be over. So he suggests getting to know each other. First of all, he asks to let him introduce himself. The guy claims to be the second in command and one of Philly's knights. His name is Lord Lovell, and he is the Duke's aide-de-camp. He then points to the lady next to him and claims that she is another deputy commander. Her name is Hilarister, after which the other knights clap for the deputy commander, asking to be allowed to explain the essence of their order's mission. He claims that the main mission of their knights is related to monsters. Knights are selected according to the difficulty and characteristics. They strive to pacify monsters and fulfill the requests of the state, so he hopes that they will all get along in the future. And he also has a special message from the Duke in which he says that since the position of the Duke's attendant has been vacant for some time, they are currently accepting applications for the position of accompanying knights, and he is interested in whether there are any interested ones. But no one answers, and the guy understands that this must be difficult for them. He also says that since there is no one, then okay, but at that very moment someone raises their hand, and he claims that he wants it. When the guy looks in that direction, he sees the main character. The girl claims that she wants to become an escort knight. The other knights start whispering among themselves, and one of them says, "What a strange woman this is." Elaine wonders why they have such a reaction, but these knights are led by Rihai. After which, the lady thinks that, let it be so well, one of the girls in the crowd is thinking about something. After which he even asks if it is Elaine. A little while later, Cézanne screams out to Elaine, and he wonders if she really decided to accompany the Duke. He also asks if she even knows what kind of girl it is. This is work. But when the lady doesn't react, he turns to her again. Elaine asks what he's talking about. And is it strange that Phyllis's knight accompanies the captain? Cézanne replies that this is not the case. But at that very moment, someone else turns to the two and says that they are already there. It turns out to be one of the ladies, and she wonders if this guy is Sir Cézanne Weston. The guy replies that this is true, after which he asks who she is, but the lady only approaches him. And she claims she's glad to meet him and is a year older than him. Her name is Sophia Rossley, and she heard he worked for the Marquise, so she wonders if it's true. The guy at this time says that then she is senior in rank, but he wonders if this girl is ignoring Elaine. At this time, Sophia is wondering what they are doing there, and she hopes that nothing serious happened between them, to which the guy replies that no, and also asks Elaine to wait, but the girl only apologizes and says that she will go first because the deputy captain called her. The blonde man turns to Elaine again. The lady behind him looks displeased. Is snowing outside. She comes out from under the cover and with a smile on her face claims that this is the first snow she has seen since waking up. Well, then the girl also sees a horse heading towards her and wonders what it is doing there. The girl strokes the horse and asks if it has left its owner and is walking alone. But at that very moment, someone says that it is Nikki. The main character is surprised by this. And the Duke, he repeats once again, that his name is Nikki and claims that this is the first time he has seen him allow someone to touch him. Elaine thinks what a surprise this is and then states that she is glad to meet the Duke. The guy then asks if her name is Elaine, to which the lady replies that yes, and he claims that he heard that she decided to become his escort knight. And it's funny that he says this, well, she better leave, after which the main character comes in shock and asks what he means. Because she doesn't understand it, Reki claims that all those accompanying him have fallen into eternal sleep, protecting him from the assassins. And he doesn't know whether it's a miracle or not, but still, if she stays there, she will lose her life. Elaine wonders what happened to him during all this time, and the Fearless Knights are the strongest. So what kind of assassins can we talk about? She still doesn't know anything about this and claims that she will not fall into eternal sleep, but will protect him. But the guy claims that it's funny, and then asks how she can be so sure that she will survive. The lady replies that she has already given him an oath, so her life is in his hands and she is not one of those who will part with life so easily. The Duke wants to say something else but then falls silent and tells her to stay. The girl thanks him with a smile on her face and says that she will work very hard. Reki asks if she is so happy that she can fall into eternal sleep at any moment. The girl replies that yes, she will plunge into eternal sleep protecting her captain, but he says that he doesn't understand this and in any case he's going home so they'll see each other tomorrow. He also asks if the lady understood, to which she replies that she did. When the young man leaves, the girl waves to him, and she thinks how hard it was for him to be alone, and now she will never leave him. The guy at this time says how strange this girl is. A little while later, the main character goes somewhere, and she understands that this is her first working day as an escort, so she thinks whether she can now stay with Reki, but she wants to meet him as soon as possible. Well, then the lady notices that the door to the office is open. As the lady comes closer, she hears someone screaming that they will never understand this. When a lady looks into the office, she wonders if she was not invited, and why are they shouting at this hour? Yeonju claims that he understands how the lady is feeling now, but now everything is decided. Sophia screams that he refused her and said that she was not suitable for the role of accompanying the Duke, but he decided to accept this woman. After which she starts screaming, why this girl can and she can't? The commander doesn't even know how to answer. And Sophia asks if this means that he didn't like her, after which the lady runs away. When she runs out into the corridor, she notices the main character there, and also thinks that she hates her. After which he crashes into the girl and moves on. Elaine watches all this silently. The commander comes out of his office and says how troublesome everything is, and the main character wonders what is going on. The guy offers to talk about it on the way to the office. He also says that Sophia was so rude to the girl and asks if Liana is okay. She is a lady. She replies that yes, it is just a small bump. Elaine also asks if Sophia also applied to be a night escort. The guy replies that yes, and that girl joined them last year. However, the commander refused her and eventually Sophia gave in, but this year, when Elaine was chosen as an escort knight, then she thought that it was unfair to her. The main character at this time understands. What does it mean that there is someone there who sincerely wanted to protect Reihai? Liana is glad that all of them people hate him. The knight at this time claims that they have come because this is the main office. The guy knocks on the door and says that he has brought Elaine. But then no one answers, and the knight offers to come in. After he opens the door, he sees that there is no one there, and also says that it seems the commander has gone to training, because he often organizes morning training so the lady can wait for him there. The main character agrees and then begins to consider Reika's place of work. The girl also notices a sword on the table and thinks that this is it, because she has seen it somewhere before. However, upon closer inspection, the lady is shocked. She remembers how a little while ago the blacksmith asked if the lady wanted to engrave a drawing, to which she replied that yes, and she wants him to be special, to which the man replied that in principle it is possible, and also asked where she wants to do it. After which the lady pointed to the part near the hilt of the sword, and now looking at it she sees this engraving. Reika for her birthday. It was supposed to end when Filion was destroyed and Rihai found it. At this moment, someone comes up to the lady from behind and asks what she is doing. The main character turns around, and the Duke claims that he did ask what she was doing. The main character is about to say something, but the guy snatches the sword from her hands and asks who said that she can touch his things without permission. The girl thinks what to do, and it seems that Reki is very angry, so she immediately bows and claims that she was inattentive, and therefore asks His Highness for forgiveness. The guy then clenches his teeth and then turns around and leaves. The knight immediately turns to Lady Elaine and asks if she is okay. He also apologizes and claims that he should have warned her beforehand. The main character replies that no, and she made a mistake, but then she realizes that if you think about it, it's clear why he became angry. To Reha, she is just a stranger. The knight at this time claims that he is not sure about the rest. But she cannot touch that sword because for the crown prince, this sword is the most valuable thing. The main character asks if this is really true, and the guy claims that he doesn't know all the details either. But the heir always wears the sword as a talisman, so from now on let her never touch this sword. In any case, the guy suggests going out first because His Highness is conducting a patrol, so he will be at the front door. Well, when the night moves on, the main character remains on the spot and the guy asks what it is. The girl apologizes and claims that the thought just occurred to her for a second. Now she understands that fortunately Rihai liked this sword. The guy is outside at this time and looks at the weapon. He also remembers the time when he was little and someone came up to him. The knight also turned to the Lord. The guy asked what brought Walter there to, which he replied that he brought something for the gentleman. When he opened the box, the guy saw a sword and wondered why the knight claimed that he met a man in front of the fortress gates. He said that he was the grandson of the blacksmith who forged this sword, and he asked to give it to Lord Regis. The guy then asked if the Lord knew him and what he believed in, and also why he showed it to him. The man replied that he had seen it for the first time, but this blacksmith said that the sword was forged on Elaine's orders and he couldn't believe it. The guy asked who Elaine was, and the man then said that his mother had one, but then he stopped and claimed that this man had a very influential family. Because the gentleman doesn't like to remember his mother, he didn't say anything, but as for Elaine, this man... But the guy tells his interlocutor to stop and claims that he will listen to him and then judge this himself because it is not the Lord's business. So let him tell where that blacksmith is. A little while later they came to him. The man claimed that the lady said she was returning to Sebeka, but after what happened she did not come to pick up the sword. Perhaps she was caught up in the incident in Sebek, so he waited until the sword was completely ready. The man also says that as they see he has little time left in this world, and therefore before his immersion into eternal sleep, he wanted to find that child. Fortunately, although it was late, the gift found its owner. Now the guy understands what Walter once told him, that he grew up receiving love while he was little, and even though he doesn't remember anything about that time, but he can't give this sword left by Elaine to anyone. A little while later, he is already gathering knights. He also claims that he will explain the route of today's patrol. Recently, the influx of non-locals has increased due to entrance exams, and there have been reports of minor accidents and crimes, so today he is going to patrol the territory on his own, and half of the group will go to the server and the rest will follow him. The brunette asks if they understood, to which the knights shout that they did. The main character watches Rihai, and he understands that he carries the gifted sword with him, and as expected, it suits Rihai very well, so she is glad that he values it so much. A little while later, the knights go on patrol, and when they pass by the city's inhabitants, they bow. The main character understands that her fears were not justified, and everyone is well disposed, so as expected, the locals are grateful to Reki. At the same moment, the girl hears someone else talking to them, and when she turns around, she realizes that it is a little girl. The little girl holds out a package with something, and claims that these are cookies prepared for the Duke, after which they ask to take them. The main character turns to His Highness and asks what she should do, to which he replies that later, their congress on this let the girl take them. The main character thanks the baby and says that she is sure that His Highness will like it. But at the same moment, people see someone heading towards the man from behind with a bucket of some kind of liquid. Elaine immediately screams to His Highness that someone is running up to him from behind, but it's too late because the man is pouring out the water. However, all the water falls on the main character, who quickly ran up and stood in front of the Duke. The other knights immediately cry out to His Highness and ask if he is okay. The main character also turns to His Highness and asks if everything is okay. The guy wants to ask what just happened, but at that very moment, one of the knights screams for this man to be caught. They immediately lay him down on the floor and scream at him, "How dare he do such a thing, His Highness?" However, the man claims that his grandchildren died because of his damn mother, and they weren't even 5 years old. So he wonders why this guy is still alive. The main character wonders if he is talking about a family that has fallen into eternal sleep during the incident in Sebek. But it wasn't Bella's fault because there was someone who controlled her from the shadows. The girl immediately clenches her fists, but the Duke turns to her and tells the lady to wait. He also wonders why she did such a reckless act when he could have easily avoided it. After which he turns to another knight and tells him to first take the lady to a place to spend the night. The main character wants to say that she is fine, but at the same moment she sneezes and the guy tells her to listen because it is useless to be stubborn. Let her wash and dry herself first and then come to the office. The main character addresses His Highness once again, but another knight invites her to go, after which the girl finally agrees and leaves. Then the man who wanted to pour water on the Duke screams that he is a coward because he uses his subordinates as a shield. He also yells that as expected the guy is the same as that witch, but Rihai tells him to shut up and let him be glad that he didn't cut his throat right now. The man gets scared after that. And the Duke orders that this old man be taken away and put in prison. The man immediately screams for the dirty witch's minions to let him in. And after all, everyone knows the sins of his mother. The fact that he is alive is already a sin in itself. Recall at this time he thinks how strange it is. After all, he doesn't care about these words thrown like daggers, but he still doesn't understand why the thoughts about the moment when the lady protected him and asked if everything was okay are so unpleasant. At this time, one of the knights turns to His Highness and reminds him about the patrol. But he only says that the number of people has significantly decreased, so patrolling will continue tomorrow, to which he agrees. After which they leave, and the guy understands that the old man's words were not a lie, but the fact that he brought this street back to life is also true. And his existence is clearly not a mistake. A little while later, the blonde turns to Elaine, and she screams that she was doused with water and asks if the lady is okay. The girl replies that it's okay, it's just water. But Suzanne tells her not to shield them because they say that the lady was doused with water instead of His Highness. Elaine understands that rumors spread quickly. The young man claims that he really doesn't know because despite the fact that she is an escort, how can she sacrifice herself like that? And what if there had been boiling water or poison, it wouldn't have ended with her just getting wet? The girl replies that of course, and such a possibility cannot be ruled out. She could be wounded and sick. But he still thinks that His Highness will be in even more pain if he gets hurt. After this, the girl says that okay, she will go first because her escort is not finished yet. A little while later, she knocks on His Highness's office door and claims that she has changed her clothes. The man tells her to come in, and the lady heads into the room and apologizes for it taking longer than she thought. The Duke claims that he has just arrived too, so there is nothing wrong with it, to which the ladies agree. The girl also moves to stand next to him, but the man tells her to wait. After which, he asks why the lady is so selfless. The girl is a little puzzled and answers that she is after all accompanying Her Highness. And the guy just claims that he shouldn't have asked such a stupid question. He also thinks that the girl has that look again, after which everything he says is for her, not to pay attention, because he asked a strange question, so let her forget. The guy realizes that he seems to have an idea of what is happening to him, and he is putting his feelings on display too much. But at that very moment he spills ink. The main character immediately turns to His Highness and asks if he's okay. The guy tells her not to fuss because he's just going to rewrite these papers. The lady replies that no, and it's not about the papers because his hand was also dirty. The guy then looks at his hand and the main character tells him to give it to her. The Duke says that he himself, but the girl says that everything is fine. She pulls him by the hand and also tells him to give her his hand. Children, she will wipe everything off. Well, the guy says that she will also get dirty, after which the lady replies that it's okay and she can wipe it with her handkerchief. Elaine thinks how good it is that she carries it with her even when Rihai was a child because he often caught colds. She had no other choice but to always carry a scarf with her, and she thought that now that it had grown, she would not have the opportunity to use it. But the lady was still wrong. Reki asks if everything is okay because it seems that this scarf is now impossible to use. The main character replies that it's okay because that's what he was meant for after, which she realizes that everything is ready. The girl also tells him that he needs to remove the remaining stains with water, to which he replies that this is true, and thanks her. The guy looking at his hand understands that this lady was talking to him like a child, Reha's work. Until one day an event happened that was not expected at all. One evening the man said that the lady had worked well today so they would see each other tomorrow morning. The girl told His Highness that she obeyed and also wished him a good journey. The girl understood that fortunately nothing special had happened today either, and she hoped that everything would continue calmly without any incidents. But at that very moment, the maid turned to her and asked if this was the lady escort. The girl apologized and asked the lady to help her. Elaine asked what happened, to which she noticed that a strange sound was coming from one place, after which she suggested going there together. The main character said that this is it, after which she agreed and offered to check what was there. She also said that they were staying behind her, that she agreed and thanked the escort. The main character moving further realizes that the sound is somehow ominous and wonders what is going on there. Well, when the girl comes out of the corner, a dagger immediately flies at her. Elaine deflects it with her sword and the maid screams in shock. Elaine tells her to stay behind her, to which she agrees, but then drops the lamp out of fear. The maid apologizes and says that her hands were just shaking so much. Elaine says that if everything is fine, then she should quickly come back behind her, after which the main character sees many people in front of her and understands that they are all mercenaries. One of them attacks the lady and she wonders if there is a master among them. A person who can use this sword must be very strong and most likely their main target is Reihai. If this is so, then she must grab them, after which the girl makes a dash forward, cutting down all the mercenaries. They ask what just happened, but at that very moment their wounds open up and they all fall down. The man who is the master cries out that he heard that the lady had just entered. But the girl immediately runs up to him and then gets hit in the stomach. The stranger realizes that she hit him right in the rib and falls. Elaine says that she will let him live because she needs to find out who is behind this, and then she turns to the maid and wants to tell her that everything is okay now and she is safe. But she understands that there is no one left behind. At the same moment, the girl hears some sound coming from the Duke's room. The lady immediately runs there and understands that she must save him. When the girl enters the room, she screams to His Highness. But he sees that the maid is about to attack him from behind, after which the main character runs up to her and hits her on the neck. The girl immediately falls to the floor, and Elaine realizes that the maid was in league with them. Mercenaries also entered that room. The main character only turns to His Highness and asks if he is okay because he has a red liquid on his face. But the guy replies that everything is fine, and moreover, it does not belong to him. At that moment, one of the knights runs into the room and cries out to His Highness. He asks what was there and whether those lying on the floor are mercenaries. The Duke replies that it is true and that it is something new, after which the knight asks if they are okay since they have red liquid all over their suit, but the two reply that it does not belong to them. The knight then claims that less than a month has passed since the last assassination attempt and that he was attacked again. He then turns to His Highness and Lady Elaine and states that he thinks they need to move up the schedule a bit. The man asks what he means by schedule, to which the guy replies that it might seem a little unexpected. But why don't they move Lady Elaine's residence to the next room? The Duke then asks what he's talking about. And the main character replies that it is great and she can move right now, so let them give it to her. The knight says that everything is as expected and he knew that the lady would like it. The Duke at this time says that they should wait because it is so unexpected. But the knight replies that everything is fine, although in this situation it would be strange to talk about order. He also asks if the knights guarding his room were defeated, and if something had to be done about it since he is still in danger. The main character agrees with the knight, after which the Duke says that they did talk and wonders if Lady Elaine really wants to change her room so much. The girl with a smile on her face replies that of course, but then the two with a downcast expression on their faces say that if the Duke suddenly doesn't like it, they still won't change the room in the morning. The man says no, and they misunderstood him, after which the main character complained about looking at him, and the Duke suggests that they do as they wish, after which the main character rejoices and asks if she can run and get ready. The knight replies that it would be great, but he thinks they should clean up the hall first. The girl then agrees and then asks if they will postpone the move until tomorrow. A short time later, the mercenary and the maid wake up in the dungeon. The Duke approaches them and asks if the mercenary is awake. He also claims that they are gagged, and when he does this, the mercenary asks how many days have passed. Reiki asks if he is talking about days because it has been less than an hour. The guy then clears his throat and claims that the woman was so strong that he thought he had lost consciousness for several days. The Duke claims that he heard from his escort that the boy had reached the level of a master. He also wonders who gave him the order to do this. The mercenary claims that the Duke asks even though he knows everything. He also says how many masters there are on the entire continent and he doesn't even know about it, but the Duke suggests that he not avoid the question. After all, he is trying to confirm his theory and he is interested in whether the guy can betray the person who hired him. If he bites off his tongue and goes into eternal sleep right now, it will not say anything else and also gives him the chance to choose how to lose his life. However, if the guy confesses, he will forget about it like this. The mercenary thinks, is this guy really telling the truth? And isn't he trying to get a confession and then put him into eternal sleep? Well then, he realizes that this means that he will keep him alive until he confesses, and first of all he needs to get out of prison, so he asks if they didn't bypass it. But this... The Duke replies that of course, and the guy understands that it is risky, but still better than falling into eternal sleep like this. After which he claims that he will tell everything. However, at that very moment something pierces his neck. It turns out to be a dagger from the maid's boot. The woman says it's stupid, and she can't believe the guy gave in to the enemy's persuasion. That is why you should not use a master who is driven by money. The Duke then turns to the maid but says so that he will not be deceived because the person she serves did not even think about the possibility of such betrayal. So he created a whole squad of assassins consisting only of people who hate the Duke. This one is just a temporary power bought with money, and there are many people who hate him and want to put him into eternal sleep. The Duke will not be able to defeat him even if he gathers such traitors. After which the maid shows something in her language, and when she bites it, she falls into eternal sleep. The guy at this time thinks whether she is saying that it is useless to find out who it is, but it is really terrible. A little while later, the main character moves into the room and realizes that she needs to check if she has forgotten anything. From now on, she will live in the next room with Rihai, or the lady hopes that he will be safe now. At this time, Suzanne addresses the lady the main character greets him, but the blonde claims that he heard about last night, and they say that they were mercenaries, so he asks if the lady is wounded. Elaine replies that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about. The guy says that it is good because he has been very worried about her since the lady became an escort. Elaine apologizes for making him worry. She also wonders why there are so many people in front of the notice board today. But at that very moment, someone turns to the lady and asks who it is. Sophia wonders if it is the knight accompanying His Highness Lady Elaine. Suzanne understands that it is this woman again, and the main character only greets Sophia. The girl claims that despite the hard day, the lady looks quite fresh, and Elaine asks if this is true. The woman claims that yesterday was such a mess, and she wonders if she will be able to accompany the Duke after the trip to the training camp. The main character asks what kind of camp it is, and the guy claims that a notice came about a 3-day training session, and that at this time of year the Phelan Knights always train. Another lady claims that it must be difficult for His Highness to look after them at this time, and if the attendants fail to do their job and an accident occurs. Suzanne realizes that this girl does not mince words, after which he apologizes, but asks if Lady Sophia is saying that Lady Elaine is incompetent. The girl replies that of course not, or she is simply worried that something like yesterday might happen again, and Lady Elaine is the one accompanying whom His Highness recognizes. After which she asks Lady Elaine if this is true. The main character thinks that Lady Sophia thinks so highly of her, after which he shakes her hand, and he thanks him and also asserts that he will work even harder in the future to protect His Highness. Suzanne is shocked to realize that this is not a compliment, and Sophia asks if the lady can let go of her hand, after which the main character changes. Sophia wonders if this girl is serious and she doesn't look like a fool, after which she says that they will see each other at camp. And also, from the first day, she monitors how the lady copes with her duties as an escort. The main character says that yes, and they will see each other there, and the blonde man just sighs and says that Elaine probably often hears about her naivety, to which the girl replies that never. A little while later, she knocks on the Duke's office and realizes that Lady Sophia thinks so highly of her that she must now work even harder for Rihai. Well, then no one answers, and the girl wonders if the Duke hasn't arrived yet. When she looks into the office and addresses His Highness, she realizes that there is no one there. But she needs to get the keys from Reha so she can get into her new room, so she'll have to wait. But when the Duke doesn't show up, the lady thinks it's strange in the States. And why is he late? Because this usually doesn't happen to him. Then the lady leaves the office and understands that she will go into the room just in case. But the main character notices that the door to one of them is open, and she remembers how the Duke claimed that attempts on his life and similar things always happened. One of the knights claimed that something like yesterday could happen again, so now the main character is in shock, wondering if it could have happened again. After which she bursts into the room and screams at His Highness. But the guy dries his hair after the bath. The girl also notices that he is wearing only pants. After which he becomes embarrassed and also screams with apologies and runs out of the room. Well, because she's in a hurry, she trips over the threshold and starts falling backwards. The guy immediately grabs her and asks if everything is okay, to which people respond that she is okay. Well, when she turns to him, she understands the situation and becomes embarrassed even more. The girl immediately bows and says that he was very late, so she got worried. She also screams that she is already leaving and also runs out of the room, slamming the door. Elaine realizes that she might be going crazy, and no matter how much she worries, barging in like this is too much. The lady thinks that Reki is already a grown man, and he is already 23, which means that it is time to start a family and get married. Well, she can't even imagine it. And maybe it's because she's used to little Reki. The girl also thinks about who will become his beloved, but she understands that it is not important. And the main thing is that the guy is happy. The Duke opens the door at this time and asks if the lady had come in for the keys. Elaine replies that she had, after which she apologizes for what happened, because she had not knocked before entering his room. Reki says that he is actually surprised, but she didn't do it on purpose, so it's okay. He also asks where the things are, to which she replies that she left them in the office, and the guy then suggests going. The main character agrees, and when they head further, the girl thinks that if she asks him why he was late, it won't be too much, but she's really interested. The Duke immediately claims that he overslept, and the main character wonders if she really did blurt out the question, after which she asks what he was talking about. Reki replies that she kept looking at him and making a face as if she wanted to ask something. Elaine wonders if it was that obvious. And the guy asks if it's really strange that he overslept, to which the lady notes that it was only a little. After which the Duke smiles, and the main character realizes that she sees the adult Rihai smiling for the first time. The guys claim that he had nightmares and woke up a little later than usual. He was late because he was taking a shower and was sweating. And the main character wonders if the fact that he was sweating meant that he had a terrible nightmare. The guy replies that it is possible that he has been dreaming about it for a long time, so there is nothing to worry about. After that, he asks if this nightmare has been haunting him for a long time. And the Duke claims that he doesn't know from what moment, but suggests ending their conversation and moving her things. Elaine agrees, but thinks about the nightmare that the boy constantly dreams of His Highness, did not reveal the details, but the dream must be connected with the incident in Sebek. If this is such a terrible nightmare, it would be better if it did not exist. The guy at this time turns to the Summer and asks why she is standing there and also wonders where the things are. The girl immediately replies that yes, and understands that she must look for herbs that will help him sleep well, and from now on she can watch him closely. A few days later, the Duke asks if everyone is ready to, which the knights reply that they are, and the man says that it is a great view, then they can go. At the same moment, the gates open. On February 22nd, the Phelan Knights left Killiard for 3 days of training. As they head through the forest, the blonde claims that they have been walking for 3 hours but still have not arrived. His interlocutor asks if Cezanne is tired already and wonders how he became a master with such weak stamina. This guy's name is Abel. He joined the military at the same time as Elaine and Cezanne. The blonde claims that he is not tired at all, but at the same moment the Duke says that they have a stop and also claims that they have arrived. The main character asks what he is talking about because they are on a small path in the forest, but then the Duke points to a mountain that is visible from this place and claims that they must come there. The guy also asks if everyone sees that there is a cliff with a waterfall there. There at the top of the waterfall is their camp. Cezanne thinks that they still have a long way to go from there, but the man claims that from now on they will start climbing the cliff, and the 7 who get there last will enter the water, after which he says that it's time to start. The knights immediately start running, and the main character also thinks that she needs to head out, but at that very moment she feels a fleeting glance on her. The girl gets scared by this, and the blonde guy turns to her and asks what Elaine is doing because she needs to run. Elaine realizes that she may have imagined it and moves on. A little while later, several knights are already in the water. Those who are watching them say that this time too only the recruits lost. And another one answers that the newcomers didn't know that such an unexpected training awaited them. Well, someone else whispers to his friend that it looks like there are some interesting knights among them. After all, those two got there pretty quickly. The blonde at this time turns to the lady and claims that one look chills him to the bone. So what a relief that they came earlier, to which the lady replies that it is the right one, and the guy asks what number it is. Elaine replies that she doesn't know and somehow didn't pay attention to it. Elaine realizes that she is sure that she would have come first if she had run using her skills to the fullest, but now it is better not to stand out. However, Suzanne claims that the girl took first place among the newcomers. At this time, Abel also approaches them. The guy claims that Suzanne was lucky and he made it in time so he won't have to go into the water. The guy with a smile on his face replies that he told him from the very beginning that they were on a mountain path, and he immediately understood that it was he who was climbing the rock alone. Abel grabs the guy by the clothes and says that since he is such a good guy, he should also go shopping, after which he throws the guy into the water, but he becomes furious and asks what Abel is doing. After all, he arrived on time and he didn't need to go into the water, but at that very moment something blocked the sun. And when the main character turns around, she sees a huge monster. The knights are surprised to see him, and the Duke immediately takes out his sword, and he tells everyone to pull out their blades. The main character says that they also need to hurry, to which Abel agrees. Elaine thinks it's weird because Turkan is a monster that lives in warm areas, but she doesn't understand what he's doing in such a place. The Duke at this time claims that only 5 in front cover him, the rest are waiting. This monster can't be underestimated, even though it's only mid-level. The Duke then wants to order the knights to attack. But at the same moment, someone screams that this monster cannot be put into eternal sleep, because if they do so, then he will have big problems. One of the knights then screams, "What is he doing? And it is dangerous, so let the guy go away. The whole monster is behind him." But the blonde replies that he can't, because if he moves, they will plunge the monsters into eternal sleep, after which the Duke asks what kind of nonsense he's talking about. And if he doesn't leave himself, he will force the guy to do it, but he replies that it's impossible, after which the monster hits him. Reihai understands that something needs to be done, after which the main character runs up to His Highness and asks if he is okay. The Duke tells her not to make a fuss, but everything is fine. But at the same moment, the guy who was hit by the monster turns to them and claims that he shouldn't have aroused suspicion. He also claims that he is just an ordinary wizard and asks not to misunderstand him, after which he uses his magic on the monster and teleports it somewhere and also sighs. The guy also wants to say that then he will go, but at that very moment the Duke puts a sword to his neck and asks if he really thinks that they will let him go so quickly. He also tells the guy to tell him where he sent Trihan and let him just try to lie. The guy immediately screams that he will tell them, so he asks to put the knife away, to which the Duke agrees, after which the guy claims that the monster was teleported to his laboratory. He is a wizard who conducts experiments in this forest. The Duke claims that he has heard that all wizards are a little strange, but wonders if the boy is on the dark side. The young man wonders what he is talking about, because it is not true at all, and he can also prove it. The Duke asks if it is true and then tells him to provide evidence. The young man immediately starts rummaging through his bag and asks where he put this thing. Then he finds it in one of his pockets. After which he shows the badge, and Reihai says that it is from Halon. The wizard replies that this is true, and it is issued by the Royal Academy of Magic Halon. It is a special badge only for senior students. And his name Nathan is engraved on the back, after which the guy asks if they believe him now. But the Duke replies that no, and that his name can only really be verified in Halon. Then the wizard gets a little angry and claims that it will be more difficult to prove, and then he turns around and starts running away and claims that he went. Someone screams for him to stop right now, but the Duke claims that it is too late, after which the wizard teleports away. The main character turns to His Highness and asks if they shouldn't pursue him, but he tells her to just forget about it because wizards are a waste of time, and they can contact the Academy to confirm his identity. Moreover, it will soon become dark, and before that they need to get food for 3 days. They must return there before sunset, after which he asks the panels A little while later, they are already frying food, and the Duke tells everyone to pay attention and asks if they are sure that no one is missing, to which they answer that they are. And the man claims that the purpose of the training camp is to teach recruits to adapt to any conditions and form new connections. Newcomers will be able to overcome the boundary between senior comrades and colleagues, so he hopes that everyone will treat this with understanding and support the newcomers, after which he raises his mug and says that it is time for dinner and wishes you a bon appetit. A little while later, the main character turns to His Highness and hands him a bowl of food, telling him to eat it. Elaine claims she was afraid he would have a hard time eating the big leg because of the bones, so she took a smaller one, just in case. After which, the lady takes one of them and hands it to the commander, but he only gets angry and asks what Lady Elaine is doing now. The girl wonders what he is talking about because she just wanted to help, but the other knights ask if she is crazy. Sophia is squeezing the apple and thinking how this girl dares to treat His Highness like a child. The Duke at this time tells her to stop, and this belongs to her, so let the lady eat herself. Well, when the main character wants to say something, the guy just clicks his tongue in indignation, and the lady claims that she will eat it. Elaine understands that Rihai is now an adult, so it's time to come to terms with it. But if you think about it, the sorcerer they saw during the day, she is sure that he is the head of the Royal Academy of Sorcery, Hylon. 20 years ago, it was a famous magic school, and many wizards of their kingdom graduated from there. Well, then the main character thinks, why didn't she think about it? After all, a person from Halon might know something about the incident in Sebeka. Everyone from there went through the same course of study, and perhaps he even knows about this magical pearl that was on the witch's neck. When night falls, the main character leaves her tent and realizes that she needs to leave before the night watch arrives, after which she runs somewhere. Svoya looks out from the tent and thinks where the hell this girl went at such a time. The main character at this time runs through the forest and understands that Nathan's teleportation trail was checked during the hunt, and if she goes in that direction. But at that very moment, the girl sees a cliff in front of her and thinks that a few hours ago everything was different there, and at that place the trail suddenly ends. After that, the lady takes a few stones and wants to throw them into the cliff. Well, they hang in the air, and the girl understands that, as expected, it is an illusion, after which she steps into the cliff and understands that it has turned into a cave. When the lady goes there, she asks if Nathan is there. The guy at this time says that the results of this experiment are closely related to each other, and according to the theory of the relationship between man and monsters, then he only needs Sachiran. The main character then turns to Mr. Nathan, and he raises his head looking at the girl and then screams and says that she scared him, after which he asks who she is. Elaine tells him to calm down, and the guy claims that he has seen this form before, and the girl asks if he remembers it. Turthan into eternal sleep, so he wonders how the lady even found this place because it is hidden by magic, but the girl replies that she is not there to hurt him, but for another reason. The guy asks for which one, and he doesn't have time to be distracted from his research. Elaine asks if his busy schedule is related to Turthan, whom she saw this afternoon, to which he replies that yes, and in fact the research is almost finished, but there is only one detail missing. Elaine claims that he is talking about Saturn and he needs it, but he can't get it, after which the lady asks if this is true, to which the guy replies that yes, but wonders how she found out about it. Elaine replies that he was muttering it under his breath when she came in, and in any case, if she gets it for him, will he take on her case? The guy then asks the knights if she is kidding, and how was she going to deliver Sachiran, because it is a flower that blooms after the blessed reign of fairies. There are no reserves of it, and it is so rare that the lady will not be able to get it, even if she offers money. Well, the girl is interested in what if she knows a place where it grows. The guy immediately screams out where it is, and the girl replies that it cannot be shown on the map or the way to it explained. And he still hasn't accepted her proposal, to which the young man replies that this is true. Elaine thinks how good it is that she traveled with Bella before, and she didn't know that she would have to look for Sachiran. At this time, the blonde asks if the lady is lying to him by any chance, to which the girl replies, it's a state, not a lie, and if they come to an agreement and she can't bring Saturn, then he can cancel their deal. After which the lady asks what he will do because she is the only one who can get this flower, and if he does it alone, how many years will it take? The guy then said that he understood, and they could make a deal, but in exchange the post lady would definitely bring this flower, but he still says that she could have asked for the magic tower instead of him, after which he asks why the lady came there. The girl replies that the process of working with the magic tower is complicated and takes a lot of time, but she is in a hurry, so she asks him to remember what she asked today, and the fact that she was there, he should not tell anyone. The guy asks what the lady is talking about and claims that she makes him nervous, which is why he is as mute as a fish. The main character says that this is good, and also takes something out of her pocket and asks to examine the sign, which she just showed. At this time, Sophia is heading through the forest and understands that this lady has definitely gone in that direction. The girl thinks that she followed Elaine just in case, but wonders how far she went. She also needs to check what the lady has planned and report it to His Highness, but at that moment, she sees a cave in front of her. The main character at this time returns back and realizes that she never thought that Nathan, whom she met by chance, would prove so useful. But at that very moment, someone turns to the lady and asks if she was there. It turns out that it is Sophia, and Elaine asks what she is doing there. Well, the main character's interlocutor claims that it is she who is asking her. The girl then wonders if Sophia noticed how she was leaving. Her interlocutor claims that the lady's movements aroused suspicion, which is why she followed her. But the girl is still interested in what Elaine was doing in this cave. After all, she usually doesn't leave His Highness's side, even under the threat of falling into eternal sleep, so why did she suddenly in the middle of the night leave the camp without permission? The main character doesn't even know what to say and is wondering what this girl is chatting about. Well, Sophia claims that since her interlocutor cannot give an answer, then there must be something inside the cave. The main character then realizes that if she is caught communicating with Nathan and Rihai finds out about it, it will be bad. Elaine thinks about what to do, and at this time Sophia asks if she should go in, after which she takes a step, but at that very moment she crashes into something and falls. The girl asks if this is a magical barrier, and the main character thinks that Malgin's illusion has dissipated and turned into a magical barrier. At this time, Sophia gets up and screams out what the lady is hiding, but the main character replies that she cannot tell about it. His Highness has ordered this to be done in strict confidence. Elaine knows that even though this is a lie, Lady Sophia is a staunch follower of His Highness, so she will not dig any further. Elaine suggests that she stop this circus and go back to camp, because she won't gain anything if she gets involved in this. Sophia wonders if the lady is now trying to intimidate her by hiding behind His Highness. But when accompanying him, does the lady really think that since the entire community allowed her to accompany him, that this changes anything? Even last night she was in this role, so Sophia screams so that the girl knows me about because didn't she notice that His Highness hates her? She also wonders if this is true and why His Highness chose a woman to accompany him. Sophia turns around and starts to run away, and the main character turns to her and asks if Reki hates her. 2 days later, the guy approaches the lady and asks if she has finished the shadow court with roll call, to which she replies that yes, and there are no absentees. When the Duke tells her to organize 30 people for the gathering, and the lady replies that she understands, after which the girl also turns to His Majesty and offers her help. But he remembers how Sophia screamed, asking if the girl hadn't noticed that His Highness hated her. Now the main character is a little downcast and asks His Highness if she is really boring him. Reki asks why she has such unexpected conclusions about the girl, and she replies that she was simply curious whether he felt uncomfortable with her. The guy is silent for a while after that and then claims that the lady doesn't bother him. He also remembers how the girl with a smile on her face claimed that she would try hard. And also while helping him remove the stain with a handkerchief. Well, now he says that it doesn't matter because the lady doesn't cause any inconvenience. The main character asks if she is really happy, after which she thinks that, thank God, because she was worried that the guy really hated her. But in any case, the Duke suggests that she prepare for departure, to which the lady agrees. Thus, having completed 3 days of training, the Feline Knights returned to Killiard, and 2 days later they received a message that had been sent from the county of Valendory. It was a request to investigate the case of a disappearance in the estate. A little while later they arrive at the estate, and the Count, with a smile on his face, says that they have finally arrived. He also claims that he asked for help, but did not even imagine that His Highness would come in person, and this is the first time he sees him after celebrating his birthday. The man also asks how he is doing, and he seems to be doing well, after which the two shake hands. At this time, the Duke thinks about the fact that half a month has passed since several people disappeared in this estate, and it took 15 whole days to turn to him for help. Apparently, the Count ignored the petition to file a missing persons report because the missing people were commoners. Now he turned to them because the cat he was raising had gone missing. So the guy thinks how absurd it is, and the number of missing people doubled because the Count turned to the knights late. If he had asked the felons for help earlier, it would not have caused such damage. So the man thinks how incompetent and corrupt he is. The Count at this time asks if the Duke will find Beatrice soon, to which he replies that the search for missing people is now the first priority, after which he also says to show him a map of the eastern forest in question. One of the servants agrees and hands it over. He claims that this is what the villagers say. A farmer working near the eastern forest suddenly stopped. What he was doing, stood up straight and went into the forest as if possessed. He is still missing. The Duke then says that this is how it is, and turns to the knights asking if everyone heard, so let them be careful because it could be a monster that clouds the mind using hypnosis. After which the guy opens the map and tells everyone to look there, because judging by it, the missing people are in all 3 places on the lake at the villa and on the horse riding area, so it is unclear where the monster might be. They may have to split into 3 groups, so he and Lady Elaine will go to the lake. The rest will be divided in half. 3 will go to the villa and the rest to the riding area. He also says that it is unlikely that this will be necessary, but only if things get really bad. Then let them use the red flare, and if they see the signal, let them immediately go there and help those in need. After that, they split into groups and set off. The main character is guided by His Highness and realizes that there was 1 monster during the training camp. So there was nothing to worry about, but now she is worried because she does not know how many of them there will be this time, and the lady does not want Rihai to be hurt. The Duke told her not to worry about it, but she didn't want him to be in danger again, but he still made his decision and she couldn't protect him for 20 years. Therefore, she will not interfere now, and she can only cover and support him. A little while later, the guy goes further and begins to feel something. He realizes that the direction of the airflow has changed, after which the 2 of them hear some kind of song. The Duke tells the girl to cover her ears with magic, and she does so, after which monsters approach them. The Duke asks if this is the main culprit of the disappearances. The Lamia is a monster with the ability to sing hypnotic songs in a snake tongue. The missing people must have been enchanted by their voice. Now the guy takes out his sword and claims that every single one of them must be destroyed, after which they attack the monster and cut it. At the same moment, another snake jumps on the main character, but she, without losing her head, cuts it in half. The Duke then asks if the lady is okay, to which she replies that yes, and there are many of them, but they are not very strong. But at that very moment, a red flare flies into the sky, and when the 2 turn around, who thinks what it is? The other part of the squad is in the forest at this time, and the blonde looks at the monster in shock and wonders what it is. Sophia claims that this is probably Likios, but this is a snake-type monster of the highest level. The guy understands that his hibernation was probably interrupted, and this forced him to go outside, but he would never have thought that they would meet him at this time of year. No matter how strong they are, this monster is beyond them. Another member of the team tells them to calm down, because from there they must quietly retreat and join His Highness with the other knights to call for help. Fighting him with 3 of us is reckless. Well, at that very moment they heard another voice, and when they turned around, then they realized that it was Lamia who was attacking them, and when they turned back to the snake, they realized that it was also going to attack. The blonde then claimed that they were in big trouble and fired a flare. Now the girl runs with the Duke, after which he sees a huge monster. The Duke claims that it is Likios, and that is why they use the signal flare. Well, when they get closer, they see that this monster is huge and their colleagues are seriously injured, so he says that they need to get the injured out of there first. The main character at this time pays attention to Cézanne, but he only addresses the lady in response. The Duke asks if he can report on the situation, to which he replies that yes, and they met Lamia and Likios on the riding ground. Thanks to the rocket, they were joined by knights who went to the villa, but all 6 people, including him, were seriously injured. Two knights were completely knocked out of action, after which the Duke says that it is clear and asks if there are any survivors. The guy replies that there is none on the riding area, but several people were found at the villa after Lamia was pacified who were able to take refuge. The Duke says that I know they did a good job and then claims that Lycios is a monster capable of regeneration. It will continue to regenerate until the core inside the body is destroyed. Well, it is impossible to say exactly where it is. Therefore, it is necessary to cut his entire body piece by piece. The brunette claims that he leaves the protection of the wounded knights to the lady, but the main character asks if he can handle it alone, to which the guy replies that he can. And it will be all right, so let the lady take care of them. The main character thinks if Rihai can do it, and at the same moment the monster attacks them, and the Duke screams that they should stay away from the monster, after which he pushes off the ground and jumps on the monster, starting to cut his flesh. The blonde thinks how he can be so fast and the speed of recovery can't keep up with him. The monster at this time wants to attack the Duke again, but he cuts his neck and sees the core. Since the core is the most vulnerable part of the monster, he tries to protect it and opens his mouth to grab the Duke. The other knights immediately rise from their places. But the main character stands in front of them to protect them, after which everyone watches as the Duke enters the snake's mouth. Then the snake and the Duke fall to the ground. When the knights open their eyes, they see His Highness standing on the floor, while the main character cuts the snake. Elaine realizes that at that moment she almost got into trouble, and if she hadn't made this monster move away by hitting him in the mouth, he would have definitely swallowed Rihai. The girl also screams that you can't let this monster go. Well, at that very moment she looks in shock at how His Highness falls. Elaine screams if he is really wounded and leaves Togo to wake up. Then the girl also sees a wound on his hand and thinks if Lycios really hit him. However, it could be poison, so people turn to His Highness. But then he says that everything is fine and it's just a scratch, so he suggests it's better to capture Lycios. But at that very moment, the guy coughs up red liquid, and the main character remembers how the witch said that it was all her fault, after which she gave her her heart. Now the main character screams to His Highness and thinks that they need to move to the mansion. The girl understands that everything is just like then. A short time later, the doctor states that Lycios's poison cannot be neutralized with ordinary medicine, so it is necessary to use a special remedy. However, it is so valuable that it will take at least 10 days to obtain it, after which the main character screams, "How can one wait 10 days when his life is at stake?" The lady also wonders if there is any other way. And the guy replies that if she can't wait for him, then she'll have to cook it herself. But for that, she's missing 2 ingredients. The girl screams what is needed, and the guy replies that freshly dug rain licorice pussy heart of Lycia. A little while later, Sophia screams that they should leave right now, because the core has already been discovered, so it will be much easier to grab it. But the blonde claims that this is already too much. Almost everyone is seriously injured now and the mana is gone. Therefore, if they return to the forest in this state, they will plunge into eternal sleep, and this will definitely not save His Highness. When Sophia wants to object, someone also claims that Sir Cezanne is right, because following this monster is like falling into eternal sleep. It is night now, and the knights have not had time to recover from their injuries. And then the main character claims that she will first bring rain licorice, which surprises the knights, and the lady claims that she knows what she looks like, and besides, she is not injured, so there will be no problems. Another knight asks the lady if she is sure that everything will be okay if she goes alone because it is already dark and it could be dangerous. The main character replies that she is sure, and then her interlocutor replies that yes, and it would be good to get some licorice in advance. She also asks if there are any objections, and the other knights remain silent, after which the lady states that they are hoping for Elaine, and they will all go to the rehabilitation ward. A little while later, the main character approaches the Duke and realizes that this is true because she can find both the licorice and the heart of Lycios. She is the only one who can save him right now. But when the lady is about to leave, then someone grabs her hand and asks her to stay there. It turns out to be the Duke, and he claims that the girl is leaving him again. However, the guy tells her again not to leave, but the main character pulls her hand away and then leaves, and also thinks that Reki should wait for her because she will definitely save him and will not leave him alone again. At this time, Sophia is heading down the corridor and understands that she is experiencing something because His Highness's condition has improved a little, but is still very bad. After which the lady hears some sounds and enters the room to His Highness and also asks how he feels. But at the same moment the girl is shocked because the guy coughed in the red liquid. Sophia thinks what to do, after which she takes a towel and understands that she cannot leave everything like this. The girl also thinks whether to call a doctor. But then she realizes that the doctor said that nothing can be done and that they must use the antidote in the end. After which the girl realizes that she must get Lycios's heart right now, because if this continues, the Duke may fall into eternal sleep. But the girl wonders if she can handle it herself, after which she realizes that His Highness saved her life for the second time, like when she was little. So, now the lady comes out of the room and realizes that they have now found out the location of the core, and if she aims for the gap and directs the ball into the core itself, she will be able to knock it down in the blink of an eye. The girl runs and with tears in her eyes understands that she can. A little while later, the lady is already approaching the riding area, but does not see the monster there and wonders if he has crawled away. The lady also understands that he must be somewhere nearby, but at the same moment she begins to hear some sounds, and when she turns around she sees that the snake is devouring its own kind. The girl starts to feel sick and shake, but at that very moment she grabs her shaking hand and understands that there is no need to be afraid. And also, does she really want to escape? The lady understands that she needs to gather her energy with the ball and hit it straight into the core. Does so and also sees the core, but at the same moment the lizard's tail hits her on the back. The lady flies to the floor and the lizard hangs over her. The girl looks at the place she cut and thinks whether it is too early to heal, but she understands that obviously regeneration cannot be so fast. The lady also sees the snake heading towards her and thinks whether this is the end. She takes a handkerchief out of her pocket and realizes that she has declared so loudly that she will always protect the Duke. The knife clutching this handkerchief in her hands, the girl thinks how pathetic she is. At the same moment, the lady also sees how the snake begins to fall. After which she sees Elaine, who cut it. Sophia thinks how this girl could get there, after which the main characters cut the core of the snake and thinks if the lady really got hit right in the neck with a knife. Elaine at this time takes out the heart and with a smile on her face says that she finally found it. But at the same moment she notices something else. Someone asks if this is Lady Sophia. She also wonders how she ended up there, but then claims that what is more important is whether she is injured. The main character asks if she came there, but the girl replies that the problem is not in this now because His Highness's condition has worsened, so let Lady Elaine go and she will follow her later. Sophia thinks how pathetic she is. She can't even believe that she was able to go all this way, and simply said that she was going to save His Highness, but received such an injury. At the same moment, she hears the lady telling her to climb in. When Sophia looks forward, she sees the main character putting her shoulders under her. And she also claims that with such a wound she can't walk normally, so let her climb in and she will carry. At this time, the Duke feels worse and worse and wonders where he is and whether he is really floating in the air. But then he realizes that it looks more like water. The guy hears someone laughing and wonders who it is. People who laugh ask how the monster can do this because he looks like a drowning mouse and he must like it. The guy looks at his hands and wonders if this is a childhood memory, but then claims that he is not a monster. One of his interlocutors asks what he is talking about and whether he really doesn't know whose child he is since he is the son of a witch. At this time, the guy notices the fireworks and understands that he remembers this day because it is the king's birthday. The biggest and grandest festival of the year was held then. A little while later, the guy was watching the fireworks from the window, but Val immediately ran up to him and looking at the gentleman's face screamed, "Who the hell did this to him?" The guy claimed that Walter was strange, which surprised the man, and he asked why he was saying that. But the Duke only asked him in response why he made such a sad expression on his face when he saw the monster doused with water. The man then asked who told the guy that, and he replied that it was true because he knew that it was not a man who gave him life. She brutally burned tens of thousands of people, and he is the son of a witch. But at that moment, the man hugged the guy and claimed that even if he child, that doesn't make him a monster. Rehai understood that he wanted to hear it from someone else because he was also a person worthy of existence, after which the young man claimed that he simply wanted to hear it from him, smiled in response, and also claimed that the gentleman's gauze was wet, so he would replace it with a new one, and the Duke understood that even when everyone was throwing stones at him, Walter was desperately trying to protect him. However, he was in much more pain, and nothing could dull this pain. He is the only one in this world on the Duke's side, despite the fact that he is a monster. Well, his only support soon disappeared from his world forever. One day the butler claimed that the night Walter left the castle and disappeared. The guy also recalled how the man claimed that he would be back soon, and he said this before leaving and also claimed that he needed to find out something. He left in a hurry with a serious expression on his face, and the only thing that came back was the news of his disappearance. A little while later, a boy with blonde hair turns to the Duke and asks if he is talking about Walter, who was hiding behind that stupid big knight like a coward, but now he is all alone. This young man is the crown prince of the kingdom of Filion, after which he claims that the Duke did not greet him in the corridor, so he should apologize. And also, shouldn't he show respect to him who is the heir to the throne? Reki then apologizes but hits the guy in the face and tells him to say it again. The Duke apologizes again, but the guy hits him in the face, and this continues many times. The blonde says how false it is, and his apology shows no respect for him as the crown prince, after which the guy hits his interlocutor on the leg, causing the Duke to fall to the floor. The crown prince says that he shouldn't be impudent because now there is no one on his side in this castle. That's why he always has to be closer to the floor if he doesn't want to disappear like his knight. At that moment, the boy knew for sure that without Walter, he was just a child who couldn't do anything, so he had to change. When the boy was 14 years old, the assassins started threatening. After all, he had gathered strength to resist, and by the time he took control of Gilead, the situation had become so dire that he began to be guarded. One of the knights said that it would be an honor for him to be chosen as an escort for His Highness. Also, his name is Ron Benjamin. He was an intelligent, well-spoken young man, and there were times when he grew tired of his excessive striving, but he didn't regret taking it a little while later. He found this guy lying on the ground without breathing with huge wounds. The red-haired knight said that they had no trace, and it looked like this guy had fallen into eternal sleep after being injured in the explosion. Since then, several of his companions have been put to sleep as a result of the assassination attempt. One of them was strangled, another drowned, and 3 were poisoned. It became a curse, and anyone who tried to protect him was doomed to a horrible end to life, so he was afraid that his curse would spread to those around him again. That's why he didn't want anyone to be near him, and he was definitely going to do it. And that day, the lady suddenly appeared in his life. This is a girl named Elaine. Little while ago, the young man approached Walter and asked him to tell him who Elaine was, who ordered the sword for him. The guy claimed that he hated everything that was connected with his mother, but seeing this sword changed his mind. The man then thought about where to start his story. He claimed that this lady was an old friend of his mother, and she had light green eyes and long silver hair. This girl was very cheerful and smiling. When she was near the master, she could not stop laughing and always told him that she wanted Reiki to be happy, and also that she would protect him all her life. Now the guy opens his eyes because he hears someone talking to him, but then he sees Elaine in front of him with tears in her eyes. The girl, seeing that the gentleman has woken up, smiles and says that this is a real relief. The guy wonders if this is still a dream, and he wonders why she has that expression on her face, even if she is not the Elaine he knew. At this time, the guy asks what happened, and the lady asks if he feels better because the Duke was poisoned and fainted. But now, thanks to taking the antidote, he was able to come to his senses, after which the guy asks if this is really so. And when he looks at the towel in the lady's hands, he wonders if she really cared about it. The girl replies that yes, and she couldn't calm down until she saw that he was waking up. The Duke asks what about the survivors, and the lady replies that everything is fine because they are now recovering in tents. The guy says that it is clear, and while he was unconscious, a lot happened, but the main character immediately calms him down and tells him not to overdo it. And also slept a little more because she will tell him the details after he is fully recovered, and then she will go and report. But at that very moment, the Duke turns to Lady Elaine and the girl asks, "What is it?" After which he thanks her with a smile on his face. The main character is surprised by this, but then smiles and says that there is no reason. At this time, Sophia is lying in bed and thinking where the lady got such strength from, because it is comparable to the strength of His Highness, and one could say that it is even better. The girl wonders if he knows about this, but at that very moment she hears someone knocking and addressing her and also asking if it is possible to come in for a while. Sophia wonders if this is Lady Elaine, to which she replies that yes, and claims that she is entering, after which she apologizes and asks how she is. The girl replies that everything is much better and asks what about His Highness. Elaine replies that fortunately the antidote works well, and now he has taken the medicine and gone back to sleep. Lady Sophia asks if this is true and then claims that it is good. And the main character claims that she has a favor to ask of her, because let her keep the skills with which she knocked Lycios off his feet a secret. Is surprised by this, and the main character understands that if she surpasses the strongest knight, she will attract attention to herself in vain, and then her face will be known to the entire continent. Some people will remember her, and her identity will be revealed when they see that she has not aged, even after 20 years. But at the same moment, Sophia says that it's good, and the main character is surprised, and her interlocutor asks if she really thinks it's strange that she's not as noisy as usual. Surprised by this, and Sophia claims that the lady saved her, so she is in her debt, and will not tell anything, and also gives her word as a knight. She also claims that she wants to apologize to Lady Elaine, after which he asks for forgiveness for the fact that she spoke rudely without knowing her skills, and she is simply jealous that the lady accompanies His Highness, and she has been trying to achieve his recognition for a long time. Lady was the eldest daughter in the family of the deceased Agrippa, but 5 years ago a monster suddenly invaded their village. The girl was on the verge of life after losing her home and family. At that moment, His Highness saved their village. The lady screamed, "Why did he save her?" She lost her family and home, so it would be better to fall into eternal sleep. Well, the guy claimed that even if she was suffering, it was no reason to go into eternal sleep because the living must live. The girl then screamed, "Does it seem to him that it is none of his business?" To which the guy replied that no, and that it is definitely his business. He did not have a single family member or home left to which he could return. This happened when he was still child. There was a time when he sat and cried like her. A person who loses everything is not easy to break, so let her not give in because she still has a long time to live. Now the main character is hugging the lady, and she thinks that she is so embarrassed to cry in front of others. Well, at that very moment someone else bursts into the room and screams at Elaine. He also notices Lady Sophia, and he asks if she woke up, but the main character only says that the guy scared them, after which she asks what happened because he didn't even knock Suzanne. He replies that nothing like that, and he just has a few questions about Lycios. The main character realizes that he hasn't spoken to Lady Sophia yet, and the guy claims that he heard that the lady knocked out such a huge monster on her own. Elaine replies that he was weakened by His Highness's attack, and she wasn't the one who knocked him out because Lady Sophia helped her. Well then, the girl lying in bed answers that no, and it is true that Lady Elaine did everything herself. The main character turns to this girl and understands that she promised to keep quiet. Suzanne asks if this is really so, and the lady answers that yes. And she really fought with her, but she was a burden because of her injuries, so she is very ashamed of it. The main character says that she doesn't think that Sophia was a burden to her, and thanks to her she was able to deal with Lycios. Well, Sophia claims that she was only in the way and because of her injuries she couldn't help, and then the lady had to carry her on her back. Elaine replies that she hasn't and that the lady helped her anyway. The two exchange a few more words, and Suzanne tells them to stop already, because in any case the main thing is that they return safe and sound. Thus, the Phelan Knights remained in the Agrippa mansion until Reha recovered. One of the maids claims that she is really glad that the monster was caught. And the atmosphere in the mansion has been disgusting lately, to which the other agrees and claims that she heard that Sylvia, who disappeared without malice, returned safely. Another one of them claims that if it weren't for the knights, there would be big trouble. They were said to be very capable, and it seems the rumors were true, so she hopes that they will stay for a long time. Well, at that very moment, the ladies hear some kind of sound, and when they turn around, they all see a big black bear. One of them screams to call the knights faster, but at the same moment someone apologizes for scaring her. It's the main character who is carrying the bear, and she's wondering if they could show her where the kitchen is. A little while later, the doctor is already measuring His Highness's pulse and says that it is amazing because he was poisoned by Lichios, but the internal damage was not fatal. If he had been an ordinary person, he would have fallen into eternal sleep within an hour. But with the help of the Silver Knight, the boy was spared serious injuries. A little while later, one of the knights claims that the ingredients were brought by Lady Elaine, and at first she thought that she would only get herbs, but this lady was able to get even the heart of Lichios. She doesn't know what happened to Lady Sophia, but Lady Elaine brought her in wounded. The Duke at this time thinks about this girl and realizes that he knew she was great, but this lady was so good that she defeated Lichios alone. Well, if she had such a high level, then her name would have been mentioned on the continent. However, no one has ever heard of a knight named Elaine. A little while later, the doctor states that he needs to take a break for a while anyway, so let the gentleman not forget to take his medication, to which he agrees. At the same moment, the heroine is at the door to His Highness and asks if his examination is over. The guy replies that yes, he asks what the lady wanted and replies that she brought food. A little while later, the girl already puts a plate of food in front of His Highness and says that it is bear stew, so she hopes that he will recover soon, and also hopes that he will like it. The guy then thinks about bear stew and wonders if that's why she caught the bear. Elaine replies that yes, and she thought it would be nice to strengthen his body, so she prepared this. The guy says that it is clear, but then claims that they say the lady saved Sophia and brought the heart of Lycia. He also asks if the girl really dealt with it on her own, to which she replies that no, and that Lady Sophia helped her. But the Duke claims that he heard that she was badly injured, after which the main character claims that she was the first to inflict damage on Lichios. The Duke then says that as soon as he first saw Lady Elaine, he thought that this was abnormal. So now he is interested in what the girl did before joining the knights. The main character is surprised by such a question and understands that Reki is suspicious of her, and did he really notice that she defeated Lichios alone? Know what to answer after this, and the Duke sighs and asks if she has a good reason for her silence. Elaine replies that yes and asks for forgiveness. The guys claim that if that's the case, he won't bother them with questions, but when he wants to say something else, he suddenly breaks off and claims that this conversation is over. Elaine realizes that although she is sorry he can't know the truth, Brand claims that Letty is quite good at cooking and asks if she learned it specially, to which the girl replies that she learned it from the man she lived with as a child. The guy asks if this is one of the parents, to which the lady replies no, and her parents abandoned her when she was a child. Well, there were some who took her in, and this man was her savior, and she also learned to cook from him. The guy then wonders if that's why the application forms were blank, and then says that no one has ever done anything like that for him. But it seems like the person who took her in really cared about the lady. The main character asks why he thinks so, and the guy replies that he hasn't known the lady for long, but she has such a straightforward character, and that's rare. Probably because she grew up under the tutelage of such a wonderful person. The girl then recalls how she cooked with Lady Bella, and then she starts crying. The Duke asks what happened, but the main character only apologizes and claims that she suddenly remembered the past. Elaine knows she can't tell him, but she still wants to scream it out loud. The person who cared for her, that honest person, was his mother. Elaine says it's not because of His Highness, and that person is no longer alive. Hard then, but now she is fine and lives according to his will. The guy only wipes his mouth after that, and the main character wonders if he has already eaten everything. The guy replies that otherwise destiny would cool down, and the main character claims that if he gets sick again, she will cook this soup again, but still tells him to try not to do it. Rihaihi replies that this is a special situation, and no matter what she wishes, he will not fail again, after which he asks whether the lady will keep her word. The guy also claims that she better take care of herself and not be as reckless as she was that time. Elaine agrees, but says that if he is in danger, he should not stop her. Rihi says what a stubborn lady. After the Duke woke up, the knights continued their investigation, and no more survivors were found. Missing were found and reported to the Count. The Count paid compensation and consolation money to the families of those who had fallen into eternal sleep, and the survivors expressed their gratitude to Regist. A little while later, the main character claims that they are returning tomorrow and asks if the Duke is feeling better. The guy just sighs after this and claims that he has already heard this question more than 5 times. The main character says that if so, then good, but claims that he almost got into such a serious situation, so it is natural that she is worried. He still needs rest. Well, at that very moment they notice a bird flying over them. Something in the bushes starts to move, after which it jumps up. But the Duke immediately grabs this creature and the main character in shock turns to His Highness, but he replies that everything is fine. After all, it's just a mountain animal and most likely it's a raccoon, but then the guy looks at it and thinks that it's a cat. Elaine turns to His Highness and claims that this cat is very similar to the one the Count spoke about. A little while later, the man is already hugging his cat and screaming how worried he was. The Duke asks if this is really his cat, to which the Count notes that yes, and since they found his baby and also dealt with Lycus, they are obliged to arrange a banquet. A little while later, they are already at the party, and Suzanne turns to the lady and tells her to look at the Count. The guy also asks if she sees him sitting lazily on his throne, and he is sure that he arranged the banquet in honor of his cat and not theirs. Elaine says that it is possible, but at that very moment someone pushes the guy away and tells him to move over. It turns out to be Sophia. She turns to the lady and tells her to try it because this meat is the hind legs of a young calf, so it is soft and tasty. She removed the bones herself so that the lady can eat with confidence. The blonde man only looks at her face, after which he turns to Lady Sophia and asks what is wrong with her, because she usually gets angry when she can't eat. And then suddenly kindness itself. But the girl then asks what he is talking about and when she was angry, the guy answers that in fact always. But the main character tells these two to stop arguing, after which she turns around and sees His Highness. A little while later she follows him outside and addresses him. The guy replies that there is no need to follow him because he just wants to get some fresh air alone. Well, the girl replies that she also wants to breathe. When they go further, people say that spring is slowly beginning to come into its own, buds are already appearing on the trees. The guy replies that this is true and it is already March, so it is getting a little warmer every day. The main character claims that it would be great if they had a festival when the flowers bloom, but the guy claims that the festival will start soon. And every year in March, they hold a festival of flowers and butterflies, after which one wonders if the lady really didn't know. The main character claims that she didn't even suspect, but she herself understands that then she will have to go for Sacheran earlier. The lady also turns to His Highness and asks if she can go on vacation when they return. The Duke asks how long, to which the lady replies that about a week, and asks if everything will be okay. The guy replies that yes, and the adaptation period is over, so she can use her vacation at her own discretion. Elaine thanks him and also says that she is sorry that she will not be there for him. The Duke replies that everything is fine, there is nothing special about it, but then the main character asks His Highness if he likes fireworks. The guy asks if she is talking about fireworks and why she asked to, which the lady replies that she is just curious. Well, then the young man remembers how he was called the son of a witch, and at that very moment there were fireworks in the sky. Well, now the main character launches fireworks with her power, and the guy asks if this is magic. Elaine replies that it seems so, after which she takes something out of her pocket and tells His Highness to take it. She also doesn't know if he will like it, but she decided to give it to him. The guy asks why she is giving him a brooch, and the main character replies that today is his birthday. She heard it from Sir Loyard. The guy then says that it means he was so busy that he completely forgot. Elaine then apologizes and claims that the gift is a little shabby and wonders if he didn't like it. The guy at this time says that no, he didn't even notice, and also for him it's a great gift. He also thanks the lady and states that he will wear the brooch. The main character smiles and wishes him a happy birthday. She also claims that next year she will prepare an even better gift, but the guy then asks why the lady is so kind to him. In response, the girl smiles and claims that she wants His Highness to be happy. The guy wonders if she really wants him to be happy, but then he remembers how someone called him a degenerate witch. He understands that people wanted him to suffer as much as those who fell victim to the witch, but these sparks from old memories became clearer. At this time, the main character turns to His Highness and asks if something is wrong, to which he replies that there is nothing wrong. The lady also asked him if he liked the fireworks, and perhaps they weren't so bad. A few days later, the knights were back in Killiard. Elaine's merits were highly appreciated by the kings. The Duke at this time sits in the middle of the papers and says that there is no end to this. The red-haired knight claims that it hasn't been long since they returned, and maybe they should take breaks to rest sometimes, but the man replies that it is not possible. And he can't cope without Lady Elaine's help, so if he gets distracted now, he won't be able to sort out the budget for the festival. The Duke also says that he is of little use, and that while he was in Valendor, a lot of work accumulated. But if you think about it, Lady Elaine received the award and immediately went on vacation, after which the guy asks when she should return. The Duke replies that in a week, and claims that she still has 4 days left, so it's good that she will return before the festival. The knight then turns to His Highness and asks him to accompany him, but the Duke only asks what he is talking about. And also, did Lady Elaine tell him that she wanted to go to the festival? The guy replies that she said that she would invite the gentleman to go with her. A little while later, someone knocks on His Highness's door and asks if he is there. The guy asks what is happening, and the servant behind the door replies that Lady Hilla Rester has returned. The Duke wonders if this is really so, after which he tells her to let her in, and when the girl enters the room, she asks for forgiveness. She introduces herself and claims that she has returned from an expedition. The main character at this time reaches for the flower and realizes that she has finally found it. Elaine thinks she's glad the area hasn't changed, and she was worried he might have disappeared, after which the lady deftly descends to the floor and understands that this is excellent because since she got this flower, she can go. The Duke at this time says that Hilla did a great job being on a long expedition. The girl thanks him and claims that all the monsters in the place he indicated were destroyed. Only this time they couldn't find him either. The Duke says that that's how it is and there's nothing to apologize for. They did what they could. The guy understands that 10 years have passed since the disappearance of this man. A little while ago, the young man turned to Walter and asked where he was going and how many days it would take. The man replied that he could not tell the gentleman now, but he would find out everything when the time came, so he should not worry. He also leaned towards the gentleman and said that if suddenly he did not return, then Hilla would take care of him. Now the guy understands that there are many questionable aspects to Walter's disappearance. He left it with Hilla as if he knew that he could disappear, but now the guy just clutches the sheet and turns to Walter. A little while later, the main character is in the city and realizes that it has become so crowded in a week. She also wonders how many people will be there on the day of the festival. After which the lady goes somewhere and thinks what kind of people these are, because even though they have the uniform of their order, she sees these faces for the first time. At the same moment, someone else turns to Lady Elaine and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The main character realizes that it is Sophia. The girl asks if she really returned from vacation today, answers something here, and then asks who it is. Sophia replies that these are knights who have recently returned from a long expedition. At the same moment, one of them turns to her and asks if this is really a new girl since he has never seen her before. The main character bows and says that she is glad to welcome them. The lady introduces herself and states that she is His Highness's escort. Well then, one of the guys asks if she is really an escort and also says that the lady could have come up with something more plausible because His Highness would never have been assigned an escort. Another knight says that she is a newbie and asks what kind of jokes this is. Well, the main character replies that she is not lying, and they can confirm this with His Highness. One of them asks if she is serious and wonders if she is a newbie. And also, did His Highness give permission for the newcomer to be an escort? But Sophia, at the same moment, closes the ladies and tells them not to draw such conclusions, because Elaine single-handedly defeated Lykios. The guys are shocked after this and ask if she is really talking about that same Lykios. Sophia claims that His Highness has already thanked her for this achievement. One of the knights claims that if this is true, it is amazing. After which she turns to Lady Elaine and asks how it went vacation and whether she had time to rest. The main character replies that yes and thanks, Lady Sophia. Elaine realizes that it even seems sweet. At the same moment, someone else turns to Elaine. It turns out to be Cizanne. The guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and wondered when she returned. The girl replies that she literally just returned, and the blonde claims that if he had known that she was there, he would have reported it, but the timing was inappropriate. Elaine asks what happened, and the guy replies that on the way there he ran into His Highness in the corridor. He looks very busy because there is not much time left before the festival. A little while later, someone knocks on the Duke's office and he asks if it is Lovell and then tells him to come in. But the main character enters the office and tells His Highness that she has returned. The guy is surprised by this and asks if she had a good vacation, to which the lady replies that she did, and everything is great, so she thanks him. The girl also says that she is sorry because Sir Cezanne told her that he was very busy in her absence. The Duke replies that everything is fine because he is used to it, and asks if the girl plans to go to the festival as a knight. Elaine says yes, and most likely. And then the guy says that this day will also be her vacation, but the main character wonders if he won't go. The Duke claims that he has a lot of work to do and doesn't have time for it, but the girl offers to go with her. He's worked so much that nothing will happen if he takes a day off during the festival. Well, the man wonders what to do with the work then, to which the lady replies that from today she will help him so that they will finish quickly. The lady offers him to go together and asks if he agrees, but the guy replies that no. After which the main character, dejected, asks why that is. Well, the Duke just smiles and claims that it's a joke because he's already heard from Lovell that the lady wants to go with him, so he can't refuse her. The main character then happily asks if he is lying to her and if he will take his words back because he is busy, to which the guy replies that he is not lying. The lady realizes that she will go to the festival with Rahai and then states that she will return immediately after changing her clothes, so let the Duke put off all work. After the lady leaves, the guy gets up from his seat and thinks about the festival. He realizes that in a normal situation he would not go there, but it would be nice to relax with your subordinates. On the day of the festival, the guy is already going out into the street, and a little while later the main character approaches him. The girl apologizes and claims that she is a little late and she does not understand clothes at all, so she turned to Lady Sophia for help. The lady also asks if it looks ridiculous, but the Duke replies that it doesn't, and also turns around and claims that it suits her. Elaine understands that Rahai said that this outfit suits her, and the guy only suggests going to the festival. A little while later, they are already there, and the Duke claims that this year there were more people at the festival than last year. At this time, the main character puts her hand on His Highness's hand and asks if he cannot let go of her hand. The guy asks her what she's talking about, after which she asks her to wait a second. When the lady looks at him, the Duke tells her not to overdo it because she should not let go of his hand. The guy starts leading the lady, and she thinks that it is strange and wonders if Reika's back has always been so big. A little while later, the guy claims that they have arrived and the main character is surprised. After all, he sees so many street vendors there and smells a very delicious smell. Elaine asks if His Highness wants anything to eat since she will bring it, but the guy replies that he doesn't want to. Liked something, then let the lady just buy it for herself. She agrees to something and claims that she will return soon. A little while later, the girl returns with her purchases, and the Duke thinks how fast she is. After which he sees everything the lady has bought and asks if she will be able to eat it all. The girl replies that of course she will. After which he hands one of the dishes to His Highness and says that it is for him, so let him try it. Reki thanks her, and the girl claims that it is very tasty because there are so many spices in it. When the boy tastes this food, he realizes that it is a little too salty and wonders if it is because the sauce is rich. Walter did not allow him to eat such food because it is unhealthy. At this time, the main character asks the Duke if it is tasty, to which he replies that it is not bad. But at that same moment, the lady notices something else, and when the guy asks what happened, the lady replies that she found something interesting and asks if he wants to go with her. When the Duke turns around, he sees a game with targets, and a little while later they approach it. The owner of the shop asks if a young couple has come to see them. The main character asks him what he is talking about, after which he looks at the Duke, and the owner of the shop just laughs and says how embarrassed they were, after which he asks if these two want to play a game. The grand prize is a large teddy bear that would make a perfect gift. Elaine asks if it's true, and the Duke asks if the lady wants it. The girl asks him what he is talking about, after which the Duke turns to the merchant and claims that he wants to play, to which he replies that it is excellent. The Duke says it sounds interesting and invites Lady Elaine to play along. A little while later, the shop owner looks at how they hit the bullseye and asks what it is. The main character claims that since they both got the maximum points, they are in first place, but the man only says that he lost and asks if such people really exist. after which he hands the teddy bear to the lady and tells her to take it. He also thanks these two because it was nice to look at. The main character thanks him and then hands the teddy bear to the Duke, but he asks what it is. The lady claims that she wants to give the teddy bear to His Highness, but he asks what she is saying because he won it for her, so let the lady take it. But the girl claims that she also wanted to give it to him, after which the guy tells her to take it. The shop owner can't stand it and screams for them to have a love fight outside. Elaine then suggests playing rock, paper, scissors, and whoever wins gets a teddy bear. After that, they start playing. But the main character loses and then in shock asks if she really lost. The lady then sighs and says that she really wanted to give this teddy bear to the Duke, but then she claims that she has already made the gift. After which he puts his hand to the brooch and says that this is enough for him, therefore let her think of this toy as a return of a debt. Elaine turns to His Highness, but he only suggests going further since they have already looked at everything there. As they move on, the lady remembers how the shopkeeper asked if a young couple had come to visit him, and also said that they should arrange a love showdown for him outside. Elaine wonders if she and Reihai are really lovers, but he is still like a little nephew to her. The girl understands that it is natural that they are misunderstood because of their almost identical age, and today Reihai is even 3 years older than her. But at that very moment, the girl notices a carriage rushing towards her, and the coachman screams for the lady to be more careful. The Duke immediately pushes the lady away and tells her to be careful, after which the girl thanks him. The guy suggests going to a more secluded place because he also wants to show her something. A little while later, the lady is already in a field of marigolds. She also asks how he found such a place, to which the guy replies that it was just by chance. Elaine thinks how beautiful it is, and she would really like them to be there all together. Bella, Lloyd, and Esmil. Well, then the lady thinks about the latter and realizes that unlike Bella and Lloyd, he disappeared without a trace. Lloyd believes that he could not have fallen into eternal sleep, and since he is a demon, he would definitely have survived even with serious wounds. At first, the girl thought that Esmil was looking after Reihai, but it looks like Reihai doesn't know about Esmil's existence at all, so the girl wonders where he disappeared to. At this time, the Duke turns to Lady Elaine and says that it is already late, so he suggests returning, to which the lady agrees and says that it is time. The girl understands that even if it seems that there is no more hope, but as long as they live, they will meet Esmil someday. A little while later, someone screams out what it means that the Duke is not there. This man also shouts that he has urgent business, but the knight asks him to calm down first and explain the situation. The Duke then approaches the two and asks why there is such a noise. Well, at that very moment, the man turns to His Highness and asks for help. Reihai asks if he is not the butler of the Risters. You are wondering what is going on. The man says that a big trouble has happened because the younger brother of Mrs. Hilla, that is the younger Mr. Edwin, was kidnapped. The Duke in shock asks if he has been kidnapped, after which the man leans on His Highness. And also with the last of his strength, he asks to save his master and then completely falls to the floor. The main character together with the brunette are surprised by this. A little while later, the butler drinks some water and then sighs. The Duke asks if he has calmed down now, to which the man replies that he has. He also thanks His Highness and apologizes for the inconvenience caused, but his interlocutor replies that everything is fine, and since he has calmed down, let him tell. The brunette asks if the butler is sure that Mrs. Hilla's brother was kidnapped, to which he replies that yes, and that it happened yesterday. The previous day, someone called Mr. Edwin. When he saw him, he said that the sun would soon set, so it was time to go back. The guy asked if time had really flown by so quickly, after which he claimed that he understood and would be right back. This young man is Count Reister, named Edwin Reister. The knight then asked if the gentleman had bought anything, and he replied that it was all for his sister, who would soon return. She spent several days looking for her father, so she must have eaten little, and he wants to greet her with delicious food that he will prepare himself. The guy also asks if it's true that today is exactly a year since he became a count, to which the knight replies that it seems so. The blond man with a smile on his face claimed that he wanted to brag about how he was already able to manage the land without Jackson's help, but Chase asked if the gentleman had made a mistake last time due to the lack of help. Edwin replied that it was just a mistake, and it wasn't because he was too young. Well, when the knight was about to say something else, he realized that they were surrounded. He grabs his sword and is about to attack, And one of the mercenaries asks if that kid is really Mr. Edwin and also Hilla Rister's brother. Edwin asks menacingly if he called him baby, and wonders who this man is and who calls him and his sister by their first names. The man claims that he does not need to know, and then steps closer, and also offers to go with him, but at the same moment, the knight puts his sword to his throat. The stranger with red hair laughs and asks if he really thinks that he can scare him with this piece of iron. The knight only curses at him, but at the same moment he feels some kind of force approaching him, after which he writhes in pain. And then he falls to the floor. Edwin screams in shock at Chase, so the man puts his hand on him and tells the guy not to move, because if he moves his friend will be fried. This sword conducts electricity, and if he increases the voltage, it will put this guy into eternal sleep. If Edwin doesn't want him to fall into eternal sleep, then let him throw away everything he has in his hands and follow him. The blonde then just fades away and says what a cowardly fool this stranger is. Then he raises his hands, and the red-haired man says that he is glad that the guy is not as stubborn as his sister. The knight cries out to his master through pain and says that if he follows this man, it will be bad. Well, the stranger just throws some kind of package under the guy's face and tells him to give this note to Hilla. After all, if she doesn't want to see her brother's lifeless body, then within a week let him bring Lish de Fillion to the specified place. Now the butler claims that Chase came to his senses late. He returned to the mansion and handed over this note. But now Lady Hilla is planning to save him secretly. The Duke then says that this is a difficult situation and also wonders if the butler secretly told him this. The man replies that the gentleman is right, because Lady Hilla asked not to tell him about this, because she does not want to put the gentleman in danger. But how can he remain silent about this? The main character claims that this is madness, and asks how these bandits and Lady Hilla are connected, and also why they decided to kidnap a person at all. The butler claims that he does not know, but in the note they introduce themselves as mercenaries of Galloyd. The Duke asks if this is really so, and the main character in the form of his reaction asks if the master really knows them. The guy replies that 2 years ago he received a request to eliminate a group of thieves, and the knight compliments him and also claims that since then they have harbored a grudge. His Highness says that Lady Hilla was with him, so it is clear that they are trying to reach him through her. The butler claims that this is true, sadly, but it will not help them, because if Count Volter and Mr. Edwin disappeared, then the main character at this time comes into shock. But when the Duke asks what happened, then the lady replies that nothing, she just got something in her eye. But then the lady thinks, did he really say anything about Walter? The Duke only tells the girl not to worry because they are hunting him, and he will not put them into eternal sleep. And at dawn, they will go to look for Count Edwin. The blonde at this time is talking about something with the knights, but at that moment someone approaches them. Hilla sees the Duke with a servant hiding behind him and turns to him, after which she asks what it is. The Duke claims that the butler told him everything, after which the lady looks at him menacingly. The man apologizes and the Duke claims that he did everything right. After all this was something that needed to be told to him. A little while later, they are already sitting at the table. Hilla asks if the gentleman really wants to participate in this, and he replies that if he doesn't go, the Count will be in danger, and as far as he knows, the lady was called to what used to be a prison. The people there are specialists in surveillance, so if he doesn't go, they will immediately catch her, and then they will put the hostage, who is her brother, into eternal sleep, and then the lady will become a hostage, and they will also demand his arrival. They hold a grudge against him and will do everything to get to him. But then the lady claims that she made a promise and must protect the master until her father returns, and little will happen before his return. And what face will she see then? Rehai claims that Walter would not want his children to be plunged into eternal sleep at his request, and she knows this well. The main character thinks about Walter Riston and Hilla Riston. She realizes that Lady Hilla was Sir Walter's daughter, and she was not close to them, so she remembers them vaguely. But 20 years ago they were close with Lloyd and the commander of the Royal Knights. The girl understands that this man disappeared swamped by the surviving Leahy. Well, then the blonde says that the master must promise her something. If his life is in danger, then His Highness will have to run away, forgetting about her and his brother, to which the guy agrees. But the main character turns to Lady Hilla and tells her not to worry. The Duke also says that his safety will be ensured, and the girl asks who. Rihai claims that he forgot to introduce himself, then points to the main character and claims that this is her bodyguard named Elaine. The main character says that she is pleased to meet you. And the woman wonders if this is the same Lady Elaine who applied to be a security guard during the ceremony, and she can't believe that the Duke allowed her to accompany him. The man claims that he was told that they were halogen mercenaries and is interested in whether there is any other information. The girl replies that these mercenaries clearly went their separate ways after they talked with the Knights of Philes. At the meeting the day before yesterday, many people gathered and they say that some had magical instruments. The Duke says that a magic weapon is something that you can't just get hold of, so it's strange that poor bandits have it. After which he even becomes interested in whether some third party has a strong grudge against him. Hilla claims that she found an old map of the prison, but still a map, and if nothing has changed, then everything should be as on the map. The Duke says good and suggests taking this map apart and coming up with a rescue plan. The lady's brother is in prison at this time, after which someone approaches him, and he wonders if he knows why he was kidnapped. His sister serves a famous man, Rehi de Filon, and he thinks that the guy, although young, already understood everything. That this guy is the son of the witch who caused the Sabika incident. After his father fell into eternal sleep because of this witch, he received burns all over his body, and after he was left alone and tried to somehow survive, he gathered a group of mercenaries, but the grown-up son of this witch drove away all the mercenaries and his mother as well as her. The kid ruined his life. He can't fix the past, but he can restore justice, after which he wonders what the guy thinks about it. And also whether it is worth restoring justice, but the young man answers that it is not his business. The man clenches his teeth and asks if he is talking about it. And then they completely remove the guy in the face, which makes him scream. The stranger says that it is his business because his sister works for this bastard. He didn't want to touch Edwin because he was a hostage, but he doesn't think that he and his sister think that they are doing the right thing. The guy then screams and asks what the hell he's doing, but the man tells him not to worry because no one has ever fallen into eternal sleep because one eye is missing. He approaches the young man and is about to wound him in the eye, after which the guy asks Togo to wait and then screams out. But at that very moment someone enters the cell and addresses Tarenton. This guy claims that it seems like they were broken into. The man asks if that is really true. And his interlocutor replies that yes, and they are determining who it is. Tarenton claims that it is impossible not to establish identity. Of course, this is this boy's little sister, and if Rekka has the same character, then they came together. The assassin claims that the Count was lucky because his little sister didn't abandon him, but he shouldn't rejoice yet. It's better if he doesn't do anything stupid until he catches the Duke. After which the man leaves and leaves the guy alone. The main character and the other knights are discussing the plan at this time. The Duke claims that Count Edwin is most likely being hidden either in the central part of the prison or in the western wing. He and Elaine will go to the western building, to which the main character agrees, and the man claims that Hilla and her people will study the central part. If they find the Count, then let them give a signal, to which they agree, after which they completely disperse. Both groups head to their positions. The Duke turns to the main character and says that she will go left and he will go right. The girl agrees, and when she runs there, she looks at the cameras, realizing that there is no one there. The lady also thinks, where is this guy? When she meets the Duke, he asks if she found him, to which the lady replies no, and the man asks if he is really in this building. Elaine realizes that they must find the hostage before they are captured, and even if they find him, he will be in danger until they remove the bomb from his neck. Then the brunette suggests looking at the top floor, but at that very moment someone asks if what he sees is really true. Another voice answers that, probably, after which the main characters together with the Duke run towards the source of the sound. But when they run there, they see a dead end. And when these two turn around, they are surprised. At this time, Hilla turns to his people and claims that he is not in that direction, after which he asks how things are going with them. One of the knights claims that they could not find him either. They cannot contact the others, after which the woman remains silent and wonders where they have disappeared to. The lady thinks about her brother and then whispers that then they will search another building, and she will search the warehouse, and they will search the management building. After which they run away, and when the woman approaches the warehouse, she mentally asks for her brother to be there, but at that very moment someone attacks her and the girl sings the funeral service. The man asks if the Duke is really chasing after, which he swings his sword at her and asks where the Duke is. The lady deftly dodges the stranger, claims that he has no time to sort things out with her. Hilla replies that she doesn't have time for him either, so let him just tell her where her brother is. But the man then grabs the blade that was presented to his throat and uses force. The lady immediately lets go of her blade and grabs her hand. She realizes that it is as if it was burned by high electricity. And the man at this time asks if she will now tell where the Duke is. At this time, the main character and the Duke are settling a couple of guards, and the lady sighs and the brunette claims that they were almost caught. At the same moment, they hear something else, some sounds, and the girl claims that it was a warning. The Duke claims that they may have caught Hilla. But at that very moment someone screams that there is an invasion, after which the main character wonders what to do since they haven't found the Count yet. The Duke claims that there is nothing left to do but make bait out of him and then get rid of them. Meanwhile, let the lady find the Count. Elaine, shocked, asks if he has really gone completely mad. The girl claims that it would be better if she were bait, but the Duke claims that they are looking for him now, not her. And if the lady goes with him, it will complicate the search. When a girl wants to object, then Rihai tells her not to worry and asks if she really thinks he's that easy to beat. Elaine realizes that she believes him, but she still tells him to be careful, to which the guy agrees, and when he leaves, he claims that they will see each other later. When the Duke goes around the corner, there is a cry for him to be grabbed. The girl thinks about him, but then realizes that she needs to calm down because Edwin is probably on the top floor. Elaine realizes that she needs to be calm and focus on the voice. After that, the girl hears a voice asking for help and understands what she found. The lady touches the wall and realizes that it is obvious that the guy is somewhere there. Then she finally touches one of the tiles and realizes that it is a mechanism for a secret entrance. When the lady goes down into it, she sees a door and opens it and is shocked. At this time, other guys are chasing the Duke and screaming to grab him. One of them wonders why this guy is so fast, and the brunette runs up to another building and asks what it is because he sees the building for the first time and it wasn't on the map. After which the guy hears a scream, and also those who are chasing him, and thinks that it is better to check it out. When he goes down to the basement, he hears screams. Someone asks for help and claims that he will do everything they ask. One of them screams is, "There really no one there," and asks for salvation, but the man with red hair only cuts them. He also turns to the Duke and asks how he likes this picture and how it feels to watch someone who looks like him fall into eternal sleep. Reki asks why all this, and the man wonders if he is really asking such a thing. And he waited for them for a long time and also did this to pass the time. He was tired of this because finding a person with a similar appearance and kidnapping him is an expensive entertainment. The guy looks at these people and realizes that they have black hair, white skin, and purple eyes. He says how terrible this man is, and does he really think that he could commit such crimes and escape punishment? Is against it. The same thing will happen with Edwin. He takes out the activator for the bomb and is about to press it. When he sees that the Duke looks confused, he tells him to drop his sword and raise his hands before he gets cut down. At the same moment, they put handcuffs on him, after which they throw him at the feet of his master. The man says that this is how it is, after which he grabs the guy by the face and claims that he will finally be able to take revenge. At this time, the main character finds Mr. Edwin, and when she sees what condition he is in, she says how cruelly they treated the little child. The girl claims that she is in league with Lady Hilla and has come to save him, so now the boy can go ahead. But at that very moment, the young man screams for her to get out. The guy also claims that it is dangerous to approach him because there is a bomb hanging on his neck. The girl wonders if he is really that scared of the bomb, after which he apologizes and claims that he will look at her. But the young man claims that he told her not to approach him, because what will happen if it explodes? Elaine understands that this device can only be opened by force, and even a professional paper will need a lot of time to deactivate it, and if it is activated. But then the girl realizes that she needs to think. Then she stretches out her hand and is about to use force. But the boy screams that he said not to touch it. Elaine replies that everything is fine and he cannot worry. After which the guy closes his eyes and prepares for the explosion, but nothing happens. The young man in shock asks how she did it, and the lady only smiles and understands that this is a device that can destroy only magic. Even some magicians and masters cannot control external magic, and she was able to do it only thanks to the powers that Bella gave her. The lady claims that she had simply done something like this before, after which she unties the guy and extends her hand to him, and also asks if it is time to go back. The young man extends his hand in response, after which they leave. The mercenary at this time turns to the Duke and says that he now looks down on him, but the brunette only smiles, which makes the stranger furious. However, the Duke says that this guy is funny because he put innocent people into eternal sleep thinking that it was him. This was not enough for him, and he got into the family of his subordinate, and also shows how scared he is to deal with him. The man then hits the Duke and asks if he really doesn't understand anything, and also let him not blame him for putting his subordinates into eternal sleep. After all, it's all because of him, after which the man presses the button that should activate the bomb, but nothing happens. The man in shock asks what happened and whether the button is broken, but the Duke notes that it is not broken. After all, his subordinate had already removed the bomb and escaped, so nothing happens when the button is pressed. The man asks how he knows about the guy, answers that he received a signal. The hostage was found on the top floor of the western building, and the bomb was defused, after which the guy asks what he will do, because the hostage escaped. The man only gets angry about this, after which he screams that he will still put the guy into eternal sleep, but the Duke immediately breaks the handcuffs. Then he grabs the man by the arms and throws him to the floor. The assassin, shocked, asks how he did it, and the brunette replies that he just has bad handcuffs and they should have been made of stronger material since he was going to catch him. But the mercenary understands that they were strong and wonders if this guy is a man at all. His colleagues say what kind of curse this is, after which he screams for the Duke to be taken. Well, at that very moment, daggers fly at them from behind, after which they fall down completely. The lady with the blonde hair at this time apologizes to His Highness for being late. The guy says that it's okay and offers to take them outside and tie them up. A little while later, the mercenaries are already sitting and tied up in a bunch. Their Duke says that now everyone is there. Hilla says that there were other people besides them, but they are finished. Renat claims that she did a good job and asks if everything is okay with her hand. The lady replies that everything is fine, and she just made a little mistake during the fight against the magic weapon. The guy then says that it's good that her life is not in danger, and asks where Duke Edwin is and whether he's with her. But the girl asks if they didn't find him too, which the guy replies that he thought he would find a guy next to her. At that moment, someone screams out to His Highness. It turns out to be the main character with Hilla's brother. The girl immediately turns to her brother, and the Duke claims that the lady found him. Elaine claims that when she searched the top floor, she found a secret room and saw a guy there, and also removed a bomb from her neck. The blonde immediately turns to her brother and claims that he has injuries on his neck, but her wife replies that everything is fine because it is just a scratch and the bruise was left by the rope. But the lady immediately hugs her brother and then apologizes for not being able to find him faster. The guy also turns to his little sister and with a smile on his face claims that he is really okay and that she was also late because of preparations to save him. The main character claims that in any case everyone is now safe, and the young man suggests returning home. After all, everyone is eagerly awaiting his return, to which the others agree. After Rehai and the knights saved Edwin and the commoners, he immediately returned to the mansion and received treatment. But a little while later the main character screams in shock. "What is this?" The Duke with a cut on his cheek asks what she is talking about, and the ladies claim that she is asking what is on his face and also what to do with a scar on such a beautiful face. The guy then asks what she's talking about, and the lady opens the ointment and tells him not to twitch because she'll apply it her. The Duke steps back and replies that there is no need because he can do everything himself. Well, the lady wonders how he can do it himself without a mirror. After which the guy sighs and says how stubborn she is, and also agrees and tells the lady to do it faster. The girl agrees and then begins to apply the ointment, and Reki looks at her, understands that he doesn't know where to look. At this moment, someone knocks on the door and asks His Highness to allow him to come in for a minute. The guy tells the person to come in. After which the lady apologizes and enters the room and also claims that she came to thank him. Her brother also claims that he is very grateful for yesterday and has no idea what danger he would have been in if Lady Elaine had not found him. He is also very grateful to His Majesty, who came to the aid of his sister. Well, the Duke says that there is no need to thank him because the guy was there because of him in the first place. The main character claims that she was just helping him. The young man then says that they are both so cute, and his sister claims that, frankly speaking, at first she did not believe that Lady Elaine could be His Highness's bodyguard. Well, now she understands why His Highness appointed her as his bodyguard. Hilla extends her hand to Lady Elaine and wishes her all the best. The main character shakes her hand in return and wishes her the same. Edwin at this time claims that no one has eaten yet and everyone is hungry and also offers to eat together. As a family member, he wants to thank them properly so they can ask for whatever they want. The Duke says that the Count has grown up, which makes him embarrassed, and claims that he is still acting as a father, after which he once again suggests having a meal together. But at that very moment, someone is watching them from a tree. A little while later, the lady reads the leaf. It has only been a few days since the kidnapping case was over, and she returned to Killiard. A carrier pigeon arrived and conveyed that the scientific research of Nathan's magic circle was completed. On the sheet of paper, the guy wrote that they would meet for lunch and discuss the results of the research. The lady with a smile on her face thinks that it is finally all over and understands that she will definitely come to lunch, so she needs to quickly get ready and go out. Well, at that very moment, someone knocks on the door and the lady tells that person to come in. The Duke enters the lady's room and addresses her. Elaine asks, His Highness, what happened, to which he replies that it is nothing serious and that he only came in for a minute. After which the guy hands the lady the gloves and the main character asks with admiration if these are really for her. The Duke replies that yes, and that it is especially important to him. He also asks if the lady remembers how he told her about the old guard. Elaine understands that he was talking about Walter, and the guy claims that if he had not saved the Count, he would not have been able to forgive himself. He would be ashamed if Walter returned. There would be no Agraf. He does not want to erase a person for the second time through his fault. The main character turns to His Majesty with concern, and the guy claims that in any case this is his gratitude to her, and he hopes that the lady will like it. Elaine replies that she really liked it and wishes him all the best, after which the guy leaves. The girl looking at the gloves understands that this is a gift from Reka. Well, at that very moment she comes out of her thoughts and understands that she doesn't have time, so for now she will put it in the drawer. Then the lady runs away. When she is on the square, she understands that she came on time but thinks, where is Nathan? But at that moment, she hears some noise near the shop. It turns out to be the same young man with blonde hair, and he asks if it is true, to which the merchant replies that of course, since it is not his first day doing this. At first, the fruit cost 5 gold. But since the guy is a tourist, he gets 1 gold coin. The young man then asks with a smile on his face if such a fruit is really at such a low price and tells the merchant to wait. But at that very moment, someone hits the guy from behind, and when he turns around, he sees Elaine. The young man screams how she scared him. And the main character wonders if he is really going to buy the fruit at such a price, which makes the merchant look very unhappy. The blonde says that he doesn't need this fruit, but they told him that they were ready to give it to him at a low price. Then the girl takes out 1 copper coin and throws it to the seller. The man asks if it is really copper. And the main character is interested in whether such a price will do, because let him not deceive visitors. Because of him, bad rumors will go about Killiard and Burnett's attacks will cause him trouble. The girl also turns to her friend and asks how many years he has not traveled abroad, to which he replies that it has been 10 years. A little while later they go somewhere, and the lady offers to exchange in this room so that no one notices them. The guy immediately holds out his hands for the lady to give him a flower. Their main character says okay, after which she hands over the plant in a flask. The guy thanks her for this and says by stealth that this is a wonderful thing. Finally, in his hands, the main character asks if he is satisfied and also whether he will now show the results of the study. To which the guy replies that yes, and hands over a stack of papers. He claims that among the existing magic, he brought other characteristics that she mentioned. Elaine thanks him and claims that she will read everything. Lady also thinks that all she remembers is the vertical eye, and magic circles have this ability, but it is not what she was looking for. She also thinks that she will remember something else while reading. Well, then something else falls out of the stack of papers, and the lady realizes that it is a scrap. However, when she picks it up, she is shocked. The blonde asks what happened, after which the lady affirms that this is the magic circle she was looking for. The guy in shock asks what she is talking about and if this is really the circle. Elaine replies yes and asks what's wrong. Nathan says he was thinking about bringing it, or maybe he brought more than one. This circle disappeared in ancient times, and it is a dangerous magic circle that can take over the entire continent. Elaine asks what he means and if it's some kind of magic. The guy replies that before doing anything, he needs to clarify something. And he asks what kind of person Lady Elaine is. The girl is surprised by this, and the guy adds that, as he already said, this is village magic that most wizards don't know about, so how does she know about it? Elaine claims that she is simply curious and wonders if the guy is afraid that she might abuse magic. The lady also tells him not to worry because she asked for it because she herself did not know anything, and even if she knew, she has no opportunity or reason to use her. The guy thinks about it and then says, okay. And the main character points to the circle again and asks what kind of magic it is. The young man claims that this is the magic of mind control. She has no limits and can control everything under this. She can become dangerous if a bad person uses her, and if the lady is not careful, then everyone will suffer. The main character thinks about submission and thinks that this is accurate because then Bella's eyes were not like hers, as she thought the witch was under someone's influence. Now the main character squeezes the paper with the magic circle and thinks what a fool used Bella, because the whole city and the people in it suffered. At this time, the blonde turns to Lady Elaine and asks if everything is okay, to which the lady replies that it is, and also tells him to continue. The guy claims that in any case, it is difficult to find any information about this magic, since most of the information is lost, but one thing is clear, and that is that the red liquid of the golden dragon is used as a material for another magic circle. Although it does not exist now, the evil energy is very strong, so it is very suitable for curses. The girl then wonders if he is talking about the golden dragon, and also turns to Nathan and offers to make another deal. A little while later, the lady heads back and realizes that as soon as she heard about the golden dragon, she immediately remembered 20 years ago, the royal family tried to subdue an evil dragon, and at that time a special squad was suddenly sent from the palace to subdue it. 4 royal families participated in this: Lloyd and Bella, the second prince, and the third and the current king, Hasidi the first. The most suspicious of them are Hasidi. Well, they disappeared after the incident in Sebec. The same thing happened to Lloyd. That leaves the prince and princess. The second prince, Chelsea de Filion, took the throne immediately after the previous king, and Lloyd were put into eternal sleep, so it's possible he did it for the throne. But the third prince is now a duke, and he hated Bella terribly. The emotional context is quite convincing, or they are both guilty. People grab their heads and understand that everything is not working out. To find out what happened that day, we need a list of the squad for subjugating this dragon, and all the originals were lost during the incident in Sebec. So the lady asks if she can see them. At that moment, she bumps into someone and apologizes. But when he understands the head, he sees that it is Cézanne and Sophia. The blonde claims that he has not seen the lady all day and asks where she came from, to which she replies that she was just walking around the square. The lady also wonders why they are together, to which Sophia laughs and claims that she wanted to be with him. The guy claims that unfortunately, he met her on the way back after repairing the sword, after which the two begin to quarrel, and Sophia asks what he said and whether he met her, unfortunately, to which the guy replies that he could have avoided the new one, instead followed her. The main character at this time turns her attention to His Majesty, after which he turns to Lady Elaine. He also says that Cézanne is there too, and he was looking for him. At this point, the blonde realizes that this sounds somehow ominous, after which the Duke asks Lady Elaine and Sir Cézanne if they will come into his office for a minute, to which they agree. The blonde asks if he should come too, and wonders what happened. The Duke replies that he wants to talk about the Lakers in the north. The Margrave of the Lakers says that they need to meet. They will talk about this in more detail in the office, to which the guy agrees. A little while later, the blonde man in shock asks if the Margrave is really signing a contract. The brunette replies that it is exactly so and that a large quantity of high-quality wood needs to be purchased for the renovation. Since the strongest wood is from the Northern Lakers, he tried to make a deal with them, but they immediately asked to meet with him. He understands that the guy got there with the support of the Margrave, after which he asks what the matter is. The blonde doesn't even know how to respond to this, and the Duke claims that if he doesn't want to talk about it, it's better to remain silent. However, he wants the guy to accompany him, even if he is uncomfortable, because this deal is at stake. Cézanne replies that yes, and he will be happy to accompany the gentleman. To which the man replies that it is glorious, and then they will leave tomorrow. The main character watching this guy thinks about what happened between him and the Margrave. A little while later, they are already heading in a carriage, and the lady wonders if they have arrived yet because it has become very cold. After which she turns to the blonde and realizes that he looks suspiciously bad, so the lady wonders what is going on. The lady also turns to His Highness and states that there are rumors that supplies from the north have stopped, so she is wondering if everything is okay. The guy replies that yes, and he doesn't know the reason, but a year ago the deliveries became slower and recently they stopped altogether. Elaine asks if this isn't difficult for trading, to which he replies that it is because they need to visit them, and they will be able to resume everything, but Cézanne only remains silent. A little while later, they get out of the carriage and His Highness states that they have arrived. At that moment, a man approaches them and greets His Highness, and also states that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He is the Margrave of the Lakers. The Duke shakes his hand and claims that they haven't seen each other in a long time. And the man also turns to Cézanne and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, to which the guy replies that they haven't seen each other for a long time and addresses him as Lakers. The man then looks a little sad and tells them to go into the mansion. When the main character goes there, she realizes that the Lakers are an old family living in the very north. In this land where the evil dragon lives, they do not always watch and protect themselves to prevent its awakening. The Lakers family does this, and they are famous for their high level of support as they serve as a shield for the inhabitants. The Margrave claims that they can discuss the deal there, and the Duke wonders if Miss Lakers is in charge of the timber trade and wonders where she is. The man replies that she is not feeling very well, so he is on her behalf today and asks her to understand Reiki. He replies that he understands and suggests starting. The main character at this time thinks about Miss Lakers and understands that this is a young girl who, according to rumors, had enormous power in society. While they say that she suddenly disappeared a year ago, Elaine wonders if she is really that bad that she has to rest for so long, but at that moment the maid comes up to them and apologizes. At that moment she trips on the carpet and starts to fall, but the main character grabs her. The Duke turns to Lady Elaine and asks if everything is okay. The main character replies that everything is fine because she did not get burned thanks to her clothes. The girl also asks if it's okay if she moves away a little. The man then orders the maid to accompany the lady to something Bose and agrees. When they head to the bathroom, the maid apologizes several more times, and the main character replies that everything is fine and tells her not to worry. The maid claims that she will prepare a change of clothes for the lady, and the main character replies that everything is fine. The maid asks what she is talking about, and the lady says to just give her a dry towel, and she will take care of everything herself. The maid asks if everything is okay, to which the lady replies that it is, and tells her not to worry and to continue working. The maid replies that she understands, after which she hands the lady a towel and leaves. The main character puts the towel in her pocket and realizes that she is glad that Reika has her own business there, because she also needs to find something there. The Lakers are the foremost clan of the North, so they need a list of those who arrived in the northern mountains 20 years ago. The team to conquer the Golden Dragon would have given this list to the Lakers. But at that very moment, the lady bumps into someone and then apologizes, but this guy says how awful it is, and asks what she wants. The young man also asks if she is so modest that she can't even look him in the eye. The main character thinks what kind of rude person this is, and decides to just ignore him. Elaine then looked irritated, tells him to ask her, but the guy grabs her by the shoulder and tells her to wait, and also apologized properly. The main character asks what he is talking about. Her interlocutor asks if she is really bad, not only with her eyes but also with her ears. After all, he said to apologize properly and wondered if she hadn't heard. Then the girl says that he needs to apologize properly because he crashed into her. The blonde asks what she just said, says how brave she is, and then asks if she knows who he is. But Elaine asks if she should know. At the same moment, someone else addresses the girl and says that she did not return, so he came there. It turns out to be the Duke. The girl addresses His Highness, and the blonde asks if it is Rihai. The Duke wonders what the lady is doing there with His Majesty the Crown Prince. Elaine wonders if this is the Crown Prince, but at that very moment, knights run up to him and shout to His Majesty what happened. The blonde just asks the Duke why they came there, to which he replies that they have business. The prince says how arrogant this is and asks if they would like to tell him more. And although the guy is from a modest and also bad family, he holds his head high, so he asks if this girl is really his subordinate. The blonde also wonders if his subordinates don't need to be trained, since the lady has been talking a lot about not apologizing. The Duke notes that he doesn't think it's important. Well, at that very moment, the Margrave passes by and notices these two. He asks if His Majesty is there again, but the prince is only interested in whether he is avoiding him, and the Margrave claims that he still allows people to come there without warning, and also wonders what he should do about it, because he needs to keep the promise he gave to Rihai. He is busy today, so he suggests meeting next time. Well, then the prince tells him to bring him Lady Juliana. The Margrave asks if he didn't say that she is ill and has difficulty moving, but the prince says that he shouldn't be a snob, because this lady is not so ill that she can't talk about an engagement. At this time, Cézanne is in shock, wondering if they are talking about an engagement, and the prince claims that he comes there 5 times in 3 months, and is there really no improvement, and also, why does he always interfere with his meeting with Yulina, and is she really sick? The man then says that it's okay, and he will tell the truth because Juliana doesn't want to arrange an engagement with him, which shocks the prince, and asks what he's talking about. The Margrave claims that he believes that the prince wants to use the marriage with his daughter to gain the resources of the north. His daughter is a smart and kind child, and she is not blinded by power, but the crown prince is furious about this, but only turns around and says what a fool she is. The knights immediately head for His Highness. At this point, the Duke asks if everything is okay because it must be unpleasant, and the man replies that he is a little worried and needs to step away for a minute, so he apologizes. Rihai also turns to Lady Elaine and asks if everything is okay and if any harm has been done to her. The girl replies that no, and that she accidentally ran into him, but the blonde at this time suggests returning to the room because this guy will soon return, to which the Duke agrees. When the main character looks at Cézanne, she realizes that he doesn't look very good and also thinks what's going on. At the same moment, they see someone throwing objects out of the room and screaming for them to get away from her. One of the servants asks the lady to calm down, and Cézanne asks if this is the lady and is horrified. The woman screams that everything is useless and let them bring her the crown prince. The blonde immediately falls to the floor, and the Duke asks if everything is okay, after which his woman goes out into the corridor with a shard of glass and asks if this scum has returned. The Duke and the main character watch this, and the lady with red hair wonders what happened to Paradise, where he returned from. And he was always like that, a pathetic guy who can only hide, so the girl asks why he came there if he can't take care of things. The guy then apologizes to the lady and bows and also claims that this is a terrible sin. But at that moment, someone picks him up and tells Juliana to stop because he called Cézanne to help them. The girl then asks if his father really called him again, and he is a fool who can't take care of himself. The man then cries out to his daughter and asks how long she is going to blame Cézanne, and she knows that it is not his fault. The girl replies that it is not only his fault, but also her father's fault. After all, he put Caesar into eternal sleep with his own hands. The main character thinks about what they are talking about. The lady with red hair claims that it is not even funny, after which it all falls to the floor. The maid in shock turns to the mistress, and the man says that Juliana should be sent to the bedroom and cleaned up there. The Duke at this time turns to Lakers, and he claims that he does not interfere in personal affairs. It may be that the problem with the forestry business is connected with this incident, to which the man replies that he can no longer hide it. A little while later, they sit down at the table, and the Duke asks if Cézanne has calmed down. The guy replies that yes, and everything is fine. And the Margrave also tells him that everything is fine because there is still a little bit left. Rightly at the same moment, he states that he himself will tell everything, but when the man wants to object, the guy starts his story and claims that this incident is his biggest mistake. Before he tells about what happened, he asks to let him talk about family relationships. He had a brother who was 5 years older than him, and his name was Caesar. His parents were knights of this mansion, and they both went on a mission and also fell into eternal sleep early at the hands of demons. Margrave Lakers adopted them. The man told them to call him Dad from now on, and the boy with tears in his eyes extended his hand in response. After that, he and his brother wanted to become knights to thank him, and the two began to accompany Juliana. When the boy's brother once again knocked the ball out of his hands, he turned to Cezanne and claimed that he had always told him not to close his eyes, but he had good skills, so he was amazed. The young man claimed that he could have accidentally closed his eyes and asked if his brother was not scared, to which he replied that he was scared too, but he is more afraid that his brother might turn away from him. Cezanne asked what he was talking about because nothing had happened. The guy claims that he will understand later. Now the young man understands that his brother was brave and guided him in everything. Juliana then turned to the two and told them to stop training and go have lunch. The lady took great care of them, and one day the lady claimed that today was Cezanne's favorite lamb steak. The boy asked if it was true, and his brother asked what about him. But Juliana only replied that they would eat what they were given, after which the guy demonstratively quarreled. But with a smile on their face, the three of them spent their entire childhood together, and those were precious moments. As they were heading back to the mansion, the lady took Cezanne's brother by the hand, and they went on. But a year ago, something happened. Due to unexpected events, he got scared and everything went wrong and his brother got hurt. It was the day of the beginning of the forest development. Since the lady was in charge of the forestry business, she had to be there and not be accompanied. While the lady was working, they found a rotten tree and started cutting it down. Well, when the tree was almost cut down, a terrible monster appeared taller and larger than the tree. The monster immediately attacked people, and those who were bitten by the monster lost their minds and also attacked others, infecting them. After which chaos began. The guy's brother turned to Juliana and told her to run and they would deal with him, so let her evacuate people. He also addressed Cezanne and told him to remain calm in his first fight. But the young man looked at one of the wounded in horror, then pointed his finger at him and said how scary he was. The man covered in red liquid screamed for help. Was surprised by this, and Cezanne asked if their mom and dad had also fallen into eternal sleep. The boy's brother screamed at him to get ready, but he replied that he couldn't fight. After which he turned around and started to run away, but the monster followed him, after which the red liquid spilled. The guy's brother put the monster into eternal sleep, but he managed to wound him with a fang, after which Cezanne's brother turned to these two and apologized. The monster immediately hid underground in pain, and when Cezanne turned to his brother, he was no longer in his right mind. Cezanne asked if this was a joke and why he did it, but at that very moment someone cut his brother to pieces. It turned out to be the father. After that, the monster hid deep in the forest and could not be found. They took all of their bodies, including the brother, and returned. Since then, the girl does not leave her room, and after that, with the support of her father, he joined the Knights of Philes. The main character then turns to Cezanne, but he rises from his seat and says that he will move away. When the guy leaves, the man claims that he probably did the wrong thing, and he thought it would be better if Cezanne joined the Knights of Philes. But that's not true. The Margrave also claims that it's late, so let them stay with him. And there's room. The Duke then claims that if he can help in any way, then let him just say so, because he will make every effort. The man thanks him, and when he leaves, the main character claims that she is sorry. After all, she would never have thought that Cezanne had experienced something like this. Elaine asks if they are really going to leave him, and the brunette insists that it is better to leave him alone. After which he suggests returning to the room and having a rest, because one cannot interfere in personal affairs. At this time, Juliana is in her room. She also remembers Caesar, after which she turns to the maid and asks what she would do if someone stole something valuable from her. The maid replies that she is timid, so she was simply indignant. The woman asks me if this is so, after which she wonders what if she takes revenge. Even the weak get such an opportunity. After which the lady asks what she should do. A little while later, the main character leaves the room and looks around trying to figure out if there is anyone there. The girl understands that because of the daytime arguments, everything has become more complicated, but now it is night and she needs to be more careful. When the lady looks around the corner, she realizes that there are 2 guards there, but that's not a problem because she needs to use the sleeping aroma. But at that very moment, someone grabs the lady by the shoulder and addresses her. The main character says how Cézanne scared her, after which he apologizes, but he wonders what the lady is doing there at such a late hour. Elaine replies that she just can't sleep and wanted to go for a walk. People understand that she needs to somehow get out of it. And the guy replies that he had the same thing and it helps him, so now he decided to go for a walk too. The girl looks at the guy and understands that she sympathizes with him, but the young man then turns to Elaine and asks if he can ask something. The main character replies that of course, and when the guy is going to ask the question, then suddenly they hear some scream. When these 2 burst into the room, the blonde asks what happened. Insists with horror that Juliana is not there. The maid insists that it is her fault and that she should have been checked earlier. When she came in, the window was already open and it was cold. After this, Cézanne says that his sister disappeared because of him, but the main character replies that no, and he is not to blame. She also doesn't know what the girl was thinking about, but they need to find her quickly and not look for the guilty. At this time, the Duke also approaches them and asks what happened. The lady turns to him and claims that Juliana has disappeared. The guy says what kind of screams those were and claims that she needs to be found as soon as possible. But at that very moment, someone screams to the gentleman and claims that they found it. The man asks if they really found his daughter, but the guy replies, "Don't answer. They found her shoes." He looked at the place where the shoe was, and the lady's footprints go north. The man is shocked and wonders if this is really true while the girl is running barefoot. She also thinks about Caesar and remembers how she said that she would not obey her uncle. After all, no matter how much he tried to marry her off, she would be devoted only to Caesar. The guy claimed that the stubborn elders were against them and were trying to stop them, so he was not a match for her. But the lady claimed that she doesn't care because she only listens to her heart, and he will be part of the Lakers family. The girl also claimed that she has already done everything she could, wondered if that was true. After which the guy got down on one knee and took the girl's hand and thanked her. He claimed that he also wanted to spend his whole life with her and that he loved her. Now the lady runs through the snow and realizes that she promised to be with him all her life. After that, the lady trips over a stone and falls and starts crying. But at that very moment, she sees a monster looming over her and realizes that she has finally found him. The girl also wonders if César was lonely, and also tells him to wait a little because she will put him into eternal sleep and will be with him, after which the lady used magic on the explosives. But at that very moment, someone runs out in front of the girl and pushes her away, so the ladies don't have time to activate the explosives. It turns out to be Cézanne. The guy turns to the lady and says that she is safe. The Duke is also behind them and claims that they will sort things out completely, so let the others cover the lady and make sure she doesn't escape. The guy then pushes off the ground and jumps on the monster, cutting through its flesh. The blonde claims that it is dangerous to be there in any case, so he suggests returning to the mansion. But the girl screams for him to go away and hits the guy in the face. She also asks, then he intervenes, and let them not worry about her and not think whether she will fall into eternal sleep or not, but simply leave. The girl asks what will change if they return now, and without Caesar she has no reason to live. The girl also shouts that he was his older brother and asks if the guy is sad and if he wants to run away again. But the young man at that moment can't stand it and cries out that he is sad. The guy asks her with a true whether she thinks that he likes this life. But every day for him is a series of regrets for the helplessness due to which his apparatus plunged into eternal sleep guilt, for the fact that his sister and father suffer, and he does not have a day without nightmares. It's all terrible, but he still lives because his brother gave his life for him, and so the lady can't give up because she has to live. If she leaves, he won't be able to forgive himself. But at that very moment, a monster appears behind him and someone screams for Cézanne to be careful. The guy picks up his sister and jumps with her. But when the lady ends up in her arms, she drops the bomb. The main character is shocked and wonders if this is magic explosives and wonders when the lady brought it. Elaine realizes that she will be in danger if the explosives go off, after which the girl grabs it, but at the same moment the monster strikes her in the arm. The Duke screams at Lady Elaine, after which he cuts the monster in half and runs to the girl screaming if she is okay. Elaine replies that she is fine, it is just a small scratch, but when the girl looks at the place where the wound was, she is shocked because it has disappeared. The girl wonders if this is because of Bella's power, and the Duke claims that it looks serious and maybe the lady will check. But at the same moment the girl pushes his hand away and says in horror that she can do it. The guy then asks why she hides it from him. The Duke understands that she always takes care of him and wonders if he can't take care of her. The brunette also thinks what the girl is afraid of and asks what happened. But at that very moment the Margrave runs up and screams at Juliana. The main character immediately heads off somewhere and claims that she will return and heal the wound herself. The guy just sadly watches her leave. The next day after the fight with the monster at noon, Juliana woke up. The girl asked what happened to the monster, to which the Duke replied that if you believe his eyes, he fell into eternal sleep. Now the lady is only wondering if he was defeated so easily, but even after revenge, she feels despair, because the monster who plunged Caesar into eternal sleep plunged into eternal sleep. At this time the ladies extend more something, and the main character claims that she took it in the forest yesterday, but it looks like it belongs to Lady Juliana. The girl replies that this is true, after which she remembers how she and Caesar smiled at each other, and the guy wore such a ring around his neck. Now the lady with tears in her eyes claims that this is Caesar's thing. The main character looks at her sadly and claims that she does not know if she has the right to say such a thing, but still asks the girl to live on because Markgraf Lakers and Cézanne immediately ran away after learning about her disappearance and were the same as her. They had an expression on their faces when something precious disappeared in an instant, and because of the injury they all suffer. But let the lady not stop their new cause of suffering because these people want to be happy again. Juliana then turns to Cézanne and also to her father and asks her to forgive. The girl also understands that she has no strength, and it is terrible that she could not protect Caesar. She hated herself so much, and it was so painful for her. So she blamed her father and Caesar for everything. Now the father turns to his daughter, but she replies that she will live until they become, although she is still scared and in pain, but she thinks that with the help of her father and brother, she will recover. After this, the guy happily turns to his sister, and the main character thinks what happiness it is. It seems the lady again wanted to live. A little while later, the girl is already heading down the corridor, but at that very moment, Cézanne addresses her. When the guy runs up, he claims that he wanted to ask her yesterday and will now ask how she thinks a lady could go into eternal sleep for a person dear to her. Elaine thinks about the Duke and then answers that yes. The guy asks why, to which the lady notes that it's just like that. And to be able to protect this person is already a blessing, Cézanne. At this time he remembers his brother, and when he was terribly wounded, he said that it was good. After all, he protected his brother and Juliana until the very end, after which he also asked not to suffer because of him. Now the guy turns to the lady and says that they are similar. The blonde asks if she knows why he was friendly with her from their first meeting. Because when he looks at her, he has the feeling that the lady is his brother who has fallen into eternal sleep, an honest and courageous person, and also a person who will do everything possible to protect her loved ones. This is all about the lady. And about his brother, he respected him very much. The guy claims that he will never forget this, and sister and his father too. If the lady wants something, let her speak. The main character understands that this is her chance, and says that then she needs some kind of list, and asks if she can look at it. The prince at this time looks at his hand covered in wine, and at the same moment someone screams at him. The boy remembers how his father asked how many times he told him that he should be better than the Duke, and also claimed that his son was useless. Now the boy is angry and understands that he can't do anything because of this rehigh. His father will be disappointed in him again, and so now His Highness turns to one of the servants, and he tells him to convey that he needs to closely monitor Rekka's movements and report everything to him. The guy also claims that this idiot will stumble someday. Delicious food, luxurious clothes, and reliable people. You have to be careful with all this. The main character at this time returns to Kiliad. The Duke thanks Cezanne for his hard work in closing the deal, but the boy points out that he should be thanking them because the Lakers won't forget it. And yet, the man claims that he did not expect such a good deal for the key. They said that they would cover all expenses and even give priority. The man also says that he should not worry too much because his older sister pays for everything in double size. Also remembers something and holds out a gift for Lady Elaine. He also whispers to her that this is a 20-year list of the team for conquering the evil dragon. This is a secret document that only she can see. After which the main character thanks Cezanne, but at that very moment the guy notices something dark energy, and when he turns to the Duke he sees his furious gaze. The guy immediately claims that he went and they will see each other again, and the girl thinks where he ran off to so quickly. The Duke asks what he gave the lady, to which she replies that nothing like that, and that these are documents for her personally. The guy at this time turns to the bandage on her hand and asks if everything is okay. The main character answers that yes, and as soon as she returned, she immediately processed everything, and it helped. The Duke says, "Thank God," and the main character, looking at his expression, wonders if he is really angry about this. Elaine claims that she was rude then and apologizes if she offended him, but Reki replies that an apology is unnecessary because he would also be upset if someone touched him. The guy is about to say more something but then stops and says that nothing, and also let the lady come back without today. Everyone is very tired, so we need to rest. The main character agrees and leaves. The Duke thinks that her facial expression is something special. Elaine has become a close person to him, but there is an incomprehensible distance between them that he so wants to break, but it is still too early. A little while later, the girl sits down on the bed and realizes that she should take a look at who was there. April 18th, 511. Fillion's calendar, the list of the team to conquer the evil dragon. Lloyd DeFillion, Taylor Wood, and Kevin Breyer took part in this operation. The girl thinks that if he stole the body of an evil dragon, he would probably become a high-ranking official, well, if you look at high-ranking people. Then the lady is surprised and wonders if there really was a team that returned late. She reads that this team is collecting the body of an evil dragon, after which she understands that these people would have been easy to touch him and could have stolen his parts. The names of these people are important and should be recorded separately. There was the commander of the 11th Division, Callias Denic Crystal Havel, and also the commander of the 4th Magic Division, and Talos Asgar, who was the commander of the 7th Magic Division. Well, at that moment, the lady hears someone knocking on her room. She also hides the paper and tells the person behind the door to come in. When the knight enters the room, he turns to Lady Elaine and asks if she has time now, to which the girl replies that she does but wonders what happened. The guy replies that it seems His Majesty will come now. The Duke at this time understands that he was finally able to contact and find traces of Sir Walter. When he reads the sheet, it says that traces of this man were found, and the location is an ancient Malton, located in the northernmost part of the country. A little while later, they already arrive in this village. The Duke states that they decided to meet at the Horned Inn, so they need to go, to which the main character agrees. As they move on, the villagers also whisper among themselves. The brunette claims that they are strangers there and attract a lot of attention, to which the lady replies that this is true. The Duke says that if everything happens like this, will they cooperate with the investigation, and the main character at this time only thinks about Walter. Before the Sebek incident, he often encountered one because of Lloyd, and even though 20 years have passed, well, he probably still remembers her face. If he sees her such and such, everything will fall into place, and taking this into account, it would be better for her not to encounter him. But the girl understands that this is impossible because Reiki was 3 years old, and she is grateful to this man for growing up with him. Even if she has to leave Reiki, he will definitely want to find her. At this time, the main character and the Duke enter the restaurant. One of the guys there raises his hand, after which they approach him. When Reki sits down, he claims that he received a letter and asks if this information is accurate, to which his interlocutor replies that it is accurate. The brunette says that it was written in it that they found some object related to their case and asks what it is and where she is. The guy points to the restaurant owner and tells him to look at what she has on her neck, after which the Duke sees a medallion with Walter's coat of arms. The servant claims that although much time has passed, it is still the coat of arms of the Reister family. The main character asks why she wears it, and the guy replies that he asked her, but the answer was vague. This woman said that she found it near a ghostly mountain. The brunette asks what kind of place this is. His interlocutor claims that this is an ominous place that only the residents of this village know about. They say that people who went there either never returned or went crazy, so the locals don't go near it. The Duke asks if this mountain is really that dangerous, but the lady found the pendant there, so it's strange. The man also asks if the woman can tell the exact location, to which the servant replies that she is saying that she doesn't remember much Reiki. He said that it was good and he understood, but he thought that he would have to ask a few more questions. The Duke thanks the boy for his work and states that he needs to return to Killiard. Well, after which he also turns to the owner of the establishment and she asks how she can help. The Duke talks about the pendant on her neck and asks where she got it from. The woman then asks what it is and why he needs to know it. But at that very moment, the Duke puts a bag of money on the table and tells the lady to sell him this clown because he will take him at any price. Another man approaches her and asks what is going on there. But when she opens the bag, who sees there a lot of gold coins. The woman wonders if he is ready to give so much money, for which the man answers that yes, and he really needs it and also wants to ask a few questions. The worker immediately takes off the pendant and says that then let him take it, because such people don't feel sorry for anything. But at that very moment someone snatches the pendant from her hands, after which the woman screams for the emergency services. Well, the young man looks at her with displeasure and screams that this is his clone and the woman is selling him. The man immediately grabs the guy and asks why he belongs to him, and wonders if the young man can give him back. The guy with red hair claims that he found it 10 years ago near the Ghost Mountain, and this woman stole this pendant from him. The Duke thinks about what happened 10 years ago and asks the guy if he saw the owner of this pendant, to which he replies that of course he saw it because he was little then, but he remembers everything. The Duke asks if he can elaborate if he is telling the truth, whereupon Reki grabs the bag of money he offered for the sharks and hands it to the boy. And he claims that if he tells everything he will pay him, after which the young man claims that he has light brown hair and light blue eyes. The man was tall and had 2 scars on the back of his right arm. Gerda smiles after these words and claims that it is true. He also realizes that 10 years have passed since Walter disappeared, and they have finally found his trail. A little while later, they are already at the hotel, and the Duke asks the boy if his name is Jody. The boy replies that he is, and the Duke claims that he looks like a child, after which he asks if his parents are the owners of the hotel. The guy replies that this man has a sense of humor and is an orphan, and the innkeepers adopted him and raised him. Of course, this doesn't sound very good because he was not fed properly and was forced to work hard every day. He was beaten when he did something wrong, and this year he turns 15 years old, but he looks younger than his peers, and his peers bully him because his parents own a hotel. The guy claims that this is where he will finish telling his story, after which he asks what brought these two there. After all, this man is so young and is ready to give such a large sum, so it is important to him. The Duke replies that they came to find the owner of this pendant and are interested in how the guy met him, to which he replies that he thinks it's a long story, and he remembers him because of Karen. The main character asks who it is, to which the young man replies that it's a man who lived in a ghost forest a long time ago. Now he has disappeared, and he treats the owner of this pendant with some suspicion because as soon as this man came to the village, he and Karen, there has been an accident. The Duke asks what happened, and the guy replies that even before he was born, a strange man lived on a ghostly mountain. His name was Karen. This man's hair was dark and seaweed-like. People avoided him because of his unkempt and gloomy appearance, and the village children were both afraid of him and interested in him. The children used it to learn more about him. One day the boy asked what they wanted to get, but the children claimed that they needed Karen's hair because if the boy brought it, they would consider him brave and would not touch him anymore. And he won't be able to escape from them if he doesn't find him, so one of them asked if the boy understood. These are the conditions they presented to him, and the boy didn't want to do it, but he had no choice but to sneak into Karen's house. When the guy came in here, and then he thought how creepy it was there and wondered if there was anyone there. The young man then began to look around and realized that he just needed to pick up a few fallen hairs there. But at that very moment, someone else entered the house and asked what he was doing. When the guy turned around, he asked in horror if it was really Karen. But at that very moment, he caught the shelf and a vase began to fall on him when her hour closed his eyes in anticipation of pain. He didn't feel anything and realized that Karen had caught the vase. The guy with green hair said that it was dangerous there and asked what the young man was looking for there. Answered honestly that his friends said that if he brought his hair they would not touch him anymore and that is why he came there. The man then cut off a lock of his hair and handed it to the boy. He claimed that the boy would be smarter with it. After all, Karen is not so scary. After that, the children stopped making fun of him and he began to visit Karen. Karen was kind, but also strange. He looked out the window to see who came, and one day he mumbled something in his sleep. One day the guy saw a beautiful crystal ball in his room and he noticed it and also hid it. The young man didn't care, so he forgot about caution. Being with Karen meant much more to him than anything else. And then one day, on his way to Karen, he encountered an unexpected event. The young man bumped into someone, and when the man turned around, he immediately asked if everything was okay. The stranger had a wary but friendly look. The boy replied that he was fine and asked who the man was, as he was clearly not a local. The man leaned over and said that he was only there for a minute because he had some business to attend to. He then asked if he was also going into the forest, and the boy nodded in agreement. The man then apologized for his intervention, but strongly recommended that the boy not go into the forest that day. He said that something dangerous could happen there. The boy remembered the strange behavior of the stranger for a long time. For some reason, these words alarmed the young man, and he decided to postpone his trip to the forest. His soul was uneasy. Karen's hut. As soon as the young man saw the fire engulfing the hut in the ghost forest, he rushed there without thinking. As he ran closer, he shouted Karen's name, but instead of an answer, he saw the entire house engulfed in flames. The fire continued until a sudden downpour put out the fire. Entering the ruined house, the young man began calling for Karen, but he could not find him anywhere. He became afraid at the thought that he could have fallen into eternal sleep. At that moment, his gaze fell on the charred glove on which the medallion lay. After this incident, the young man claimed that ghosts began to appear in the ghostly mountain. The men who entered Karen's burnt hut with the intention of robbing it were found frozen with fear. Their faces expressed horror. They said it was Karen's curse, but the boy refused to believe that he could do such a thing. In the remains of the hut, only traces of Karen and Walter were found, but no one found their bodies. The young man also said that Walter was somehow connected to Karen. The main character, after listening to him, began to think that he might be right. Perhaps Walter really did go into the ghost forest and meet Karen there. However, she also wondered if Walter had disappeared with Karen, if he was responsible for the fire in the hut. She turned to the boy to find out if he remembered anything else about Karen. Jody replied that it might sound strange, but despite spending a lot of time with Karen, he knew almost nothing about him. Karen rarely and reluctantly talked about himself, but one day he did tell something. It was a few days before Walter appeared. That night, Karen seemed extremely anxious. He didn't sleep and spent hours looking out the window. Jody decided to play a joke on him and came up from behind to scare him. At that moment, he heard Karen muttering. He kept saying that he no longer wanted to live like Karen. Suddenly, he said that his real name was Talos Asgore. The main character was shocked to hear this, as she had already encountered this name before. Talos Asgore was the commander of the 7th Magic Division, which participated in the operation to destroy the evil dragon. The lady asked the boy if that was his real name. Jody confidently replied that, of course it was, and he remembered it for sure. After this, the Duke stated that it was necessary to learn more about Talos Asgore, but she noted that it was already late and they would continue the investigation in the morning. The main character agreed with this, but at that moment, Jody approached them with disturbing news. He said that he had been thrown out of the tavern and now had nowhere to live. His voice trembled as he said this. After some time, the Duke and the main character settled the problem. The Duke gently stroked the boy's head, comforting him. He assured Jody that as long as they were in this village, he would be protected. The Duke took responsibility for the boy. Jody thanked him and admitted that for the first time in a long time, he felt safe. He also said with a smile that they would make great parents. The Duke, chuckling, warned Jody not to show anyone the money they had given him. The Duke explained that if adults found out how much money he had, they might try to take his life. Therefore, it was better to exchange large amounts of money for silver or copper and hide the rest. Jody agreed and replied that this time the innkeepers would not be able to nothing take away. He felt myself much more confident after conversation with the Duke, knowing that now there is a plan and support. After some time, at that time, people's screams were heard on the street. The crowd was going to all more, and there was tension in the air. People were whispering and trying to figure out what had happened. Home, the heroine and the Duke hurried find out what happened. They made their way through the crowd and saw a man lying unconscious. His face was distorted with fear, and it seemed that he had survived something terrible. One of residents' villages with anxiety reported that the day before found a child who somehow ended up on a ghostly mountain. Rumors quickly spread, and people discussed what could have happened there. Home. The heroine wondered what was hiding this forest, what causes such a stir in people's strong fear. She tried to put all the evidence together to find the answer to this question. The Duke, taking advantage common in a flurry, he suggested heroine go to the forest, while all the inhabitants distracted. The girl, realizing that this maybe be their chance, nodded in agreement and followed him. A little time later, they found themselves in a forest that was different from each other. Minute became all darker. The girl noticed that the higher they rose, the stronger the snowstorm became, enveloping their cold, snowy vortices. Soon they saw a destroyed hut, whose the charred remains looked ominously against the backdrop of a snowstorm. The Duke, pointing at her, firmly stated that their path lies there despite the frightening appearance. Approaching closer, they discovered burnt papers and scattered tattered things that barely saved mine original view. All around breathed feeling desolation and loss. Elaine, with bitterness, noted that there was a lot of damage here. She suggested that perhaps time did your own business, and the tree rotted, adding to the general impression destruction. Duke attentively examined hut and claimed that nothing here does not indicate a connection with Walter. But the next moment he was overcome with shock and he froze in place as if saw something incredible. Burning ones appeared in front of him, eyes shining brightly in the shadows. In fear, he turned to the Lady Elaine and screamed, till she immediately closed eyes, realizing that this may be associated with magical spells. The girl, not having time respond to the warning, found myself under the spell. Her voice changed and she turned to Sir as if in a trance, Rehide demanding that he go forward there where was hiding threat. Lady thinks that it's strange because the guy is just what was there, but at that very moment someone turns to her. Turning around, she notices how the man smiles, although his face covered red with fluid and scars and his clothes are torn. Suddenly he falls to the ground as if he has lost all his strength. Girl, without losing time, runs up to him in a panic, screams and begs him to wake up. However, the man suddenly enough her by the neck, his eyes full anger and despair. With tears in his eyes, he begins to say that because of her actions, his mother is immersed in eternal sleep, and this turned his life into an endless nightmare that haunts him every day. Meanwhile, the Duke, who is in another place, finds himself under action, illusions. His look, chained to the burning city flames, reflected in his eyes, filling the soul with a feeling helplessness. Illusion, it becomes more and more real. He begins to realize that in front of him is not just a picture, but an embodiment, something sinister. Name Specto pops into his mind like as if the monster himself imagines myself. This a terrible monster feeding energy of people uses their internal injuries. How source forces. The Duke understands that the event in Sebek is his own wound, which Specto turned into an instrument of torture. Suddenly from shadows a voice calls out, making him turn his head. His gaze falls on the familiar, the face that evokes in him mixed feelings. Joy, mistrust, and fear. Man with anxiety screams him about that necessary immediately run, because danger at all close. The Duke looks at him in shock because this human reminds me of Walter. However, instead of long, the man holds out his hand offering salvation that consists of only in flight. He is persistent, convinces that survive can just leaving everything behind and calls him to follow him. But at that moment, the Duke suddenly snatches weapons and deals fatal blow. He is cold-blooded, notices that he has already experienced. This nightmare is too much many times to deceive yourself. Soon, illusion dissipates, and the Duke comes to his senses stunned and tired. His thoughts remain confused, but the feeling is that illusion finally disappeared brings fleeting relief. The guy, too, looking for Lady Elaine and screams at her, but then he notices that she lies on the floor as if having lost forces. He immediately rushes towards her, trying to find out if it's okay, Lee, she is, but a lady with tears in my eyes barely heard, asks him forgiveness, as if would admitting his guilt. Young woman starts saying that committed mistake. What she turned out to be too much cold and careless. The Duke understands that if the lady won't wake up, she may freeze to death. Without unnecessary words, he takes off his cape, carefully covers the girl and assures her what she should hold on, despite for nothing. The Duke adds that them to come deal with the rest ghosts and hallucinations that continue their chase. Lady suddenly takes his hand, gently tells him not to leave and calls him Rihi. The Duke finds myself thinking that her words make him feel strange, feeling. This name gives birth to something strange in his soul, feeling like it connected with something important from past, although he cannot remember that exactly. In his memory pops up a vague image of a person with a kind and familiar smile. He feels vague, worrying about not understanding who this and why this image is so clear, pops up in his thoughts. But he shakes head, gets up, and decides that now is not the time for such thoughts. His main task is to deal with the monster that threatens them to everyone. He turns to the lady, carefully asks, "It will last a little longer," a little assuring that everything will soon end. In this time, young woman sees yourself in the Red Sea, where against no Bella stands, whose expression faces filled determination and sacrifice. Bella approaches her and says that she is ready to give your own heart to the girl could continue live, despite all the trials. However, home heroine-seized horror begs Bella not to do it, this explaining that such a step can to plunge her into eternal sleep forever. But the woman replies that there is nothing like that there because the lady is already living off her hearts. Elaine screams, begging her stop, and suddenly feels like her chest starts burn stronger, like flame flares up inside. Woman only with interest asks what it's like it is to live with someone else's heart. Elaine overcome in despair. He screams that I never wished her any harm and didn't want her to. This happened. But then a sound is heard, another voice. Someone claims that this lies and says that she felt better because she survived thanks to the heart, Bella. This human turns out Esmel, who adds that each cell her body's belongs, Belle. Home. The heroine is shocked, exclaims really. This really Esmel, but on the other hand the sides approach it. Another figure whose presence makes her feel vague horror. Stranger claims that the lady stole his wife's heart. Elaine starts look back, feeling like around no start going to other people. They are getting closer and closer, accusing her in that she, the witch who plunged them into eternal sleep, depriving them hopes for salvation. Elaine, filled with fear, cries out that it's not true, that she total only tried save them and never wanted to nobody harm. But at this moment she has approached figures very similar to herself, and coldly assert that all accusations are fair after all, this she is in everything guilty. All around, start blame her in that their misfortunes have begun because of her. If she didn't go into the forge that day and didn't meet Bella, that would not have happened. She too indicate that if there was no stepmother such cruel and she herself was not born, this pain would not exist. Home, the heroine deprived of her powers, surrenders under the pressure of accusations. She admits that perhaps all this is true, and that is precisely she destroyed everything to which touched. She remembers the words that she promised, protect everyone, but I couldn't contain her word. Now it seems to her that disappear is the only one way. Fix everything. After all, there was no one left to protect, but at that very moment the girl hears how someone is calling her and begins wonder who this maybe be. Suddenly someone grabs her by the hand, and looking at this man lady, he is surprised as if not believing his own eyes. She realizes that all is not lost yet. After all, there was one person left for whom she should fight her target now, to protect son Bella. Concerned guy leans towards Lady Elaine, asks if she has arrived. She comes to her senses. His voice trembles with excitement. When home heroine looks at his face, she notices that in his eyes is reflected sincere worry and fear for her. How only Lady answers. The young man can't stand it and hugs her firmly and says how much he is for her was worried. He admits that I have never experienced such fear as then, when saw how her hands and feet were freezing like life, as if she was leaving her. Home heroine then addresses Sir Reki asks, "Disappeared Lee, specto fully." The guy steps back and apologizes because he didn't know that she woke up. He also replies that the monster is no longer there. He is about to all took care of it while Lady was unconscious, so asks she doesn't have to worry after all hallucinations. There will be no more. Home heroine clarifies confidently, "Is he in this?" But at the same moment he notices that the Duke is without a cape in the middle of the cold. Young woman screams what happened to his coat and why did he do it so easily dressed. Then, and in all appearance and his cape in her hands after why does the guy claim that her temperature, the body fell heavily. Young woman exclaims, "Did he really take it all off after what asks him to put it on? This back?" Pointing out that his whole body was frozen, she falls silent for a moment and then thanks him for worrying so much about her. The Duke replies that it's for her sake security. Even if Elaine's strong, it doesn't mean that she will be able to cope with one for all. He adds that, if it's hard for her, then she's a lady. Always maybe turn to him for help because he is ready to support her at any time. Home, the heroine is confused, is set question really. She still is in a hallucination or did he say something unusual? The guy remembers how the girl at some point asked him not to leave and notices this is about myself. After he did this, calmly says that nothing unusual happened but the main thing. Heroine sighs with relief saying that this fine. She admits that she was afraid that he heard something awkward. Luckily, she understands that nothing from the past was not voiced. In fact, if she said something his behavior would be different. However, her thoughts interrupts the bright light breaking through from debris. Intrigued Elaine wondering what it is. Maybe to be, and together with the Duke, they start dig up source Sveta. Soon, they find crystal ball. Elaine notices that in it focused huge quantity mana and suggests that this maybe be the very artifact that mentioned Jody. The Duke agrees that this perhaps, but it emphasizes that need to study the ball in more detail. It offers leave it in place temporarily to be on the safe side. Meanwhile, in the city, people begin discuss strange events. They notice that from the very morning sounds reminiscent of screams are heard. Someone from residence expresses fear that if it will be so, if it continues, a real monster may emerge. Jody, watching what was happening, suddenly realizes that the Duke and Elaine disappeared more in the morning to no one without saying anything. He has arises suspicion that they went to the haunted forest. But his thoughts interrupt someone's voice, saying that someone is approaching. Jody turns around to see who this may be. Jody sees the Duke and the chief heroine, one of residents, noticing them. Condition asks if everything is okay with them and what happened in the haunted forest. Elaine apologizes and promises that later in detail will tell about to all that had happened, but now she doesn't have the strength for it. At this moment, Jody joyfully screams and calls their uncle and aunt running up to them. He is worried? Asks if it's true. They were in the haunted forest and did not receive the injuries. Elaine again apologizes for making him worry and assures him that they are fine. However, Jody doubts her words, noting that the Duke's face is red and Elaine herself covered in sweat. Home heroine turns to the Duke asking if he really is everything okay with him. The Duke admits that he is a little, "I have a fever, but there is nothing serious about it." Elaine puts his hand to the Duke's forehead, feeling how hot it is, and is worried says that to him need to urgently have a rest. From her touch, the Duke a little embarrassed but trying to assure all that he just needs it, rest, and he quickly will get better. Suddenly he weakens and leans on his shoulder, Elaine home. The heroine, surprised, supports him. The Duke apologizes for his weakness and says that he simply ran out of strength. Elaine answers that I understood his condition. She tells the Duke to hold on and assures him that will help him. Then she turns to Jody and asks him to return to the flophouse, to which that agrees. Later, the Duke is lying on his bed resting. Elaine comes into the room to check how he feels. Elaine, concerned the Duke's condition, asks what his temperature is. To this, Rihai replies that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about. He claims that it's just a slight fever and nothing serious, but the girl doubts, noting that his condition is clearly more serious. She notes that the heat from which he loses strength may be dangerous and be careful, touches his forehead to check the temperature. Elaine notices that the temperature is still a little decreased, but remains worried, knowing that settlement too much. It's small, and there are no doctors there. She shows the Duke the tea he managed to find and says that according to rumors, it helps reduce the temperature after what offers Rihai drink it. The guy thanks her and takes the mug, but the moment their fingers touch, there is an instant awkwardness. Both are embarrassed, and Elaine decides to break the silence to clear the air. Shyly says that she will bring food and let him drink tea and rest, to which the guy gratefully agrees. A few minutes later, the girl leaves the room, sighs, and thinks that everything happened too suddenly. Everything seemed familiar, but Elaine couldn't understand why she was so surprised now. Remembering how the Duke hugged her, she feels embarrassed by the memory and wonders why it became so important. After walking a few steps, she bumps into Jody and addresses him, asking what he is doing in this place. Jody, curious, asks if she and the Duke actually went to Karen. Elaine confirms this. The guy continuing the conversation notes that there is now Karen's crystal ball in her room. The main character realizes that this is true and replies that the guy is turning to his sister, asking if he can take this ball. He understands that this is difficult for her, but admits that he misses Karen very much. There is no trace of him left in the hut. This ball is the only thing left of Karen, and although he does not know whether he is alive or not, he believes that at least with this object he will feel a little better. Elaine apologizes to Jody, but claims that she cannot give him the ball yet. They needed to study the crystal ball carefully, because only then could they find traces of Karen and Sir Walter. It was important to understand how to use its powers so that they could track them down and find answers to their many questions. The young man watching what was happening tried to understand whether it was really possible to find Karen with the help of this ball. The lady thinking answered that she believed in it, that they had a chance. Once they had completed their analysis, Elaine promised to return the orb to Jody, but for now, she asked him to wait. She hoped that the process would give them more information about what had happened and where Karen might have disappeared to. Jody agreed to wait. He couldn't help but wonder if they would tell him everything at once when they found Karen, or if it would take even longer. The lady assured him that of course she would give him all the details as soon as the information became clear. At this moment, someone else was watching them closely, trying to understand what exactly they were talking about. The person wondered if they were discussing the crystal ball and what purposes were hidden behind it. A little later, Elaine returned to the Duke's room, bringing him food. She thought that perhaps he needed something to eat to speed up his recovery. However, when she entered, she noticed that the Duke was asleep, and she couldn't help but think that sleeping on a chair was definitely uncomfortable. At times like these, she realized how important it was to give him a good night's rest. Elaine decided to ask him to lie down in bed, knowing that it would be much more comfortable for him. She walked slowly towards him so as not to wake him and gently asked him to move. But looking at his face, she suddenly realized that despite the discomfort, he was quite comfortable in the chair. She barely noticed his calm breathing and relaxed expression. Elaine couldn't help but notice how strong and mature Rihai had become. Once, not so long ago, he had been a little boy, but now he had grown into a man who deserved admiration. The lady realized that there was no trace left of the child he had been before Rekha's arms had become larger and wider, making him look even more mature and powerful. She thought how nice it would be to touch him a little more, to feel how he had grown up, and to understand how much had changed. But at that moment, Reiki woke up. Reiki suddenly grabbed her hand, looking at her with amazement and some shock. It was a moment when they both felt how close they had become. Elaine, feeling his touch, hesitated slightly and was surprised, not knowing what was happening. She felt how everything around her changed instantly, and she did not know how to react. Elaine, clearly embarrassed, pulled away and didn't know what to say. He just turned pale and quickly apologized before turning and running away. Elaine stood outside, feeling her heart beat faster. She sighed and wondered, what was that? Why did everything suddenly feel so awkward and tense? She remembered looking into Rekha's eyes and feeling his hand on her wrist. It was the moment she realized how close and important he had become to her. Elaine could feel his breath, and suddenly she realized that she had always thought of him as a cute little brother, but now everything was much more complicated. She couldn't help but admit that he had become something more to her long ago. At that moment, Elaine realized that she really liked Rihai. It was so unexpected and confusing, but the feelings were real. After 2 days, the Duke's condition had improved considerably, and they began to prepare to return to Killiard-Rehigh. Relieved, said that they were leaving, and that a new chapter of their journey lay ahead of them. The main character agrees, but at the same moment someone else turns to them and shouts for them to wait. It turns out to be Jody. The boy claims he has a favor to ask. The Duke wonders what happened. Jody stands before him, his eyes full of determination and excitement. He is ready to give everything to ask for help, even if it means that he would not stay in this place any longer. His request was simple, but it was extremely important to him. He wanted to be with them, to go to Killiard, and he was sure that this was his only chance to survive staying with them. And the young man insists that he wants to go there too, and cries out for them to take him with them to Killiard. With every word, his request becomes more insistent and furious. The boy understands that he may have no other choice, and he will do everything to ensure that they accept him. He hopes that they will understand him and help him, because otherwise he does not know how to live on. The young man claims that he will do whatever they ask him to do, but he is an orphan and the money can be taken away from him, so he asks to take him with them. Jody is worried that if he stays in this place, his life will be in danger. He has no family, and he understands how easy it is to lose everything. His request comes not only from fear, but also from the hope that here with these people he can find some salvation and meaning in life, and also get him out of there. The main character wonders what they will do. Elaine, not knowing what to do in this situation, realizes that she does not have a clear answer. The boy looks determined, but his words may be associated with great risks. But she also understands that he cannot stay here, and that their help can change his fate. The Duke replies that they will take him with them. The man also addresses the boy and claims that the return journey will be difficult enough for the child. His words, though calm, carry a serious warning. The journey will be long and difficult, and Jody must be prepared for all difficulties, but the Duke promises that they will take him if he truly decides to go with them. So let him not lag behind, to which the young man agrees, and a little while later they already arrive in Killiard. The boy looks impatiently at the huge castle and feels how his heart fills with joy and excitement. He has long dreamed of being here, and now that his dream is starting to come true, everything seems so new and scary at the same time. The guy happily asks if it's really Killiard, and the main character asks if they can leave him alone. She watches him closely, worried that his excitement could lead to unpleasant consequences. The boy, however, proudly replies that everything will be fine and that he will cope. And also, will he get lost? The young man asks if she knows that he is 15 years old. He wants to remind her that despite his age, he is quite capable of coping with difficulties. He is proud of his age because he no longer needs to be protected. And the Duke asks if they are letting the guy go or not. The main character then asks what he is talking about. The complexity of the situation begins to grow. Elaine feels that she is not ready for new twists and what she will still have to experience in this place. But when she looks at the Duke, she turns away in embarrassment. As they walk down the hallway, Elaine feels her heart begin to beat faster. She tries to ignore her feelings, but the embarrassment grows stronger. Then the lady sighs and realizes that since that day she has not looked into Reha's eyes because she has to hold on. Elaine feels how the relationship with the Duke is becoming difficult, and she can no longer maintain the same distance. If the Duke found out about this, it would be a big problem. Elaine feels that she needs to be careful, otherwise everything could end unpredictably. At the same moment, another knight approaches them. He greets them and says that they are finally back, but then he notices the child. The knight looks at Jody with interest, and his eyes are full of curiosity. He asks who it is, and the Duke replies that he is helping them with their investigation and that his name is Jody. The Duke calmly explains that the boy joined them in search of the truth and decided to offer his help. In response, Jody thanks the Duke for allowing him to be with them. In return, he decided to help him. After which the Duke orders that he be given new clothes and fed. Jody feels that his fate is changing for the better and gratefully accepts the help, realizing that his life is now in the hands of these people. They also looked at what else they could offer him and took him to his room. The knights readily carried out the order, and Jody, seeing their respect, feels that he can really be trusted, to which the knight agrees, and the boy says that he and his brother will see each other again. Despite his youth, he is already thinking about the future and understands that his life will be difficult, but with this help, everything will change. Haleo first and shows the pendant. This item becomes an important part of their search because it belonged to Walter and the traces may lead here. He claims that it belongs to Walter, so it seems that the conversation will be long and they will talk about the rest in his office. The Duke speaks of the pendant, and his look expresses deep concern because it may be the only important trace. Rahi told the story of the village of Moltenu Hileo and Romelu Elaine, listens carefully and realizes that all these events are connected, and this pendant may be the key to the solution. The girl looking at the pendant says that it belonged to her father. This discovery shocks her, and she feels how everything in her life begins to change its direction. And the Duke claims that unfortunately Sir Walter's exact location has not yet been established. The pendant remains their only trace, and they must find other clues to move forward. The pendant is still their only lead, but he asks if the lady can wait, to which she replies that she is grateful to the Duke for finding her father's trail. Elaine feels hope and gratitude welling up in her heart. And he also understands that the search will take time, after which he clutches this pendant in his hands. And he says that if he needs help, then let the Duke ask. These words sounded confident and reserved, as if the lady had already assumed that her support might be needed. Her manner of communication was full of dignity, which emphasized her experience in such situations. He agrees and thanks the lady, after which the knight also enters the conversation and reports that Countess Müller contacted him in his absence. His words sounded calm, but there was some wariness in them, as if the mention of Countess Müller carried some subtext. The Duke expresses surprise at this news, and a little while later finds himself sitting opposite the said Countess. The atmosphere in which they found themselves was conducive to a businesslike and intense conversation. The Countess greeted him warmly, emphasizing that she was pleased to see Sir in Killyard. Her words sounded soft and sincere, as if she was truly glad to meet him. Her manners were impeccable, which testified to her good upbringing and her ability to win over her interlocutors. This woman is the eldest daughter of Count Müller and goes by the name of Diana Müller. Her name has long been known in these parts, and her position in society only emphasized the importance of her presence. Her gaze was confident, but there was a hidden anxiety in it that did not escape the Duke's attentive eyes. The man offers her to sit down, and the main character watching what is happening notices that Diana looks as if she is uncomfortable or wants to discuss something important. There was some stiffness in her movements, and her speech sounded too measured. During the conversation, it is mentioned that the lady came to Killyard on matters related to the mining business. This fact immediately aroused the interest of those present, since the extraction of magical stones has always been considered an important topic for the region, and its discussion could affect many parties. The Duke delved into the matter and asked about the resumption of the mining of the magic stones, which had previously been suspended. His interest in the details was obvious, as this matter was of strategic importance to their future. The girl confirms that according to the latest research, about 90% of the extracted products are classified as Tier 1 resources. Her words sounded confident, supported by facts which made her statement convincing and trustworthy. The man suggests an agreement to mine these stones, which prompts the protagonist to think about the business side of things. Her thoughts gradually deepened, and she began to understand that this conversation had more significance than it seemed at first glance. However, watching Diana, she notices that she is hesitant, as if she wants to talk about more than just work. Her gaze sometimes wanders, and her face takes on an expression that could be called anxious. The Duke looks at her behavior with a serious expression, but the conversation smoothly comes to an end, and Reki thanks her for her cooperation. The meeting ended in an atmosphere of latent tension. After this, Lady Diana still approaches Sir with a reminder about the letter she had sent earlier. Her voice was calm, but there was an urgency in it, as if she wanted to make sure that her message had not been ignored. The Duke turns his gaze to the knight, expressing some displeasure, but he only avoids his gaze, turning away. This gesture spoke volumes, and the main character could not help but notice it, drawing certain conclusions for herself. The man has the impression that the report he was expecting was never delivered. although from a conversation with the Countess, it becomes clear that the previous mission in the mine, which involved destroying monsters, was completed successfully. Despite these results, the situation remained unclear, causing many questions and assumptions. She would also like to meet him in person since the Duke rarely answers letters. These words sounded calm, but they felt that her visit was prompted not only by the desire to discuss business matters, but also by the need to resolve personal matters that could not be delayed. Then she came to talk to him personally. There would be a banquet in honor of His Majesty's birthday. This event promised to be one of the main celebrations of the year, gathering the most influential people whose presence emphasized the status of the event. And if Sir didn't mind, she would like to ask him for something, because she had no one to go with, and she also needed a partner. Her words sounded reserved, but at the same time they did not hide her sincere desire to receive his consent, which would be a significant support for her on such an important evening. But the man immediately refused and claimed that he appreciated it. His answer was short, but there was a firmness in it that made it clear that the decision was final and not subject to revision. However, he is forced to refuse. Diana wonders if he has found a partner. Her voice has taken on a more insistent tone, as if she is trying to understand the real reasons for his refusal. To which the guy replies that no lady, because he knows there is a lot of gossip. His words were said with slight bitterness, hinting at the circumstances that made such invitations practically impossible for him. The reason he doesn't go to parties with anyone is because he doesn't want to hurt his partner. There was genuine concern in his tone, which, despite its apparent harshness, revealed his inner vulnerability. Well, the girl replies that everything is fine because her father said that he respects everyone and she doesn't care about gossip. Her confidence and calmness indicated that she really doesn't care about the opinions of others. But the man insists that he will repeat it again, after which he thanks for the attention and apologizes. His words sounded final, leaving no room for further discussion. The lady is silent for a moment after this, but then claims that she understands his feelings. There was reconciliation in her voice, although with a slight hint of disappointment which she tried not to show, and he apologizes and leaves. As soon as the door closes, the knight turns to the master. His expression spoke of extreme surprise, as if he could not understand what had happened, and he cries out, "What just happened?" But the man wonders if he hasn't said that before. The Duke's words sounded calm, as if everything that was happening was absolutely logical and natural for him. The knight replies that no, and no matter how much he needs a partner, didn't the nobles laugh at him every year, and maybe this year he will avoid it. His remark was full of emotion, as if he was trying to predict the future development of events and prevent possible troubles. Moreover, Prince Michael recently announced that he had found himself a bride. He would certainly have insulted the master. The Duke only says how much the knight whines. His words sounded with slight irony, emphasizing that he does not intend to attach importance to such words. Well, the red-haired youth claims that the gentleman is now mature and asks if he has ever thought about finding a wife. This question was asked with genuine interest, although the knight tried not to overstep the bounds of what was permitted, to which he replies that he hasn't yet, and the knight is shocked. He claims that he didn't tell the lord about this, as if he only now realized how unexpected this answer was for him. But she wonders if he knows how many letters he gets because there are literally hundreds of them. His voice was slightly reproachful, but there was also concern in it, as if he genuinely wanted the Duke to pay attention to this matter. The Duke wondered if this wasn't a waste of time and they weren't even his parents. So why were they so concerned about his personal life? His reasoning sounded logical, but there was also a hint of weariness about the constant interference in his affairs. The knight sighs after this, but claims that when concluding a water marriage, his words sounded ambiguous, as if he had not yet decided whether to continue this thought. New opportunities are opening up, and we need to get married before Prince Michael to wipe his nose. He sounded unexpectedly enthusiastic, as if he genuinely believed this would be a big step for the Duke. He also turns to Lady Elaine and asks if this is true, but the girl is lost in her thoughts at this time. Her thoughtful gaze was directed somewhere to the side, as if she was completely immersed in her experiences and did not even hear his words. Rekha's wedding with a sad expression on her face. Her thoughts revolved around the events that she could not let go of, and memories associated with these moments floated into her head. And finally, the night brings her out of her thoughts. The girl then becomes embarrassed and apologizes because she was thinking a little. Her face turned red from slight embarrassment, but she tried to control herself so as not to reveal her true feelings. The Duke just looks at her in confusion. Elaine realizes that everyone used to get married, and she thought that Rihai would be the one to do it. Her thoughts were conflicted, and she tried to figure out why this bothered her so much. But remembering how he hugged her and how close they were to each other, Tolya Edie thinks about how to perceive this marriage now. Her thoughts gradually became more and more confused, as if she could not find the right answer. The next day, they are in the wardrobe, and the man insists that they need to make a suit. His voice sounds confident, as if he is fully focused on the task at hand. He also thanks the Duke for approaching him, and Rihai thanks him for agreeing. The exchange of polite words only underscores the importance of the event to come. The Duke also claims that he has heard that the man is the most skilled tailor in Gilead. His words sound respectful, as if he truly appreciated the tailor's skill. The man says what kind of speeches are these, and claims that he can say with certainty that the Duke will shine at the banquet. There was genuine pride in his work in his voice, and his eyes radiated confidence in success. He also offers to choose the design he wants, and he will make him a suit. His offer was made with such enthusiasm that it seemed as if he had already seen the suit in his imagination. The man then approaches the main character, who is thinking about Reha's costume for the banquet. Her thoughts are again confused because she understands how important it will be for the Duke to look at this evening. Many nobles will come there, and it is obvious that the Duke will not be deprived of female attention. Her ideas about banquets have always been associated with luxury, intrigue, and endless conversations. They also want to dance with Rihai. Well, then the main character slaps herself on the cheeks. This gesture was unconscious, but it helped her to distract herself a little from obsessive thoughts, to get him out of his thoughts. But the sound is a bit loud, and the tailor turns to Lady Elaine a little surprised. His gaze expressed slight bewilderment, but he tried not to show it so as not to embarrass the girl. The girl replies that there is nothing special there, and she just killed the insect. Her answer sounded awkward, but she tried to pretend that everything that happened was completely normal. The main character thinks to herself how crazy she is, and as soon as the conversation turns to the wedding, she goes crazy. Her inner voice was filled with self-criticism, but she could not stop thinking about what was bothering her so much. The tailor at this time turns to the Duke and suggests starting with this suit, since it is very popular among the nobles. His professionalism was obvious, and he proudly demonstrated his ability to choose suitable models. A rare green fabric was used to create this summer suit. Its texture looked exquisite, and the shade attracted attention with its sophistication and richness. It is a very luxurious and elegant design, after which the main character thinks about dark green clothes. Her thoughts again returned to the image of Reha, and she tried to imagine how he would look in this color. She also understands that Reha has violet eyes and dark green does not suit them. Her reasoning became more and more detailed because she sincerely wanted his image to be perfect. When the Duke turns to the main character, he sees that she is evaluating the outfits. Her gaze ran from one suit to another, and it was noticeable that she was carefully considering which of them would suit her better. He also turns to the tailor and tells him to show the next one, to which he agrees and points to it. His movements were confident and his gestures were clear and precise. He also claims that this outfit is inspired by travel, and the main character realizes that the color is good. Her gaze lingers on the fabric for a moment, and she appreciates how unusual and interesting this execution is. But it was too casual for the banquet because she wanted the design to be brighter. Her thoughts were focused on the fact that this outfit could look advantageous in another setting, but not at such an important event. The Duke, turning to the lady and seeing her expression, realized that this suit was also not worth taking. His intuition told him that her opinion was worth considering, and he immediately made the decision to move on. He also told the tailor to suggest the next one, to which he agreed, but claimed that this one was too old-fashioned. The tailor, with a slight annoyance in his voice, commented that similar models were popular in the past, but were no longer relevant. Then the Duke looks at the girl's expression and tells the tailor to hand over the next suit. Her thoughtful look spoke for itself, and he decided that it was not worth dwelling on an unsuitable choice. He then shows a suit whose design is borrowed from the East, but Elaine still doesn't like it. Her internal assessment immediately made it clear that this style is too far from the image she would like to see. Then he shows another suit which is made in a classic style, but the lady is already starting to get annoyed that there is not a single suit that will suit the Duke. Her patience is at its limit, and her face increasingly reflects hidden irritation. And when the man says to show him the next suit, the main character is surprised. She did not expect that their choice would continue to drag on for so long, and her thoughts were occupied with the question of when she would finally be able to find the perfect option. The tailor claims that this suit is made of high-quality black fabric with gold embroidery. White and purple details are added as accents, which gives it sophistication and emphasizes the nobility of the style. After which he notes that this outfit perfectly emphasizes the figure and is one of the best in his collection. Such a suit will make the gentleman the central figure at any banquet. The Duke at this point looks away from the suit and at the lady. Her delight and approval are expressed in her eyes, and this makes him finally make his decision. Claiming that he also likes this outfit, he declares that he takes it. His choice was made with confidence based not only on his preferences, but also on the reaction of the lady. The tailor happily congratulates him on his excellent choice and expresses his gratitude for choosing his model. To top it off, he offers to sew a suitable outfit for the Duke's attendant. The Duke, however, calmly replies that there is no need for this, since he does not intend to place an order for his partner. However, looking at the main character, he thinks for a moment. Then, after a short pause, he asks if the tailor has any dresses. The tailor clarifies that at the moment he only has men's models with him, but his catalog also includes women's outfits that can be viewed. The Duke calls Lady Elaine to him and offers her to look at the catalog, which causes her obvious surprise. She did not expect such a gesture from him. Reki explains that he would like his security guard to look appropriate for the event and suggests that she choose a suitable outfit. The main character wonders if she should really choose a dress and ponders his words. The Duke, noticing her hesitation, reassures her, explaining that she can regard this as a sign of gratitude for her care during the events in the village of Multanu. The main character wonders if this will be appropriate since she is not the only one who will accompany the Duke to the banquet. Rihai assures her that everything is fine since she will be the one accompanying him as a guard. A little while later, the day of the celebration of His Majesty's birthday arrives. The streets are bustling with vendors offering their wares, creating a festive atmosphere. One of them offers flowers for sale, decorating his stalls with them. Another claims that his shop sells fresh honey wafers, the aroma of which spreads throughout the street. The main character walks next to the Duke, accompanied by other knights. Sophia asks Elaine if she thinks this year is better than last year. She notes that there are indeed a lot of people. Sophia adds that Elaine should honestly tell where she got such an outfit from, looking at it with undisguised interest. The main character is at first surprised by such a question, and then begins to feel embarrassed, not knowing how to answer. Her slight confusion betrays her excitement. Her interlocutor notes that the lady's embarrassment seems strange because her outfit looks truly luxurious and emphasizes her elegance. And knowing Elaine, everyone knows that she would never have bought such a dress herself. That is why the Duke, having allowed her to wear it, clearly chose it, especially for her. The main character is slightly shocked by this statement, and Sophia only smiles warmly and notes that Elaine looks great. Elaine blushing objects that it is not funny at all. At this point, Cézanne joins them, asking with interest whether the Duke really chose this outfit for her. He adds that he was sure that she had bought the dress herself. Sophia throws a displeased remark in his direction, wondering what he was even talking about. She then suggests that he should pay more attention to the road. Cézanne just snorts, noticing how picky they are. However, he smiles and asks if he can't even look at the beautiful Elaine. Sophia, without losing her composure, replies that of course he can't, and suggests that he should look at the road instead. Cézanne, with a feigned sigh, submits and looks away, continuing to snort, but says nothing more. Meanwhile, their carriage drives up to the banquet building. They are met by the butler, who greets the Duke cordially, mentioning that they have not seen each other for a long time. The Duke responds politely and instructs one of the servants to take the clothes out of the carriage and take them to the wardrobe. The butler agrees, and the Duke then turns to his knights, asking them to wait for him in the drawing room until he is ready to enter the palace. The knights nod in agreement, accepting the instructions. A short time later, they are sitting in the waiting room. Cézanne, clearly restless, remarks that they have arrived earlier than expected and now have some free time. Sophia advises him to stop fidgeting and behave calmly. Elaine, noticing the excitement, turns to Cézanne with a question about what kind of building it is. Cézanne is surprised that she is asking about this and asks if this is her first time there. Sophia, without losing patience, explains that this is His Majesty's capital mansion, where the monarch's birthday is celebrated every year. Elaine, a little confused, asks again if this is true and adds that she never knew about it. She was sure that the king only occasionally slept in this building. The blonde notes with annoyance that the situation is indeed a bit complicated, since Chelsea, in his opinion, is not particularly well disposed towards His Majesty. The main character listens to the conversation with surprise, and Sophia, noticing her bewilderment, turns to the guy and asks why he even says such things. Sophia suggests that the young man not forget where they are, but he only shrugs, claiming that most people already know about it. Elaine, still confused, asks what they are talking about, as she was not aware of this. The blonde, ignoring her questions, calmly explains that this is just a story that began with that incident in Sebec. He continues by saying that after the tragic events, when many members of the royal family went into eternal sleep, a place was made available for both the king and the crown prince. Chelsea de Fillion, he says, did not wait long and immediately took the throne, despite the need to follow tradition, which also meant waiting for the immersion of the witch, the very one who poisoned the royal line. He adds that there is also a conspiracy theory surrounding the takeover of the throne, which he is rumored to have heard from Rommel, who says that mercenaries who support the Highness are actively pursuing this legacy. These mercenaries, the blonde youth claims, were inspired by how Killiard had prospered under the young duke's rule, and perhaps they were trying to get rid of a potential enemy to strengthen their own position. He notes that Chelsea may not have imagined that the deserted Killiard could flourish under the leadership of the new duke, and this may have been one of the reasons for his possible hostility. Sophia, unable to bear it any longer, interrupts him, and saying that this has gone too far, asks how much could be obtained for these mercenaries if Killiard's development is ignored. She reminds him that public opinion remains extremely negative regarding this whole story. Sophia adds that obviously the mercenaries could have been those who previously belonged to the old aristocracy, the nobility for whom the status of their families is always more important than any other life. Due to the incident in Sebec, they suffered huge losses, but nevertheless they continued to harbor grudges and look for ways to avenge their losses. And now, in her opinion, they are furious and much angrier because of the Duke's success in Killiard, his ability to turn everything he encounters into prosperity. Elaine, in her thoughts, cannot tear her thoughts away from these rumors. She reflects that after the incident in Sebec, only 2 people remained alive who to some extent survived this horror. These are Chelsea de Fillion and the Duke of Diallo. Although they are brothers, their paths are said to have diverged long ago due to different views and disagreements. But despite losing his right to the throne, he was given the title of Duke. However, despite this, he managed to gain authority among the old nobles, which gave him influence and opportunities. The Sebec incident left a deep mark on the Duke's heart. This event may not only cause Reka to fall into eternal sleep, but also become a catalyst for future political changes. Chelsea de Fillion benefited greatly from this situation for himself, and if all this is really true, his role in this incident becomes even more questionable. In that case, Chelsea was probably involved in organizing the squad that destroyed the evil dragon. If so, then the culprit of the Sebec incident would be easily identified. At this moment, the man walking down the corridor suddenly turns to Michael, his son. He asks if the preparations for the banquet are complete, to which Michael confidently replies that yes, everything is ready. He specifies that the only thing that is still needed is the arrival of the nobles. The man, seeing his son's readiness, asks if he can count on his support. Michael assures him that he trusts only him and that despite force majeure situations in the past, this time he will not let him down. The man seems satisfied with the answer, adding that he heard rumors that this monster would go to the banquet without a partner, and if so, he would be glad. He also reminds that fencing talents business. He rejected all of this and now perhaps even rejected a couple. Prince Michael confirms that this is exactly what his father meant. The man in turn reminds his son not to disappoint him. The Crown Prince, feeling responsible, bows and promises that he will not let his father down. As soon as he enters another corridor, Michael clenches his fists and decides that this time he will not give reason for disappointment, hoping that Raihe will understand everything. At this time, the Duke turns to the butler, claiming that since all preparations are complete, the carriage must be prepared for departure, to which the butler agrees. A little while later, the Duke enters one of the rooms and sees the main character there ready for the upcoming event. The Duke, noticing her glance, asks what he looks like. The main character, examining him, expresses surprise. She gets up from her seat and approaches him to get a better look. When she appears right in front of him, the guy asks with interest what happened. Elaine apologizes and says that she didn't even notice before, but the suit really suits him. The Duke smiles and says that this is good. At this time, the other knights watch them and exchange glances. Cezanne, not hiding his curiosity, asks if this is really what he thought. A little later, they find themselves in the royal banquet hall. People are having fun and enjoying the holiday. When the Duke enters, the assembled people begin to whisper. One woman whispers that this is the son of a witch. Another man adds that he is a monster. The Duke calmly raises his glass and takes a sip. He looks at the king and queen's seats and notices that everything is the same as it was a year ago. This is a good opportunity for the nobles to advance their interests. At this point, someone asks if he has arrived. It turns out to be the Crown Prince, who smilingly declares that, as promised, he has found him. The prince, noticing his appearance, asks if this is the first time the Duke has been in this hall since the last banquet, and he seems to be fine, which pleases him. Reki wonders why he came over, and the prince, noticing his confusion, asks if he won't even greet him. The prince then points to his wife and tells the Duke to meet her. She is his daughter-in-law, Princess Elizabeth Fernand. The princess bows politely and says that it is a great honor for her to meet the Duke. She also adds that she is the bride of His Highness Michael. The prince turns to Rihai again and asks where his mate is. He remarks with an ironic smile that the Duke hasn't found a partner for a year. However, the blonde reassures him, saying that there's no need to be upset. The prince hopes that Reiki will find someone in the future, and they clink their glasses. After this, the prince exchanges glances with his wife, and Elizabeth, rising, straightens her dress. Suddenly pretending to trip, the lady pours her wine right on the Duke's suit. This unexpected gesture causes a reaction from those present, and for a while attention is focused on the incident that has occurred. At this moment, as if by magic, someone covers the events with a fan, thus hiding the incident from prying eyes. Juliana finds herself in the center of attention and intervenes in the situation. The prince, watching what is happening, becomes furious. The lady with red hair watching the scene says, with a slight hint of mockery, that she is Princess Fernand. In response, Juliana confidently notes that when wearing a long dress, one must be especially careful about one's step. The situation calms down, and Juliana, shaking off her fan, claims that nothing terrible has happened. There is a calmness in her tone, as if this incident was just a misunderstanding. As the conversation continues, suspicions begin to arise among the aristocrats, and several people whisper among themselves whether this girl is really a Laker. This name becomes a topic of discussion, filling the entire room. The other nobles, also noticing what is happening, begin to wonder what has happened over the past year. This becomes the reason for new rumors and gossip. When the Duke turns to Juliana, she winks at him lightly and asks how he is doing. The girl bows to His Highness, and then he turns to Juliana, introducing her as his partner. The girl claims that she is pleased to meet the Crown Prince. Juliana confirms his words with a smile. In conversation, she casually mentions that she recently heard that His Majesty had arrived here to discuss an important matter. However, she believes that perhaps the prince has already found himself a new bride, and this leaves her with a slight regret. The prince, hearing this, objects, claiming that it is not true. He cannot believe that her rumors about him are so far from reality. He asks if it is true that she insists that all this was forced upon him. The blonde prince mockingly and disapprovingly remarks that Juliana's psyche is still not in order, after the year she spent in bed trying to recover from her injuries. On his part, this seems like an inappropriate remark. Juliana, calmly responding, states that enough time has passed since she recovered. She is also sure that the prince is exaggerating the situation, accusing her of something that did not happen. She believes that his statements are just rumors blown out of proportion. Lady Lakers, looking at the Duke, adds that she is truly grateful to him for helping her find that monster. His involvement was a great help to her that day, and she truly appreciates it. At this point, the whispers among the aristocrats become louder. Some of them begin to doubt whether this is her first appearance since the last banquet. Others cannot believe that all this is happening is true and begin to claim that everything they hear is a lie. The prince, wondering why this damned woman has reappeared at the banquet, cannot shake off the memory of her mental state, which worsened after her lover fell into eternal sleep. He cannot understand what exactly she is doing here. At this point, the prince, still stunned by her presence, remarks that it is strange that she was not afraid to appear at such an event again. He wonders if her illness is chronic and how she copes with what she has been through. After her lover went into eternal sleep, her mental state began to deteriorate. Rumors about her condition spread, and many said that Lady Laker was no longer the same. The trauma she had experienced had its effect. The moments when she lost someone dear to her remained etched in her memory forever. Not only the pain of loss, but also the fact that she witnessed him go into eternal sleep affected her deeply. These memories came back to her again when the prince brought up the topic of her past. The crown prince, with his usual confidence, stated that the daughter of the noble Laker family had fallen in love with an orphan who had become a king. The prince also pointed out that this choice had brought shame to her family, which had increased the pain and tension in the lady's soul. The crown prince's words did not leave her indifferent. The lady felt anger rising inside her. She clenched her teeth, trying to contain her rage, but her gaze became cold and sharp. However, the Duke did not remain on the sidelines. He decisively intervened in the conversation, declaring that His Highness was mistaken in his assumptions. He defended the honor of Lady Lakers and her family, believing that such accusations did not deserve attention. The Duke, confirming his words, explained that Lady Lakers never had a night lover. He had known her family for many years and knew all the details of their lives well. Today she is his business partner, which explains their warm relationship. The Duke then firmly stated that the prince owed Lady Lakers an apology for the insults. His voice was confident and stern, like a man who knew he was in the right. The prince was clearly irritated at this. He cried out in rage, not understanding how the Duke dared to question his words. He could not believe that anyone dared to oppose him. The prince, having calmed down a little, asked if it was true that the Duke and Lady Lakers were indeed partners. At that moment, someone quietly approached from behind the prince, disturbing his thoughts. It was the emperor who entered the hall and asked what was happening, drawing the attention of everyone present to the conversation that had taken place. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Juliana was next to the Duke. She asked a question, thinking out loud whether all this was really possible and how it would affect their future position in society. Rihai, listening with interest, asked what she had actually said. Lady Lakers answered him with a slight grin that he had called her his partner. However, she was sure that the lie would not go unnoticed among the aristocrats. The Duke apologized for any misunderstandings that might have occurred. He admitted that he had wanted to help, but had apparently made a mistake in giving in to emotion. And now he realized that his words might not have been taken as he had expected. Lady Lakers calmly replied that there was no need to worry. She was grateful for the help, but she had not expected the situation to be so complicated. For her, it was just a way to make sure that everything was going as planned. Despite his reserve, the young man could not help but ask her a question regarding his identity. He claimed that he was fine, and that she should not get involved with him given his background. Lady Lakers just chuckled, saying that he was not without courage as she had suspected. She felt that she had the power to control the situation in this conversation. The lady thanked the prince for his intervention, but admitted that she herself had not expected to find herself in such a situation. Everything that was happening was a surprise to her. She hadn't thought that the crown prince would be so thoroughly investigating her past. The Duke, noticing her anxiety, asked if everything was all right with Lady Lakers. The lady, having relaxed a little, asked what was new in Caesar's life. She admitted that she missed him, but she knew she had to move forward. She was getting stronger every day because you can't spend your whole life pining for something that's already happened. Caesar, despite everything, was still in her thoughts. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not get rid of these memories. At that moment, about to say something, she suddenly stopped, deciding that it was time to return to the banquet. The guy replies that he will return to the mansion soon, and the lady nods, agreeing that it is a good idea. She decides that in that case, she will go too. The lady continues that the nobles love to make mountains out of molehills and she cannot ignore it. Her words sound confident, and it is clear that she is not one to calmly accept rumors about herself. She thanks him for the conversation today and adds that if he needs help, he can always turn to her. These words sound sincere, but with a touch of professionalism, as if a business relationship has already been established between them. The Duke, slightly surprised, asks if he has really become her colleague. But the girl, not hiding her smile, playfully hits him on the arm and replies that he shouldn't take it so seriously. She continues that he is indeed a colleague in love with his security guard, and it seems that there is no arguing with that. The lady curiously asks if that is true, glancing at his reaction. At this time, the main character outside the banquet wonders when Reki will finally come out. She can't wait to meet him, trying to understand what is happening in this hall. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to a figure heading towards her. She looks carefully, trying to recognize this person. When she realizes it's Chelsea, her heart skips a beat. Elaine realizes that even 20 years ago she hadn't seen this man in person, and that meeting him now is something special. The girl, hiding her feelings, bows her head in respect, but inside she knows that if he had seen her face in a portrait or in documents, then perhaps their meeting would have been completely different. She feels that this is an important moment, but not one in which she should interfere. The two pass her by, ignoring her, and continue on their way. Elaine, despite her calm appearance, senses the tension. She knows that this is a moment of waiting and patience. Elaine realizes that it is not yet time to interrogate him, and her mind makes a decision. She decides that it is better to wait a little. A little while later, the girl looks through the door of the banquet. She notices guards standing at the entrance and realizes that the banquet is still going on. The banquet, it becomes obvious to her, is attended by nobles, and although the atmosphere seems festive, everyone already knows that Bella is to blame for the incident with Sebek. This leaves a mark on her thoughts, and she cannot help but think about the consequences. Elaine, thinking, understands how Reiki felt in this place, surrounded by this atmosphere, filled with whispers and accusations. This question becomes important to her. She soon comes to the conclusion that she needs to get some fresh air. It helps her to collect her thoughts and distance herself from the hustle and bustle around her. As she heads towards the balcony and opens the door, she suddenly notices the Duke standing nearby. His gaze immediately fixes on her, and he asks with interest if this is Lady Elaine. Elaine, a little surprised by his appearance, asks if the banquet is still going on. The Duke replies that the room had become too stuffy, so he decided to go out for a walk in the fresh air. He asks if the lady has decided to take a little walk too. Elaine, not wanting to refuse, confirms that yes, she has decided to get some fresh air too. Suddenly, a melody appears in the air, playing somewhere in the distance. The Duke, hearing it with slight admiration, claims that it is Schudel's music. He asks with interest if the lady has heard this melody before. Elaine, smiling a little, replies that yes, she remembers it a long time ago when she took dancing lessons. She jokes that her dancing skills leave much to be desired, which is why she hasn't returned to this activity for so long. The Duke is surprised to hear that he didn't think she was from an aristocratic family to be so modest about her dancing skills. Elaine explains that her status is not what it used to be. She tells how her family went bankrupt, and she had to sell her title, which affected her life. The Duke, listening to her sympathetically, replies that he understands that it was not easy. The Duke, changing the subject slightly, suggests that they dance together while the tune of Schudel plays. He invites her to continue this dance despite her hesitations. The main character, looking at the Duke in surprise, asks what he is talking about, after which she adds that she has not danced for a long time and that he should return to the banquet. She does not want her presence there to cause additional discussions. The Duke, with a slight gesture, assures her that all is well. He will lead the dance and is not really too eager to return to the hall as he has caused a small scandal there. The protagonist doesn't know what to say in response, feeling that the situation is becoming increasingly strange, but the Duke seems to pay no attention to this and calmly states that now he has to worry not only about banquets but also about his status. He extends his hand to her, expressing confidence that she doesn't like dancing with him anyway, but nevertheless he can't help but offer her the opportunity. Elaine extends her hand in return, noting with a slight smile that she might accidentally step on his foot if she's not careful. The Duke calmly replies that it doesn't matter and asks her to just follow him and not worry. He assures her that everything will be fine. As they begin to dance, Elaine feels her thoughts begin to spin. She wonders what is happening and wonders if it is even normal that she is dancing with Rihai. This feeling of strangeness does not leave her. She doesn't know what to do in this dance because she hasn't danced for a long time. Her heart is pounding loudly in her chest, and she feels the tension growing. The unusual atmosphere is becoming more and more tense for her. Elaine looks back at the Duke, trying to figure out what she looks like at this moment, but the man, not noticing her inner excitement, suddenly says, "How well they dance." Elaine can't help but ask what he's talking about, feeling her heart begin to beat faster. The Duke noted that he had never felt so good in this palace, but now his mood was completely different. He felt something new, something he had not experienced before. From the moment the lady became his bodyguard, his life changed dramatically. He felt happiness, and it was so strong that he could hardly remember the days without her. The Duke realized that perhaps he was in a hurry, but looking at her face, he had recently felt a hope that he had not known before. Suddenly he took her hand, and kissing it tenderly, confessed that he had wanted to tell her this for a long time. There was determination in his words, and the Duke confessed, "Lady Elaine, what does he love? Her